What are you doing, BB?
Bombing cunts. Ah, yes. It was the GDF one about Ethan Klein. Because you love Ethan Klein.
Who?
The guy that does the... How these guys got good at wasting whichever country soldiers. He also did a Chechen video, which we should watch. Oh, yeah.
Only true folk want to be here for the deli.
You're a delegate. What's up, brother?
All around us, the grounds were covered in wet, salty water full of life. My people believe this water will come back to us.
Yeah, and any day now, the Fertile Crescent will be fertile again.
Make her whole once more.
You believe that?
They need to cling to it. Personally, I see an acute necessity to armor
Sounds like
this wreck
religion.
up, prepping for the wave of man scum which will soon come crashing down. A war boy army. Lord Scrotus, back from the dead. Help me get the steel I need. Now, not the brown rotted sheets of wafer you find out here, but real prime steel. With it, I can reward you in armor or scrap, and find plenty extra to fix up my hull.
Okay. Unlock. Cool. Mission.
Just do a fort for now. Until I'm sitting.
Yeah, I'm just getting the missions.
Do gaseous fort.
Yeah, I'm getting the missions so I don't have to go back later.
Oh.
Because I specifically didn't get the missions because you have to speak to people.
Hey you! How's things going for you?
Don't talk to me, Wheels.
Did you find a place in the picture? The Windcatcher is functional. They soon set sail.
They'll run dry out there.
Perhaps. But the sail has another benefit. Collecting dew at dawn for drinking. But food remains a problem. I know an undiscovered place of the old world. Full of tin cans. More food than you and I could ever eat. Bring back what we need, and you get all that remains. What do you think?
Deal?
Deal.
Is that pink eye?
Yeah.
What does she look like again?
Wheelchair.
Is
It
she
lies
like an
hidden
old
in
lady?
between these two locations. Cross marks the spot. But you better know exactly.
And All the children got pink eye. Well, their Harry Potter books were burned.
Okay. Hello, first viewer. When are you first? Many upgrades.
2300 Park Avenue. It's the offices of the lottery.
Holy shit, the lottery tickets we found.
Urshan is using the lottery money to cover his losses. $32 billion. That's the state's money.
Well, what do we tell?
Some more research on Urshan's accounting firm.
Gave my love to Karen. She promised to be true. I went to war to come back and find 5 British soldiers had their way with her. It was consensual.
Done?
Gretchel and Dawson accounting firm in Fair Lawn, New Jersey has only one client, David Urshan. Pretty rinky-dink operation for a guy like that.
Looks like we're going to Jersey to visit an
Yeah,
accounting firm.
And all their fathers were hanged, and the children all got pink eye, while their Harry Potter books were burned. Amazing. I forgot about that part.
What are you doing, sir?
Like a glove.
I'll repair it in no time.
What'd you say, like a glove?
Yep.
Did you park good?
Fuck yeah, I did.
Stink gum. What kind of a name is Stank Gum? Who names their child that? This is just a kill guys base?
No.
Because it keeps saying objective every time you kill somebody.
I guess that's one of them.
You just have an objective to kill guys. That's cool.
Sure. I assume this is where I'm going.
Shiv. You're probably full, right?
Yeah. Oh, I also got 4 barrels on my shotgun now.
There's definitely going to be a trap here. Just look at it.
I pick up a weapon.
Can you throw that? Or can you only throw the thunder things?
You can only throw the boomsticks.
It's an interesting base.
It is. God fucking damn it.
Hit the wheel. The wheel's right there. How dare they interrupt a pile driver?
I know. Fuck it. Ah.
Who is he grabbing you for?
I don't know. Yeah, good on him. Fair effort.
Gotta use more knives.
Maybe.
Gotta always be stabbing. A lot of times the ammo pickups will give you a knife as well.
Mm.
What are you doing, Zapper? Are you a fancy guy? What are you doing? He's doing his little stand.
Mm.
His little T-Rex stand. What are you doing? What's up?
That'll work. Lol. Drink your water. Still be funny.
Get better.
Hey. Scrap. I guess that's what this is for.
Ah. Oh.
I didn't even light it. Oh, boom. Three shotgun shells from that one.
Oh, baby. Look at you. You're so cute. Look at your tiny head. Hey, you did a little fancy rodent. You did the fancy rodent.
A bunch of scraps. Oh, wow.
Ouch. I like Legion camps the most. Like it's, you just gotta kill fuckers. You don't gotta find all the oil pumps. So you should be able to do, like when you dodge like that, the fact that you can't immediately grab them and suplex them when you're behind them is kind of lame. Like, how come the suplex and pile drivers can only come out when they're like... You do have the shoulder charge.
I do.
I don't know if you've ever used it.
I used not on stream. I used it yesterday.
Bet you that's good when you roll behind him.
Yeah, if you can run.
Do you need to be running? I thought you just had to hold a button.
Need to be running. Oh my god.
Trying to roll a barrel?
Mm-hmm.
Watch, it doesn't even work. Because it's gonna be like, that's flame, not explosive.
Looks like it worked.
I know.
Oh look.
Why wouldn't it?
That was a big bang. Oh.
Hey. Seems like you might be able to throw those down there. I'm surprised that reached it.
I was expecting.
Pretty generous. Are there guys down there?
Huh. Neat.
What do you... Where do you think that? You think you're gonna go down there at one point, or did you climb up from there?
Nice. More Wilder.
Are those new gauntlets as well?
Mm-hmm.
What do they got on them? What was the one before? Bolts?
Yeah. I also got a new jacket.
Oh, they're like actual like razor claws?
Not
They
really.
don't look like what the picture is depicting.
I don't know. Looks cool. There's one insignia left.
I be the Witch of the Woods. Clickety clackety. Clickety clackety. Hot take. That movie's overrated.
What is?
The Witch.
I didn't like it.
I mean, I think it's a fine movie. It's certainly better than literally 99% of what's being released.
That is true.
Anything that comes out of A24 already is better than most of the shit that's released.
It is very true.
Even,
I would have to
so,
watch
like,
it
I
again.
think that for me, what really makes a movie is how much I enjoy it, like, after I've seen it a few times. And that's why, like, comedies are quite low to me, because they get worn out so quickly. But a movie like The Handmaiden, even though it's long, and I've seen it probably 6 times now,
Okay.
still great. You know? But, like, The Witch, I think I saw it 3 times, and on the 3rd time I was like, God damn, this is boring.
Hello, dog. Up.
It's a great movie, though, you know? Like, the fucking performances in it are outstanding. The story's great. You know, like Turbo Kid, I've only seen that twice. I guarantee if I go watch it a 3rd time, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, this is boring.
I don't know where the other one is. Oh well.
Who needs them?
We must get on with our sacred mission.
Did you finish the camp?
Mm-hmm. I just didn't get the lost and sick now.
Hmm.
Hey, look, another one. Guess we'll do that.
This gut gash?
No idea.
That's where you gotta lower.
Stupid wall.
Hey, look, a minefield.
Right over the road.
Should we stop to disarm those mines?
Someone will hit him eventually.
I wonder
Absolutely devastating.
what.
Not reading that.
I was just looking at how they're not going to be lesbian married. Is that what's devastating?
Yeah. The betrayal.
Oh!
Here it comes, the mighty duster.
Storm time.
Isn't that what he says about the Willy Willy?
Maybe. Idiot.
How did that not get it?
Oh, so I found out of the basic content creators, I found someone who actually made a good video with correct takes in it.
On?
Oh, India, Pakistan.
Who?
A party of roadkill.
You know, 8 years ago, I made a video called Weeaboo Screamer Cringe, where at around minutes 2 minutes and 56 seconds, so 3 minutes into the video, there was a point where I literally like had this laugh, this laugh reaction to one of the crappiest screamers that I've seen on the internet. Now, back in 2016, 30th August, I do remember distinctly just coming home from work. I had a bad day, so I needed to laugh at something. Little did I know the laugh in this video would take a life of its own. Because, to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I've been hearing this laugh since, like, you know, I've been hearing this ever since it went viral, okay? You know, sometimes I'll walk by, like, super young, like, you know, nephews and nieces and stuff, like, cousins, whatever, and they'll be on their TikToks, and I just hear this laugh, and sometimes it flashbangs me. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this laugh on what is a pretty serious video, actually, is they got me on Pakistani national news, okay? It seems as if India, the Indian news, has used your boy to react to Pakistanis. Now, of course, immediately on this, my dad had told me about this. We were basically watching the news from every angle, and I guess it's 6:40 a.m. Pakistani time. They're basically playing Indian television, talking about war on the line of control. So you've got like the Hindi written over here. And of course, they've got Pakistani politicians laughing. So right here, ladies and gentlemen, your boy is being brought up inside what is one of the most high escalating tensions between both nations at this point in time. I never once would have thought Weeaboo Screamer Cringe recorded 8 years ago would lead to that laugh being overlaid on national news headlines in South Asia with the words war breaking. All right, so for anybody that can't read Urdu, okay, and mine isn't that great either, but I'm going to help translate what's actually written here, okay? I want to try, like, kind of cutting through the wildness. So the top part of the headline basically says that India lies about the attack on Karachi and Islamabad. So Karachi is one of the biggest cities in Pakistan. I've actually been to Karachi. Beautiful city, by the way. Absolutely wild shit goes on there, okay? You want to talk about dense, wild stuff? It's Karachi, okay? Crazy stuff. Again, the bottom headline is government rejects the lies and accusations of Indian media. And they also do talk about the foreign ministry as well. So obviously Pakistan is trying to roast us back. It's roasting going on, okay? The Star Wars ain't fucking around at this point, all right? Let's be completely real here. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to make jokes and take light of a situation like this. Obviously, this to me is kind of a coping mechanism because over the last, I want to say like week, ever since this has been happening, I have been genuinely fearful, okay? For a lot of you that don't know, I am not a born Canadian, okay? My brother actually is, but I'm from the old country. I'm from back home. You know, at one point I can go to my kids and be like, I remember what it was like back home. Not really. I came here when I was around 1. But the point of this is to tell you guys that most of my family, I would say 99% of my family is from back home, okay? So, you know, a lot of kids that I grew up with over here, you know, they got to see grandma and grandpa, uncles and aunts, typically whenever they felt like it. But for me, getting to see my grandparents and my direct blood relatives was kind of like landmarks in life, you know, like, you know, I got to see them when I was kids, and honestly, it's kind of disgusting to say, but the last time I ever really got to see family, you know, or had the chance to, was probably around the time when I had actually went for a pilgrimage, right? Like, you know, that infamous photo of me in front of the Khane Kaaba, right? That was the last time I took the real flight to see family from both sides of the Iron
You're a
Curtain.
girl?
Now, India and Pakistan are countries that are not that old. You're talking probably back in the 40s. India had achieved independence from the British Raj, if you will. So India used to be part of Britain. We got our independence, and my dad was like, you know what? I miss the United Kingdom so much, I'm going to immigrate to Canada and become one with the Commonwealth again. No, there was a lot of reasons why my dad ended up moving here. It was for a better life, which I am eternally grateful for. My dad is my goddamn hero when it comes for that. But to give you an idea, the actual conflict has started long before then, okay? India used to be one nation with tons of diversity in it, okay? You know, you had people from all walks of life, all walks of religions, and unfortunately, back in the 40s, when India became independent, there was a massive partition that had occurred at the time. And I don't want to say it's unfortunate that the partition occurred. Obviously, I feel like a lot of the parties that lived in this nation, I guess, tried to end up getting what they wanted. But the partition was...
Have you seen this new South African refugee thing? That's the new info op from the right.
I saw something about the Afrikaners.
Look, here's Benny Johnson. It says, first group of South African refugees fleeing persecution arrived in the United States, all holding American flags. Yeah, the flags they gave them, they sure look thrilled about the flags that they're holding.
Dude,
like,
this is China shit. This is literally China shit. Like, giving them their little fucking...
Like, this guy's literally holding it by the flag.
Amazing.
Solomon Rushdie looking motherfucker is the only one who oh, here's a kid waving it like he's serious. Uh-huh. A lot of honkies. But I love that, oh, these people have to be fleeing persecution.
Of course.
I wonder if their race has something to do with it. couldn't be, right?
Did you see me? There's this one fucking cunt of a person who posts like American and Australian politics. There's a whole bunch of them actually. But she was
Like you?
No. Like they literally just MAGA, and they try and influence Australian politics with American politics. I don't give a fuck about Australian politics. Australian politics can fucking die in a hole. I don't give a shit. But these people are trying to conflate the two.
Oh, that
and
reminds
she
me. I
was-
saw another video. I had to stop watching because it's like these political spectrums and scales that people be having.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Just like you can tell somebody's politics by how they talk about the actual political compass and spectrum.
Yes. Yeah. So this
It's
chick
like-
posts.
This guy's like clearly a commie, and I watched a
Sure.
little bit of the video, and like it's really well done and shit, but it's like, wow, this has a lot of bias in it.
Of course it does.
But
Why would it
the
not?
video was called something like, "Why is right-wing extremism more violent than left-wing," or something.
Sure.
And-
that's a pretty commonly accepted thing.
Well, yeah, I think the main reason for it isn't that it deals in politics of hate. It's that when you get to the right extremist, it's very insulated and isolating.
Yeah.
And because left-wing politics has largely been the language of the oppressed, it's very easy to find community there.
Yeah.
And the community does help temper a lot of stuff. For example, the Black Panthers. There was plenty of extremist groups who, like Move got bombed because they fucking were using assault weapons and stuff on police and shit, right?
Yeah.
And, but like the Black Panthers, a much different organization, very tempered, disciplined. They have an approach to know it. Not that Move isn't tempered or disciplined. It was just an example of a group that was more extreme than the Black Panthers.
Sure. I mean, there's plenty of examples of them.
But I just don't think there's as much community in far-right politics, but I think that's been changing because of Trump.
You think he's unifying it?
I think he's made extremism popular.
Interesting.
Because, like, a lot of the rallies that he'd be filling out, it's the same people going to all his rallies.
Of course it is.
You know?
Their tour. So you know how I've gone on about the White Australia policy?
Yeah.
And how it's like one of the worst fucking policies we've ever put?
Off a lot of honkies.
This chick, her bio says Australian plus American politics, MAGA Trump 2024, right?
No,
And
BB,
she goes,
look at you, you get the little
she posts
loaf.
a video and then goes, Sydney in 1940. The government often talks about social cohesion. We didn't seem to have an issue with social cohesion back then. Streets look clean. Shop signs are in English. Spacious family homes instead of dingy apartment blocks. What do you... And then she goes, I wonder what changed. Now, what does that sound like she's advocating for to you?
Honey,
Sweetie.
sweetie. We
And
have
they-
technology now.
Exactly.
Like, what are you romanticizing?
It's so crazy, and it's just like none of these people. I need to stop giving people the benefit of the doubt.
The thing is, even if the country was racially pure, there would still be a group being othered, and they would still be posting the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
of course they would.
I'm obviously using Nazi language when I say racial purity, not fascist language, of course, because fascists don't believe in racial purity.
Yeah, it's a myth of the nation, the state.
But like you look at Japan or Korea, there's a lot of people who will still point to foreigners and stuff like that, and it's like, what foreigners?
In Japan, look, Japan I understand. Japan I get. You know,
stop
I'm not going to
giving
be
them-
mad at the Japanese.
Stop giving them credence.
Being mad at me. I'm not going to be.
Being annoyed by tourists is one thing, but Japan literally blamed the concrete murders on Americans.
What's the concrete murders?
The
is that
Junko.
girl? Yeah, okay. I mean, why did they blame America? Like, what?
Well, they called it like American syndrome. It was because our movies were being played over there and shit.
Oh, it's a video game.
Yes, because our pop culture was because this is when we started, like, this is when Japan made itself the electronics capital in manufacturing electronics.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of trade going on, and, you know, this is like also when Ghost in the Shell comes to the West. Like, this is a very integrating time between our two societies that people don't realize happened. You know, we just take it for granted now.
Yes. Yeah, people don't really think about it like that.
If you think about Japanese history, of course there's people who are more extreme and isolationist and think anything non-Japanese is what's breaking the country. But, like, this was a common consensus of them coping with how could such a brutal murder take place in our country. It clearly isn't because of us. Like, motherfucker, do you know your own history? Do you want to go read what you did?
Yeah. There's another thing that I
read. Literally worse than Mussolini's shit. Like, you want to know what's the worst thing Mussolini did? You tell me, because I have one.
Joined Hitler? He
no, I don't think that's the worst thing.
Ethiopia.
That's a part of it. Specifically, he used mustard gas in Africa.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
That would be, to me, the worst thing that he did. But as far as, like, colonialism and siding with another worse colonialist king type person, who hasn't? You know, what country doesn't have that history?
That's true.
Like, I think Italy's fascism is so minor.
It was the OG fascism. So
well, it was also more about the Balkans and shit. Like, that's the thing is... Also...
Is proto the right word before proto-fascism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, also another thing... I texted you the thing about the Quebecas, right? About why they have a nationalist separatist identity.
Yeah, the Frenchies.
And so I was just thinking about how it's crazy because this 7-year war really was like a world war.
What's the 7-year war?
It's known here as the French and Indian War, but they fought all over the world, including like the Philippines and shit.
What the fuck?
You know? And like entire races were wiped out in North America because of this war.
Wait, is that the Philippines? When? What year time was this?
1756.
Ah, okay.
It's between Britain and France. Crazy.
Colonial war.
Yeah, 7 Years' War was a global conflict involving most European great powers. It was primarily fought in Central Europe with the borders of the Holy Roman Empire, but other major fronts were in North America, Western Europe, South Asia, and minor actions elsewhere. Great Britain and Prussia led one alliance, which also included Portugal, Hanover, and several minor German states. The other alliance was led by France and Austria, including Spain, Saxony, Sweden, and Russia.
Why do the Kurds hate... Oh, sorry, why do the Japanese hate Kurds?
Huh?
Why do the Japanese hate the Kurds?
I couldn't tell you. I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't know that was a thing either.
Like, look at the fucking map of, like, that's a world war, brother.
It sure is. And having all the major powers in the war?
Yeah, like, this, it didn't have as much death as World War II because we hadn't industrialized warfare yet.
Do you want to hear him beg for his life?
The war crier? But, like, I don't know. I think the territory where World War I was fought was smaller territory. Obviously, way higher death toll. Because millions died in months. Damn.
That was savage.
Wasn't easy, okay? The partition was a point where you're talking like 15 million estimated people were effectively displaced, right? Like, you had a whole bunch of my family who, you know, my family roots back to like Lucknow, India, so that part of India. And when the partition happened, it wasn't as simple as, all right, guys, let's get on the Greyhound and go to Pakistan if, you know, if you're Muslim, right? Because that's the country that was made for the Islamic, you know, population of India. And, you know, obviously it was a situation where no matter where you lived on, right, you had to take trains or buses or transportation to go from newly made Pakistan to India and vice versa. And I do remember distinctly my grandmother, God rest her soul, she passed away a long time ago.
This question is, would everything be better if Jinnah never formed the state of Pakistan?
Probably not.
I don't know. There would be no potential nuclear war between people who are literally the same, you know?
That's racist.
I mean, obviously there's so many ethnic groups in the region, but you know, it's not like fucking Japan, Korea, and China haven't been slaughtering each other throughout history as well.
It's true.
But they're all
their
technically
entire
like
history.
the same like group. It's just
yeah,
it's
sure.
just like, I'm just saying that I don't think it's necessarily like needed to have a sovereign Pakistani state. I mean, and look at Bangladesh and even Kashmir.
Yeah. Oh, there's heaps of shit happening.
But, you know, she definitely painted the picture in the most realistic ways possible, right? No matter which angle you were at, there were moments where people who were on their way from both nations to their new nation, you know, a lot of people just picked up their stuff and moved. Like, they had, you know, their properties, they had their lives, they had their communities that they built up. And they were just like, they packed up a suitcase or two, grabbed their family, and just marched on over. And it wasn't even a guarantee that you would even get to your destination alive. My grandmother told me there were times where, you know, you could open up some of these trains and it would just be death and destruction. Like, you know, extremists on every angle just decided to give their one last fuck you. You know, men dead, children dead, women dead or possibly taken, and, you know, God knows what happens with it. It was a really scary, tumultuous time, okay? And again, you kind of have to be from that region. You have to have lived it to know, you know, to have witnessed the horrors that never get recorded in history about it. But obviously, decades have passed, And Pakistan and India have not been the best of friends, okay? To put it mildly, after the partition had happened, there was literally a war between them, okay? And there were a couple wars that came after that too. But one of the most sought-after questions between both nations has been about one area called Kashmir, right? Now, you probably heard of the term Azad Kashmir, so free Kashmir. But to give you an idea, this BBC paragraph probably puts it the right way. I'm not an expert on this, but I can explain this in the best way possible, okay? Kashmir is an ethnically diverse Himalayan region famed for its beauty of its lakes, and it is actually quite beautiful, okay? The Nanga Parbat is absolutely beautiful to witness. It's one of the highest mountains in the world, by the way, okay? You have the actual Pahalgam Valley, okay, which is beautiful, okay? This is a very beautiful region. Okay? It's just fucking dangerous to be in because it's actually controlled by both India and Pakistan. Like, they have different sections. And China. You know, over here, you actually do have warfare going on between the two. Now, pretty more regularly than before. So, right here, even before India and Pakistan won their independence from Britain in 1947, the area was hotly contested, which it was. You can talk to any older person in my family and probably have a story to hear about this. Under the partition plan provided by the Indian Independence Act, Muslim-majority Kashmir was free to accede to either India or Pakistan. The Maharaja, Hari Singh, initially wanted Kashmir to become independent. But in October 1947, it chose to join India in return for its help against an invasion of tribesmen from Pakistan.
It's very funny.
So war erupted in India.
It's very funny how reduced that explanation was by the BBC, because it's... You want to know why it's so reduced? Because shut up, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know? It doesn't... You don't need to paint how... You know, it does say, in return for its help against the invasion of tribesmen from Pakistan, and it moves on. You know what I mean? Like, because you don't need to get into it about how he was actually loyal to India, even though the population was Muslim, and blah, 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 and they were like, they gave themselves to India under duress. That none of that's important.
It is relevant for context, but I agree.
Yeah. Like, deeper understanding.
Yes. For the basic...
But when you are going to tell people about what's going on in India and Kashmir, I'm pretty sure you're basically going to tell them exactly what you wrote on that whiteboard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, none of this matters.
Like, I'm going to clip that whiteboard bit as well. It's very funny. My mum asked me
the UN
what's happening in Pakistan, so I showed her that section of the video.
Which, you know, honestly, like, if you ever ask somebody from South Asia, the one thing Pakistanis and Indians and fucking Bangladeshis can agree on is no one over there ever likes the UN. They think it's a completely toothless, useless organization.
It is.
But we'll get to a lot of that. The UN recommended holding a plebiscite to settle the question of whether the state would join India or Pakistan. However, the two countries could not agree to a deal to demilitarize the region before a referendum could be held. And in July 1949, India and Pakistan signed an agreement to establish a ceasefire line as recommended by the UN, and the region became divided. Now, if you're interested in this, I don't want to get too into the weeds, but it's incredibly complicated, and it's a long-standing dispute that is bled into what is one of the biggest escalations between both nations, okay? So in April 22nd, there was the Pahalgam terror attack, okay? And it resulted in the death of 26-something civilians, which again, I think, personally speaking, one person dying is already too much. But, you know, just once you keep escalating, it's just... It's sad. It really is. So because of all this, all the treaties that these nations have had have effectively dissipated and dissolved for now, okay? They've been suspended, and they're both basically engaging in fights. Now, there's a lot of media that has come out. You know, a lot of people are sharing footage of, like, bombs and, like, explosions going off. And, you know, a lot of that footage is actually from different conflicts, or sometimes...
Right here is when I saved the video, because I was like, wow, he just gets it.
Well, you'd think so.
There you are, my saint.
people record it in like Arma 3 and pass it off if it's real. So be careful of the kind of information you consume.
He got the
But to
armor
route
stuff.
this all into it, like, my family is Indian, but I have a lot of family that is in Pakistan as well, too. So, you know, my family is one of those families that have been split since the partition, right? And it's just, unfortunately, a set of circumstances where, for me, I get to actually look at this conflict and see how both nations in real time kind of react, right? Which is one of the reasons why I was watching that news station earlier. That news station that had my laugh playing, right? That was ARY News, and I think they they grabbed the clip from like Indian news as well too. So generally, in times of warfare, my parents have always told me, like, bro, the amount of propaganda that comes from both sides is fucking insane. Which is why trusting any of the news networks from India or Pakistan is a joke. There's actually a lot of people who are doing on-the-ground stuff that you probably should pay attention to over the actual big media, because right now it's all done to spur up all forms of nationalism and just wildness between each other. So at some point, literally, like, I would say a few days ago, India launched something called Operation Sindoor, which, if you don't know what a sindoor is, like, typically, I believe when a Hindu woman gets married, that little, like, she has a sindoor placed on her forehead. Yeah, they ended up, like, launching some strikes against India. And, of course, Pakistan appears to also have retaliated and shot down jets and shit like that, too. And, of course, both nations are constantly going at each other and just saying, no, they're lying. No, fuck you, bloody. Fuck you, bloody. That's exactly what this whole situation just has seemed to come down. In fact, one of the wildest things that I was seeing on, like, Pakistani, like, social media was apparently Pakistan. This is not official, by the way. I wanted to stress this.
How has
I found this hilarious. It shows
made
you
that
the
meme?
state of both countries and, like, social.
Or at least I haven't seen it. You know that, like, voiceover of the Indian guys fighting? The fuck you bloody, fuck you bloody, that one? How have they not made that meme over this India-Pakistan?
I'm sure it's out there, but here's the thing. Good luck getting memes to exist in a fucking Pakistan information attack.
That's true. That's a fair point.
Like, it's just not gonna go viral or circulate.
Yeah. They got other stuff to circulate.
Social media at the time. One of the things floating around was Pakistan is launching Operation Suhagrat. Now, for anybody who doesn't know what Suhagrat is, remember, if the sindoor is placed after the woman is married, the Suhagrat is like the wedding night after. So basically, Pakistan wants to butt-fuck the Indian military. It's insane when you actually kind of read this, because literally it has people's jaws drop on the floor with how social media and both these nations get at with each other, right? It's actually fucking insanity. But that's really all I have to say about just this particular situation. There's a lot of scholars, historians, experts that know this stuff in real time and know how to better interpret it. But what does scare me about this is that I feel like for every generation, like whether you're my grandparents or my parents or now me, everyone has kind of lived through an escalating time, an India-Pakistan war. I also want to preface this too. I have no idea what's actually going on there, whether it is true or not, from that perspective. There's a lot of information that's come out, and given the amount of rampant misinformation that's come out from both established media groups in both countries, it really is up to third-party reporting, people that are living closer to the LOC, the actual borders, that probably have more accurate footage. And even then, I highly recommend you constantly be vigilant of, you know...
Well, now this, but he used to be like IT stuff. He was in the Air Force to get into IT school, he said.
Oh, interesting.
Technology school.
Cool.
AI videos, fake stuff, and again, especially people repurposing video game footage from like GTA 5 or Arma 3 and making it look as if it's actually like combat footage, because there is a lot of misinformation floating around, and I think a lot of social media is currently, a lot of the social media in the area is trying to use pieces of misinformation to rile up their groups. But yeah, it's wild, okay? Especially when you got family there and you're involved and you're able to look at it from a sideline perspective and sort of be able to cut through the propaganda that exists at both ends of both countries, so to speak. And the reality of it is it's not pretty. And it's not pretty because of one thing in particular, and that is nuclear weapons. And it's one of the things that scares me the most about it. Now, right now, there hasn't been a super massive, crazy attack on either people, but for me, if any nuclear attack happens or a serious escalation occurs, I'm effectively looking at, like, if a nuclear thing goes off, I'm looking at my family all dying, which is the biggest stress personally to me, okay?
True.
Obviously, nobody wants to see people pass away. I've seen people pass away a lot through COVID, and I think it's kind of fucked me up in a lot of ways, like just to see like one by one people go away like that. But the possibility of like these things escalating to a point, because generally in the past, Pakistan and India have always kind of had like spats, you know, even with their militaries. But this is like an escalation that's far different than what we've seen before. I've never seen things go persona non grata this fast in my entire life, and I've been on this planet for 31 years now. Which granted isn't crazy, it's not a lot, but I think it's enough to at least have some perspective. And yeah, it's bad. You know, I don't want to lose my family. I don't want anybody to lose their family. I don't want fucking 2 nations in the world to go squad wipe each other, basically. Alright, so you can make a whole YouTube channel talking about the nuclear history of like Pakistan and India, and it really is wild. Now, from my understanding, both nations, Pakistan and India, have used smuggling and covert networks in order to create nuclear weapons, literally within a, like, I think it's like
you mean it's not 100% China's fault?
Okay? You know, this is not like other conflicts in the world where there's like a bigger power and a smaller power, and the bigger guy gets...
Literally the first time I saw somebody talk about Pakistan's nukes, and we're instantly like, it's China's fault. China gave them nukes.
It's kind of like
to just basically like slap around the tiny guy. No, these are 2 nuclear powered nations, okay? So nuclear powered that if they started an exchange, there is an understanding that a global exchange could start, mutually assured destruction, which we'll get to by the end of this video. But yeah, India, when they designed nuclear weapons, it was funny because to make nuclear weapons, I believe you need access to nuclear technologies. So you can get like civilian technologies that you could get to, I guess, make nuclear power plants. But those same technologies can also be used to make nuclear weapons. So at this moment in time, you had like the Indian CIA, which we call the Research and Analysis Wing, and it's crazy. Like India's RAW and Pakistan's Inter-Service Intelligence. Like apparently these are 2 super insanely good covert tactical intelligence operation networks. And what happened was, obviously, the RAW in amongst the Indian government literally snuck in, smuggled in materials, black market channels, everything imaginable. And they decided to do their first actual, like, nuclear test. India did their test. Pakistan did their test. They stuck it in a fucking mountain. And the footage is insane to watch. So all of a sudden, these 2 nations that never really got along, all of a sudden now they've got nukes. Fucking scary shit. And immediately I remember my dad telling me, like, you know, India, you know, they tested for nuclear weapons. And then, like, literally right after, they got sanctioned pretty hard. And those sanctions didn't wane off until, I think, like, the 2000s. So, you know, both these nations, they did a feat of engineering. The entire world was like, oh, hell no, we can't have this going on. But all of a sudden, India and Pakistan become 2 nuclear-equipped nations. And now we kind of sit here a little bit worried. A little bit worried about what happens when the escalation goes from firing bullets at each other to sending the big-ass nuclear button, okay? That's the really, really scary part about it. Now, obviously, I've made videos in the past where I've talked about, like, mutually assured destruction, nuclear weapons, things like that. And it is genuinely one of my biggest fears in life itself. Not just my family, but I also worry about what this means for the rest of the world. Again, if you ever looked on how long a nuclear exchange takes, it's probably hours. Like, imagine having tens of thousands of years of human history, right? Like, all of the developments we've made completely destroyed, snapped away. Thanos snapped, if you will, all right? Just to make it all Marvel-like for a lot of the Redditors in the audience. That is a really scary thought, okay? To lose entirely all of humanity's history, like everything that we've ever achieved, all because, you know, there's a set group amongst us that just don't get along. Now, as an Indian person that kind of, that like grew up amongst everyone over here, I remember being a kid and like, back then, you know, when you're in school,
yeah,
I do distinctly remember there was like maybe 4 South Asian kids, right? 3 Indians, including me, and then like 1 Pakistani kid. And typically when you're over here in this side of the world, you know, all those prior beefs that we had, I mean, one country doesn't even fucking eat beef at this point, all that kind of goes away. You know, over here, you look brown, I guess you guys are just the brown people, okay? It is what it is. And there's kind of like a camaraderie that builds, I would say, amongst the broader South Asian community, okay? I'm never really one to like, if you're somebody of my age, like if you've lived in Canada your whole life, and you're a South Asian person, a lot of that beef that comes from like the baggage of our parents and our families, that tends to go away. So the perspective that you kind of have here is that of a Canadian individual, but I don't know, I've always gotten along with everyone from Pakistan and India and Bangladesh and all that part of the world. To me, we're all just humans. That's kind of how I lived my life. In fact, to kind of extrapolate it, it's also how I built like this channel, right? Like the name Some Ordinary Gamers is not because there's like a whole group of like 7 or 8 people. Ed Max's channel used to have like what, one other host, Zide back in the day. Like we're talking year 1, and but the name Some Ordinary Gamers was a place, you know, where we could build a channel that, you know, had a community of people that were gamers, right? You know, a gamer can be anybody. It can be somebody that's black, brown, Asian, gay, lesbian, you know, an alien even, right? Like some alien could crash land into my fucking backyard, live in my attic. And as long as they touched a controller at some point, it doesn't matter if you're from Mars or you're from like the Andromeda Galaxy, brother, you're a gamer, okay? And it was that like level of like title where you could just apply it to anybody. And ultimately, no matter who you were with what background, you all just came together and, you know, got along. And that's what, maybe that's a hopeful part of me. Like one day everybody in human history can get together and get along. But I don't know. I guess the older I get, the more like the more childlike that all just seems.
Can you do like some India-Pakistan title or something? After this base. We'll probably be mainly talking about that.
But yeah, living over here and seeing everybody get along is a lot different than being back home in India and Pakistan right now and constantly seeing, you know, the media push each other at, you know, each other's throats. It's a fucked up world to be in, okay? It's a place where, you know, when people talk about the dangers of like misinformation, that really is the prime example, okay? To see people raised in an environment where they're effectively taught that you guys should just be enemies. When at the end of the day, all right, like, what is really the big cultural difference, right? When I was growing up, a lot of the Pakistani families, they were watching movies from Bollywood, okay? We were all watching the same people on TV. We were all watching the same movies.
This is exactly my point.
You know, there are so many Pakistani comedians, like I think it was Omar Sharif, that like ended up going to India, just straight up roasting Indians in front of other Indian like comics. And people were just having a laugh. You know, it's like, these are two
like
people
there really,
realistic.
There really is no reason why it's not one nation, but the thing is, anyone who wants to see that greater nation where it's all united is their race dominant on the top of that nation.
Yes.
It's not a unity ideology, which is what Jinnah had. Is more of a unity thing, even though he also didn't because he couldn't unify with India.
True.
Particularly have always been able to have a laugh with each other, but it just seems like there's a group amongst all of these sects that just keep pushing for, you know, this hatred and anger with each other. And this hatred and anger eventually will lead to a point where, you know, all these wars that we're looking at, they'll eventually become so big that the entire world will have to kind of fucking pay attention to it. I really hope nothing escalates here. Again, like, it's one of my biggest stresses. Obviously, outside of YouTube, I'm mostly giving a shit about my family. And I mostly care about the connections and ties that I have. And, you know, I really hope at some point the family WhatsApp group, you know, the 100 people that exist in it, you know, I hope it doesn't go dark. I hope all this stuff gets resolved pretty peacefully. But we live in crazy times. And sometimes it's crazy to see yourself on your home country's national news being used to roast the other person. I feel like I live in fucking clown world. And honestly, like, this video is kind of a roller coaster. Like, I'm trying to, I want to have a laugh with every video I make. Like, I really do. But Sometimes reality just kind of sets in, and I hope the best. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
My German is pre-industrial and mostly religious.
Oh, judgment is nigh, but the Belschnickel ist I.
You know how they say some people were born to be bad? Well, I was born to be Belschnickel.
Americans love celebrating their roots, even if those roots come from ancestors generations or centuries ago. The St. Patrick's Day party for Irish Americans in New York City is legendary. In many aspects, it's kind of hard to...
That shit ain't for Irish Americans, it's for everyone. We should have more holidays like it. Even though it has nothing to do with Irish identity or anything like that. It's just like, hey, reason to drink and things are green today.
Yeah. Wear green. Pinch you if you don't wear green.
Ah.
Gotta be careful. Butters will get you.
to tell where Italian American heritage ends and Boston begins. Heck, we even visited a German Christkindlmarkt over the holidays while in Chicago. But if there's one surefire way to enrage a European, it's to say something like this.
Mother is half Norwegian, half Irish. And 23andMe had told me so.
Who is St. Patrick?
That's a great question.
No answer?
No.
All the Americans are all...
If Europeans are mad about that...
Weak.
Yeah.
Soft Europeans. Well, you also get mad that Australia wins Eurovision?
That's like, getting to the point where it's like, wow, maybe the Italians are white, they're European. They want to cry over everything. My culture, my culture. It's not your culture. Like, he said his mother's from different countries, he was born here. That's, who cares? Who cares that he hasn't read the history of the countries that his family left?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Over here. Oh my God, I love this. I love Ireland. They doing my...
So why is heritage so important to Americans? And why is this weird hyphenate of German American, Irish American, and Polish American so pervasive in the USA, but in other nations with similar migratory histories like Canada and Australia, not so much? Well,
Racial purity.
Let's take a look. Alexis de Tocqueville marveled in 1840. You hardly meet an American who does not want to be connected a bit by his birth to the first settlers of the colonies. Yet despite that love for heritage and legacy, Americans still love being American. As both a nationality and an identity, for many it is both a point of pride and an invisible...
I don't know if that quote really works there, because the real question is when Americans stop referring to themselves as English.
Visible scarlet letter. For better or for worse, it defines us when we travel abroad. But what I have also found equally as interesting is just how much other cultures also play into the American history and American experience today. Around 75,000 people every year attend Germanfest in Milwaukee. The city of Chicago dyes an entire river green for St. Patrick's Day. And in North Carolina, a crowd of over 30,000 tartan-clad men and women flock together for their own Highland Games. millions of US citizens can provide heartfelt and well-sourced accounts of their Swedish, German, Ukrainian, Dutch, Polish, Belarusian, Irish, Italian, or Scottish ancestries, sometimes down to the county or even village levels of granularity. Yet for the vast majority...
Okay. Now... those festivals came about existing because settlements who left their home country were homesick. They didn't feel included in the American identity.
Is that actually why?
I mean, yeah, that's why these types of things happen.
Yeah.
You know, and then you'll see racist online. Like, they were crying about... they're always crying about, you know, some immigrant holding some sort of parade or pride thing.
Yeah.
You know? And it's like, okay, you literally buy Oktoberfest beer here. Like, the moment there's a German festival in America, that is not a German festival, it is American German. It's like, to remember something that becomes a custom in America. It starts out as missing the homeland, but it becomes a strictly American custom.
Well, I mean,
Majority of them, their connection...
Look at like Chinatowns and shit. They're fucking everywhere, but it's not Chinese culture. It's the westernized Chinese culture. It's diaspora trying to get something to remind them of home. It makes sense. So it's I don't know. It kind of reminds me. I saw one of the propaganda pages post this,
and that old guy's crying like, it's because they said, I love Ireland. People also love Japan because of anime.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, shut up, Euro. Like, that was not an Irish person. That was a European.
Yeah, and this is like, I don't know. It's just like and it reminds me of this, like one of the propaganda pages posted this thing. The source was the Global Times, but it was global soft power influence. China was number 4 apparently, and they're like, oh well, it's because there's so many Chinatowns, and Japan is basically China because they stole the language and all this shit. It's like, no, not at all. That's not soft power. Like, Japan is all soft power. Anime, culture is all soft power. And they also claim that China has these massive cultural exports. Where? Like, Japan is the soft power empire. They are untouched. Even America doesn't come close.
To the ancestry is often generations removed, and the vast majority of them don't actually speak the native language anymore. Don't believe me? Well, take a look at some of these numbers. The 2020 census results showed that nearly 45 million Americans self-identify as either German alone or in combination with another ancestry.
Weird.
Yet, in the United States, the German language has been on the decline for over a century, from over 2 million in 1910 to only about 1.1 million now. And full disclosure, my family...
Wow, 1910, more people spoke German, you tell me, huh?
Is it something to do with colonialism, maybe?
I'm just saying, like, this America, because of the way it is settled, you could bring over your entire family.
Yeah.
You know, and have your own family neighborhood. And that's how it starts.
Fits squarely in that box. My family has always celebrated its German-American history. My grandfather, for example, despite being a third-generation American and only knew how to count to 10 and swear in German, although don't get me wrong, a very useful skill, he always preferred to have German shepherds on the farm and named them Heinrich, Max, and Fritz. Seriously.
Hitler!
But again, this is something I think is actually a truly uniquely made in America phenomenon. Other countries like Australia and Canada have a lot in common with the US. Both are similarly wealthy countries, spacious and migrant built. And yet, neither of those settler societies seem quite as prone to hyphenation or ancestor worship. And because I happen to mention Canada, I actually feel like this is a good point that I stop the video just for a second, because I'm sure these comments are coming. French Canadian really should not be considered on the same level as German American or Polish American, because that identity and that label specifically comes from a very different history. French Canadian is actually an exonym, a name given by the Anglophones to the French populations of the former French colony of Canada.
You fool! The Anglicans did this to everyone. That's why there's the hyphens to begin with. No, Quebec is not special here. Come on! Fucking Louisiana is also French.
These people only called themselves Canadians back then, and for many years had no idea that they were French Canadians, since there was no need to specify that this is how the term Canadian had to be interpreted because it was so obvious. But nowadays, it's mostly francophones outside of Quebec that use the term Canadiens Français, or it's Anglophones that use the term in English. It is rarely used in Quebec by the populations that this term is meant to call these days. In other words, French Canadians don't actually describe a group of immigrants who came to Canada. In fact, I think most French Canadians would say that they actually have a monopoly on the term Canadian. But that was very much not the case in the United States, where immigrants from other countries who came to the US who were not from England were given these hyphenated descriptions dating all the way back to the 17th century. There always existed a kind of hierarchy of otherness, which immigrants were more acceptable and therefore more respected in mainstream America.
Lady!
The white.
How are you not identifying that it was the Anglicans that othered the French Canadians? You're recognizing them as different, and now you're saying there's always been this hyphen. How are you not making the connection here?
Culture. And naturally, when you experience otherness in a new land, it's common to congregate together in new neighborhoods, villages, and townships where people looked like you and spoke like you. We had Little Italy and Chinatown in New York. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin for many, many years, the city actually had 3 newspapers, 2 of which were published in German. And I can't help but think that it's partially because of that hierarchy, as well as the need or want to gather together, that perpetuated this hyphenate distinction in American culture. And it's also why today, some people will reach across an ocean to figure out who they are and spend thousands on online subscriptions and DNA tests in order to learn more. It's often said that genealogical research is the second most popular hobby in the United States, after gardening, and the second most popular search category online, after porn. Now, for sure, those claims should probably be taken with a grain of salt. But it is true that over 26 million Americans have taken genealogy DNA tests since 2012. And the genealogical behemoth Ancestry, which boasts more than 3 million subscribers and the nation's largest genetic database, was purchased for $4.7 billion in 2020. So perhaps then it's probably not surprising to most of you that of course it would be in the United States that the world's largest ancestry record depository is also found there. A mile into Utah's Little Cottonwood Canyon heading east from Salt Lake City, several concrete arches open into the face of a mountain, behind doors designed to
I was trying to find this twink. from Taiwan, but I couldn't remember his name. And I scrolled by this video, and I was like, what the? And I go, wow, I gotta see the comments on this one.
Is it a llama butt?
Oh, just yeah. And the first comment, can we get a warning? I'm just scrolling, and all of a sudden there's a lamussy in my face.
Are you away on one of your
Jesus Christ, it's not even 7 a.m.
Are you well enough?
Lamussy up for grabs to anybody.
Fucking hell.
Smearing her labia on the fence like the queen she is. Had no idea some lemonussy was gonna pop up on my feed today. It's all my fault for paying my phone bill, honestly. Why is it waving at me?
That's awesome.
I just don't remember exactly what this Twink's page was.
I'm not even sure who you're talking about.
It's this Taiwan twink that I just started following. And I thought his name was like Weijin or something. It's not letting me full screen. You're gonna have to fix that. I tried dragging it. I can't. I tried to put the game as full screen. It's doing this shit.
Is that better?
Yeah. It wasn't letting me drag it.
He always does this. What did you follow him on?
No, it's on Instagram, but he made this really funny video about how he's being drafted into the military.
Go to your following list and sort it by recent.
Oh, good idea.
Only Instagram does this, by the way.
How do I sort it? Do I have to do it on my phone?
You might have to do it on your phone.
Yeah, Instagram doesn't have a very good desktop version.
No, they don't. This car body feels less
Oh, you switched car bodies again?
Yeah. This is... Wait, I'll show you what I have.
I knew there was Weijin in his name. I just couldn't remember if there was X's or something.
Yep, there's neither I lost.
Blast.
There's like death.
Okay. I found it. I think it's this video. Oh, now it won't let me share my screen.
Cleanup crew.
Why can't I show my screen now?
I don't fucking know.
Why is it like this? It's clearly displaying the source. Okay. It doesn't show anything for me. It's just showing like a purple background. I think it's this video. Oh, now it won't let me share my screen. It's also like echoing now. I don't understand why I can't like just have it be normal.
It's only you that has this problem.
Yeah, I should be able to see what I'm screen sharing. But it's not showing me shit. Okay, now it's working. But it's Instagram, so the page starts muted. And you can't rewind the reel.
Fuck you mean I have to go to the Taiwanese military? Like, ain't no fucking way. Y'all want my 5'2" petite little gay ass. Pew. Pew. What am I gonna do against China? Oh my god. Bad enough I already got deported. Now I have to serve. And not serve, like serve. Y'all telling me no exceptions? Y'all, this is me before the military. This is me after. Me when I come out. Actually, I'll probably still come out like this given like Taiwanese genetics. But y'all know what I mean. So I'm literally cooked, so if anybody wants to hand me that citizenship, like, wipe me up, like, cause ain't no way I'm about to do a raid from Kaisenat. Bye, love y'all.
What a queen. That's great.
Oh, she's ailing. I'll cure her.
He said he got deported?
Yeah, I think he's just memeing though. I don't know if he's even in Taiwan. You know?
Do you want to change the YouTube title?
No. That don't matter.
Okay. India, Pakistan. Nuclear war fallout. Plus game.
Stand a nuclear strike through tunnels blasted 600 feet into the rock. In a vault that's another 700 feet down lies a trove stashed in steel cases. Not bullion or jewels, but microfilm. Millions of reels of it. They contain billions of images of genealogical documents, an estimated quarter of all vital records on Earth. And the collection is owned and operated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and is again, the largest physical archive of ancestry in the world. And these kind of records go part and parcel with another new phenomenon, ancestry tourism, which has become a booming industry, along with things like skiing vacations or whale watching vacations. In 2019, an Airbnb survey found that the share of people traveling to quote-unquote trace their roots worldwide had increased 500% since 2014. The governments of Germany and Scotland have websites devoted to heritage tourism. In Dublin, the Shelbourne Hotel's genealogy butler can research your Irish side, if you so please. And
Taiwan
tracing
flag.
our roots was something. Research your
Based Ireland?
I think
Irish side.
Huh?
I think technically my last name is Irish.
if you so please. And tracing our roots was something that Jonathan and I actually did a year and a half ago when we traveled to northern Germany. There really is something much more personal and deep than what's available to the typical tourist. Being able to trace down to the village or even the streets or heck house that our family once lived was an experience that was just unforgettable. And now, while I certainly can't speak for every American, when it comes to things like ancestry, there was really one quote that really resonated with me. In his 2013 history of American genealogy, Family Trees, historian Francois Weil wrote, "Family is, quote, refuge from the outside world in an ever-changing environment. It's easy to feel insignificant and listless in such a globalized world. But having a family to trace yourself back to, even if you really didn't know them personally, does help to ground you with the roots from where you've come from." And I don't think this has to be necessarily related to tracing yourself back to some king or fancy nobility. In fact, I think for a lot of Americans, tracing back your ancestry and celebrating that heritage is almost kind of a moral endeavor. A person could learn a lot from what his or her ancestors had done right or wrong. And reframed within the context of republicanism and democratic ideals, genealogical inquiry in a very real way is not just about celebrating the richest and most titled of our forebearers, but even the more humbler kind. And that's, to be honest, the kind of ancestral reckoning that I find extremely admirable. But listen, I also can fully get why maybe many Europeans see our American hyphenate tendencies to be a little bit cringy, right? Like calling myself German even though I'm not from Germany originally, I was not born here, is probably a little bit silly. American isn't a heritage in the same way that German, Irish, Polish, or Greek are. Unless, of course, you're Native American, but therein too lies a very important distinction. Don't get me wrong, the United States has done a decent job of creating its own distinct mainstream American culture. Despite how divided our politics might make us seem, we actually have a somewhat common ideal. We have our own sports and music and culture, and we have a somewhat common history.
I don't
Even the
understand
parts of that history that aren't shared by all
never sticks,
are still somehow made a part of our collective identity.
I clearly
and in a
mark
way,
it
that's
too.
the whole idea of the melting pot. And in the 18th, 19th, and early 20th centuries, the idea of the melting pot was certainly a helpful and appealing visual metaphor for a more united society and therefore a stronger national identity. But in reality, the melting pot was simply code for assimilation. For the ingredients in a pot to really melt together, the contributing elements would have to shed their individual characteristics, and thus...
Okay. Conflating a lot of history here. Okay? Now, remember earlier she was talking about how Milwaukee used to have German newspapers? Okay? So, she's probably gonna quote Roosevelt or something. And the quote is literally him saying, if you come to this country, learn the language. Literally the equivalent of saying that today. Okay? Like, Teddy Roosevelt was a good president for the time period. Yeah. He still massacred natives, saw them as inferior, you know, had many things. So, after World War II, the term melting pot is not referring to assimilation. There is no expectation or requirement that you assimilate to American culture. That's kind of the thing that has shined throughout American history, even though racists will say, come to this country, learn the language. So, when we look at this period where they're saying, learn the fucking language when you come here, but there was less English speakers at that time. They're printing newspapers in German in certain places, according to this video.
It's literally, hold on, wait. It's literally, right, having Chinese, like literally what I read before that status, talking about Chinese on buildings, all the signs were in English. Guess who the migrants are now? It's fucking Islamic, so Arabic, right? And Chinese. And guess what language is most common around here now? Crazy. If you go back to the 60s, when the immigrants were Europeans, I bet you there were a lot of European languages around, like Greek, like Italian, like German, like Russian, like Polish. I bet you there were a fucking lot of them. There are still
Like, this is why it's a
ethnic
big deal
social
that the
group
Trump
clubs.
admin made our national language English.
Mm.
Like, even when we had these people who literally thought you were only American if you were English, because they identified as English, not American. Like, the term melting pot, the thing is, she's thinking about it from a German perspective. And in Germany, you have way more stipulations to assimilate to German culture. That said, recently, because of the influx of Syrian refugees and stuff, there wasn't that expectation applied to that influx of refugees. Because the idea was always that they're going to go back where they came from when it settles down over there.
Yeah. But
That's how they sold to their fucking racist population that these people were going to come in. But they're not going back, you know?
No.
AFD lost.
It's communicating that assimilation and eventual.
But guess what? Guess what? Second generation of all these people that come in that don't assimilate, you think their kids aren't? Like, the kids assimilate because of public schooling and shit.
Yeah.
And they don't want to feel othered by the public school.
Homogeny, in fact, become necessary. And this leaves no room for those who dare not assimilate. A fact that was made painfully clear by a statement from Theodore Roosevelt in 1915, where he said, "The men who do not become Americans and nothing else are hyphenated Americans, and there ought to be no room for them in this country." And this melting
what an
pot
asshole.
metaphor was used prescriptively to suggest newly arrived immigrants quickly and completely assimilate into American society, leaving behind cultural values or beliefs that might clash too greatly with standard American values. But I think that's also maybe why I find
We
it
don't want no
extraordinarily
Sharia law
fascinating
here.
that today, these hyphenates of German American,
We
Polish
tolerate
American,
the
Irish
blacks.
American, African American, that these heritages are actually celebrated. Despite the push from some people in our country that still even up till today feel that newcomers need to leave behind their own cultures and adapt to this so-called quote-unquote American culture that quite frankly does not always absorb and certainly does not always honor elements of the cultures of those who join our society. Society goes back and forth between its preferences
Like
for
this
which
idea
version of global fusion
that,
is preferable. And certainly some
the Latin American immigrants are going to change the culture. Motherfucker, these neighborhoods like East LA, you know?
Yeah, it's all
like
Hispanic.
it's
I know
it's
I
all
stayed in
it's
East LA
always
when I was
been
there.
like it wasn't even immigration. You annexed that shit from Spain. Like, oh, how come they don't speak English? Oh, maybe because of the Mexican-American War, dillhole.
hyphenates find it easier to coexist in American society than others. Many would certainly rightfully argue that trying to figure out where German American ends and just simply American begins in the Midwest specifically is almost an impossible task. But that's kind of just it. To be American means that you kind of have to do something that you don't necessarily have to do in other countries. You have to figure out how exactly you fit into
No, you don't.
being...
This is such German perspective nonsense, bro. There's, like, if you come into this country, okay, and you're from Somalia, and you move next door to me, I'm gonna be like, why there and not Minnesota? You know what I mean? Like, there's already...
That's a fair question.
There's already cells and integrated communities for anyone. Like,
Tennessee,
fucking, if you're Kurdish, you're in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Knoxville, yep. I wish I knew when I stayed there. That would have been cool.
American. And that's something that even for those who are born inside the United States struggle with. Othering, racism, xenophobia, nativism, and discrimination are inherently related concepts that intersect and overlap and will therefore build upon or incorporate assumptions from one another. If you don't agree with mainstream American beliefs, you're missing one major component of that Americanism.
If you don't love America, get
out.
If you come from one of the many groups that
you
has been
don't love
marginalized
America,
by that,
get out. Cynical historian, I don't remember his exact quote, but he was like, it was something along the lines against patriots can criticize their country, nationalists can't, basically.
Yeah, that's a pretty good quote.
Because I was watching a video he did, because he did a video attacking the Alamo Museum, and he dives into this entire group that's a non-profit, that's like a god non-profit, that's, their whole point is to erase the crimes of slavery.
Nice.
And he also says, like, that's why, like, I don't have, like, when I say, like, I don't have time for white guilt,
yeah.
Right? So, there's, like, two responses of the guilt, and when you start denying it and you go into atrocity denial, it always has a microaggression of this, like, if it did happen, you deserved it, and I'd do it again, but it didn't happen.
that shared American history, whether it be because of your gender, class, ethnicity, skin color, or sexual orientation, it can be hard to see how you fit into America. And if you don't subscribe to the more mainstream American Christian religious canon, it can feel like you're not quite American.
You cannot separate
What?
God from politics. You can't take him out of our government.
So there's
what?
That's such a stupid statement. Most Americans,
very much a part of me that finds
reject
this
that.
otherness that exists in this hyphenate identity to be somewhat refreshing, even if it isn't quite as authentic as that first-person experience as many Europeans would probably like us to have if we use that label. Consider the
Fuck
identity
Europe.
phrase Irish American. It certainly is a step away from a purely country of origin.
So it's like, oh, they don't know anything about Ireland. Yeah, maybe because it fucking sucks. They left because they couldn't eat, man. They kept the parts of the culture that were really cool.
Origins identity. I'm Irish. But at the same time, it's a far distinction from the identity statement, I'm American. Yet, between those two poles lies more of an identity range that's commonly understood. And I think that the American identity is compatible with alternative identities. And it's in that mixture of identities within the United States that strengthens our nation rather than weakens it. And you know, quite frankly, at the end of the day, I would also wager that the big reason why many Americans just love to celebrate their heritage and identify as a particular group is also because it's also just sort of fun. Our modern media zeitgeist has cemented some of our favorite stories and characters within the context of hyphenate American heritage. One trip to Walt Disney's Epcot illustrates that even if it's not the real thing, it can still be a fun destination in its own right. And just like the fun of exploring cultures and customs at the World's Fair of past, today there are thousands of local festivals that take place across the country, from the Christkindlmarkt in Chicago to Mardi Gras in New Orleans or Bastille Day in Milwaukee, that celebrates heritage and cultures from around the world. often presented by immigrant families using ingredients and recipes brought with them from their own homeland, or passed down lovingly from generation to generation. You know, I grew up in Central Illinois, and one of my absolute favorite times of year was when it was the state fair. Yeah, I know, I'm a little country in that regard, but one of the best places to visit at the state fair in Springfield, Illinois is for sure the Village of Cultures. You can try food, listen to music,
Isn't Illinois
and see
State
customs and
Fair
traditions.
one of the good ones, though? There's only a few that are, like, good. And I don't know if Illinois is the top one in the Great Lakes region. Like, I want to say... Yeah. Pretty sure...
You were telling a story.
Yeah, that's the one. It might be... Can't be Wisconsin. It's got to be Chicago.
You're telling the
but
story.
it could be Michigan. Of the... I just know here, it's New York. If you're in the Northeast, that's the state fair to go to.
From around the world. And again, here it's also often prepared and presented by first-generation hyphenate Americans. My neighbors actually from down the street in my neighborhood were the ones who ran the Indian booth at the Village of Cultures for years and years, and their food was always one of the big highlights. And while Indian heritage was not my heritage, it was really lovely to connect with them over something that is so close to their identity, whether it was their food or their music. It was sort of made it seem like the world was a little bit of a smaller and friendlier place. And I got to know them as who they authentically feel, and through the foods that they authentically love. And I think that's something that we all could probably use a little bit more of these days. So yeah, while being Irish American certainly probably doesn't make you Irish, in the same way that my family being German American doesn't automatically make me German.
It's different. It's different for Italians and Irish. You know, you can't sit with us, German girl. But the thing is that normally, you know, it's all for the Italians. It's always the grandparents, right? Mm-hmm. They're still very connected to the home country, even though they may not have been back since they left.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with, like, Ireland. But, like, obviously, the last two generations, this has really, really fallen off.
Mm.
But, like, I can tell you that Italians quite frequently see themselves as Italian first. Less so in my generation, though. But, like, you go to a guy's restaurant here, because we have so much Italian restaurants, right?
I think we might make it.
And it's always like, Antonio's! Antonio's is like a fucking white guy. You know?
Yeah, he's Italian.
Well, yeah, I just mean, like, he's not even talking like, you know, like an Italian chef or anything. You know?
Okay.
A great example is, do you know, Frenchie, the chef in New York, who's, like, on that one...
No.
He's like one of the best French chefs in America. And you'll be like, that guy's French? That guy's a French chef? What is it called?
The big ship.
Let me see. His name is...
What?
This guy's name.
Although I will be applying for German citizenship later this year. I can definitely understand why this is such an important part of many families' identities. But let me know what you think down in the comments below. Do you
Okay, one of the best French chefs in New York. You ready for this? You're gonna be like, wow, that is a guy from New York. And this is like French food. It's not French American either.
Proper.
Put us on the map. A little bit of clarified butter, because French people love to cook with butter. I'm seasoning. Look at that. This is my Pat LaFrieda blend. We call it the Denim Blue blend. All good. That goes right here, right on the grill. We don't touch that. We leave it alone. We're not gonna squish it. We're not gonna try and move it around. We're gonna let it sit there real nice, okay guys? While that's cooking, I love Thomas's English muffin. Look at all, nooks and crannies like they like to say, okay? Instead of a traditional bun, some like to say it's not a hamburger if it's not, but here, my dad always made them, so it's perfect. I season that, a little bit of that, just like that.
It's so funny seeing him act like this on the news. Because, like, you know how kitchens are.
Yeah.
He's really doing the family-friendly version of himself.
Secret weapon. This is the onion soup cheese I'm going to put right on top of that. So as we're cooking, I'm mindful of my burger. I'm letting the grill lines mark up, and I'm toasting up the English muffin. This is my other secret. This is the bechamel mornay. It's a cheese sauce, basically. A French cheese sauce. Mornay. Sauce mornay. Okay. So we got our muffins ready. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. While I'm doing that, I'm just going to flip that over. Perfect. And look at those grill marks right there. Look at that. That's perfect. And here, nice shape.
God, that
rolled
looks
it
good.
out, shaped it. Perfect cheese slice on top of that. That's going right there. I'm going to bring that right on top.
I've ever seen.
Here's
is putting
another
a slice of
ingredient as we're
shitty
going.
cheese
Put a little mustard on the bottom. Not
on
too
a
much.
supreme
Not too
piece of
much.
steak.
Magic time. Here we go. Look at that, guys. Look
That
at
wasn't
that.
shitty cheese.
Look at that nice crisp.
It fucking better
See,
not
nice
be.
and crispy. Bring that
No,
out.
some artisan cheese.
Pop it right on top
It's
of
one
that
of these
mustard.
places that give you the fries in a metal cup, you know?
I hate it. You know what I
Dude,
really hate?
Boom.
Is when pubs do
I got
like
my
a
freshly
pot and
made
parma,
onion confit right
give you
here.
the chips, and then put the fucking parma on the chips.
These are onions.
Put them
So
on the
these are
side.
reduced
You're a fucking
in
pub
cognac
cunt. You're not a
overnight. I
5-star
let them
restaurant.
sit. I put that right on top
Give me
there.
them
Look
fucking-
at
I don't
that.
want
Times
soggy
for the cheese
fucking
sauce.
chips.
Now get up close on this, okay, guys? Look at that.
You seeing this
Look at
camera
that.
guy?
That's a lot of calories.
Boom. Perfection.
God, that looks good.
How much do you think it is?
$47 US. Was that close?
Well, it's a nice restaurant, so it's gonna take a minute to find their prices.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like menu. Prices aren't on the menu. We're fancy.
Mhm.
Add $15.
Where's John?
What?
Where's John?
What do you want?
It's his boat.
Oh, where'd you find that?
In a basket somewhere. I was looking for a glue stick. Do you have one?
I don't. Don't lose that.
No. Where's John?
I don't know where he is. He's probably in the box somewhere.
That's why I kept these boat because I probably went meaning to.
They got Grubhub, so aha.
Yeah.
You have him in the bed with you?
No, I don't know where he is. He'll be in a box somewhere.
Where the fuck is the burger? Burger.
Buzzer.
Burger. Burger. French onion soup burger. It's $32.
Okay.
That's outrageous.
So about 47 Australian. So I was pretty much right.
That's fucking outrageous.
$50 for a burger. That's fucking crazy. Like, you can miss me with that shit. Like, I'll go Macca's. I'll get a quarter pounder. Not at the moment though. We hate Macca's. Where the fuck is this project?
Yeah. But like, let's show me now.
Okay. Frenchie, there's a very specific reason why I waited this long to bring you on. Chef Brian Tsao here, not your typical chef, owner, you along with in episodes. Chef,
I am Chef Paul. I'm the owner of Le Rivage Restaurant on
Jack's
Restaurant
just a
Row in
floating
Manhattan, right in the middle of the theater district. And let me tell you, I missed you so much.
Me too.
And I am happy to be here today. So can we not waste time and like...
Oh, yes. Okay, so Paul wanted to...
imbibe, tell you that.
So, have you ever heard of Cooking with Jack?
No.
Good. Now, you've made a French onion soup.
The editing on this is so tight.
No, there's...
Like, that comedic timing was so good.
It's going to be a good episode, I can tell you that.
So, have you ever heard of Cooking with Jack?
No.
Good. Now, you've made a French...
See, like, they cut the pause out.
Yes.
You hear it, you see it, every word there jumped, but that fucking flowed together so much better.
Onion soup once or twice before.
I've made a couple in my lifetime.
So you've made a couple of French onion soups during your time. In fact, please tell the audience about your signature dish.
Person of mine, you know, but...
No, actually, you know what? I'm stopping here because...
The lime green paint on the wall? Is that what you want to focus on?
No. Frenchie.
The red curtains?
Frenchie, focus on the cooking.
Okay.
Okay, please? Okay. All right? Don't get me canceled.
Okay, no.
All right, thank you.
So no commentary on people, geography, just the food.
Just the food. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will attempt this. It's got this special effects. So gotta give him that.
Hey, how you doing? Jack Scalfani here, and welcome back to the show. You're cooking with Jack, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a pretty complex recipe.
The whole point is, onion soup is not supposed to be complex. The whole point, it's like the most dumb recipe. It's a midnight mass recipe for Christmas where you're supposed to throw in together in under 10 minutes, and it's supposed to work out for you. It's not supposed to be complex.
I love that you clarified that right from the beginning. I try to be neutral on this channel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but you definitely bring out something fucking mean in me. For sure, I know.
Ingredients.
Let's look at the ingredients here. He's got some beef broth.
Where?
The canned beef broth.
Oh, okay.
The Swansons.
Can't even see him.
Okay, Swansons. Okay.
Now, typically you'll make it with chicken stock, right? How do you make your French onion soup?
At this point, any good stock that's been reduced properly will work.
Okay.
Beef, veal, pork.
Great.
But
so we got beef broth here. It looks like Dijon mustard behind there. I don't know what's next to the Dijon in those boxes. On the other side of the Dijon, or what I'm assuming is Dijon, Grey Poupon. So I guess...
Wait a second. Are you looking at this video for the first time?
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't get
okay
on
then.
everything.
So it's a discovery.
Yeah, it's a discovery.
It's a process.
It's a process. We're breaking this.
I'm sorry. I didn't
bring the mic closer to you again, please.
But I want to be comfy. You see how I do? I got my thing, my swinging. Am I in focus here?
Yes. Sony's got great autofocus.
Am I ruining the magic of the?
No, you're probably making more magic. Listen, back to the video. I don't know.
Huh?
You're not allowed to get poop on everything.
What do you mean?
Grey Poupon.
Oh.
You know, get poop on everything.
See, but they're actually
not funny
in the
anymore.
same room.
They are.
Yeah, they're literally just sitting at a table across from each other.
What the hell's in that clear plastic container?
I'm pretty sure probably not anymore, but I'm pretty sure he edited all the videos too. This chef over here.
He's got some white wine, and in front of that, I'm assuming, is butter and onions. Is he missing anything? Has he got too much? You know, I've made many French onion soups before. It's actually one of my favorite things to make, but from Frenchie's perspective.
Well, listen, I've veered off from the classic recipe because, like, people are paying for it. So the original recipe is really like
Jack
a stupid
is literally
recipe.
just
it's a
disappearing
dumbed-down
into the
recipe
background.
that's like it's quickly made. It's like a poor man's.
Like if you're
broth
gonna
of-
use it,
of
you
a
gotta
soup.
be in frame.
But you know, and I've improved on it, and,
Well,
and hopefully
there's
every
nothing I
French
can do
restaurant
because
has
I'm playing
done that
the
because
game,
the
and
original
the game
soup
is
is
not on my
like it's a
laptop.
one and done thing.
So then
you can't
don't use
save
the
it.
background
it
that
doesn't
makes
last.
you
It doesn't,
disappear.
you know. So this looks more of like an Americanized already from what I see in the abundance of stuff on that table there.
Okay,
It's gonna-
but tell us what is in a classic, the dumb version of French onion soup that you're talking about.
stock, onions, wine.
That's
End
it.
of story.
End of story. That's
Salt, pepper, obviously,
Right.
but that's it.
Yes, I got Parmesan and
Oh.
grape.
Wait. Parmesan from where?
Parmesan. That plastic container is
But
Parmesan.
is there gonna be more cheese?
We have to keep watching.
And Swiss cheese and butter and broth.
Wait,
and,
he said Swiss cheese, right?
Yeah, he said Swiss cheese.
Okay.
Hey, if you don't mind, make sure you hit the thumbs up, and if you're not
Okay.
already, make
my old man.
Okay?
What a
Because I don't know
brander.
if you've ever had French onion soup, but inside the soup on the top is a layer of bread. And we're going to cut it. We're going to toast this in the oven and get it kind of stale. Get it as hard as we can because
Stale.
when we put it in the French onion
Or
soup, we don't
toasted,
want it
I
to
think
get
is what
soggy
he
right
meant.
away.
It's gonna toast it to get it stale.
So let's cut this bread up. We'll get this French onion soup started. Come on in close. Let's do it.
All right.
Listen. Technically, you're supposed to get rid of the old bread and the stale bread, and there's one way of getting rid of it because it's a cheap soup, and you're supposed to get rid of. But if you're doing something, if you want to go out of your way, toasting it is actually like okay. That's extra points. You're making fresh croutons.
Okay,
You're making fresh croutons. For me, that's a plus.
Okay, all right.
And let's toast those bad boys. Get them nice and hard. And then
Nice and hard.
That's what. Never mind.
Calls for 6 onions, about 3 pounds worth. We're gonna get 6 cloves of garlic out of here, and we're gonna slice the garlic, and we're gonna cut up the onions.
Garlic. I'm not a big fan of the garlic. If it's going,
flag
if it's
is eating
if you're
him.
doing it
I know, it's
traditionally,
really
you have
pissing
time
me
enough
off.
For to get the proper way. No garlic.
No garlic. Okay, no garlic. All right.
I mean, listen. I've
what
seen
I
it.
do.
I've seen it with the
I
garlic.
cut off almost.
but for
well,
me,
I
no.
cut the end off one end.
I respect that.
You're putting
The other
yourself at
end,
risk with the
I cut
garlic
almost
because you
the
could
whole
fuck that
thing.
up.
Right, because it can burn.
Look at me sounding professional. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
That
it's-
was like some good advice.
Yeah, I almost thought you were a different person for a second.
Okay, let's go. You
Said it
already
like that.
fucked it up.
Yeah.
But like, let's show me now.
Okay.
Really is the most New York person ever.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Do you
I
mind?
told you, man. That's an authentic French chef.
No, not at all. They're not at all. All right, let me cap this because I'm already getting tips.
Really? Wait. Then before you cap it, give me mine.
All right. To clarify what Paul's talking about, Jack cut off the root end, and when you're working with onions, you never cut off the root end because that's what's holding everything together. And the moment you try to start processing this onion with the root end cut off, it's going to fall apart.
Cry too. You're going to cry.
Then you're gonna cut slices, basically like this. Some thick, fairly thick slices.
Okay, so we gotta spend more time
onions?
cooking.
Okay, yes. Clarify what Paul's saying here is, listen, generally for the onions, you want to cut them thinner. You're increasing the surface area, and you're going to expose more of
Just
the...
love the. You gotta spend more time cooking. It's like a multi-level insult. It's saying you should cook more because you can't cut onions, but also those onions are thick. They're gonna take a while to cook.
onion to the hot pan, thus having an easier time caramelizing. If you cut it that thick, the edges are going to get caramelized much quicker than the center. So that is why you generally want to cut on the thinner side.
Thank you for translating. Am I not speaking English?
You're not clarifying. You're not.
Yeah, it's not my job. That's your job, not primarily now. Okay, next.
All right.
Be much, but just enough to saute the onions and garlic. Okay, well the butter's melting.
I would cut it a little bit to give it a higher heat factor, you know? Like maybe a little bit of olive oil. But French people would not do that, so traditionally he's right. But now I cheat by, giving it a higher heat level with,
Right, so...
either clarified butter.
When you're using pure butter like that, what Paul's talking about, by cheating, he's going to add some plain olive oil, right? Not extra virgin, right? Olive oil, which has a higher smoke point, so it's going to be able to withstand a much higher cooking temperature. Am I correct?
Oh, so we're doing
Frenchie?
like an educational thing.
Well, I try to, you know, but you're like, do you know how hard that was to say?
I thought you were
just
trying
now?
to be entertaining. Oh, okay. Okay, so if you need me to, okay, like if we're doing Cooking 101, then sign me up. Yeah.
Give it a head
I'm
start
not in
because once
with
the
it.
onions
I'm not
come in,
part
they're
of
going
the
to take
garlic.
over.
Okay, you're not
So
part of
just
the
give
garlic club.
Garlic just a minute.
As much as I love
Put in
garlic.
your onions.
That, by the time you brown those onions, that garlic is
singed.
Make sure your flame is too high. I think mine might be a little too hot. So.
Do you think he's overcrowding the pan?
Oh no, not at all. I would actually get a little pan and create some, height on that pan.
Yo, you can curse.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Jordan, the editor, or what wonderful editor Jordan.
bleeps it out?
He did have an editor.
Yes.
That's wonderful. I need someone like that 24/7.
Real quick, if you're enjoying this video and want to see more, there's actually an extended version available on my Patreon. That's right. Be sure to visit.
It should all be the same color. If you got
Bro is
multiple
produced
colors
as fuck.
going,
He
you're heading
interrupts
in the
more
right,
than Ben
in the wrong
Shapiro.
direction.
See all that brown goodness on the bottom? Look at all that.
Just
brown goodness. It's beautiful.
the image of him just dumping all those onions in, where it looked like I think he only cut a fourth of them. You know, the rest he's like, fuck it. That took too long to even cut him down from there. Just fucking literally dumping these onions in a pan, and it's like immediately filling the entire pan.
He loves his onions.
It's so funny. You have the butter there to cook them. You think you're cooking that top layer, bro? So all you're doing is keeping it so they'll never get to heat, because you'll probably stir them because only the bottom layer is cooking. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ, my man.
That's going to get lifted up right now with the white wine we're going to put in.
Oh, that brown goodness! I had a zinger there too,
white wine
and that I can't say on your goddamn show.
Don't fucking get me canceled, please. All right, he's saying he's gonna put the white wine now to deglaze. I'm not sure if he knows what that means. Are those onions, in your opinion, nearly brown enough?
Not even close. But how do you push through this though? You gotta do the whole show. You gotta go through the whole video. It's already.
That's kind of the point, my friend. Yeah. Frenchie, there's a very specific reason why I waited this long to bring you on. Because the people have been loving these guest appearances by my chef buddies, but I have been waiting.
We're gonna simmer this, so I gotta lower this right away.
Is the Asian dude a chef as well?
Get that down to a simmer.
Yeah. I think both of them have been on Iron Chef.
Okay.
There we go. Much better.
No.
You want to burn it? Just.
Hey, feel free to tell me to stop anytime if you want to comment. You know what we need to do is we need to do a French onion soup video. We need to show the people how it's done.
Yeah, and it should be. And again, the root of the soup is celebratory. It's supposed to be like you came back from midnight mass, for Christmas, and you had no time to do anything else. You made this. This was the recipe that was created because you had no time. You had to get something on the table real quick. You had that done, and most people were poor back then. They had the bread that they threw that in, and that was it. This is root peasant food. This was midnight mass celebratory. That's how I remember it. I could be wrong. Not that a French chef would admit that, but
It's time to put the last few
he's
ingredients
not beautiful.
in.
No.
3 cups of chicken broth.
Wait, he had beef broth earlier.
Or maybe we just said that.
This may not all
It was
fit.
in the can.
It's gonna be
in the can?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna put in.
Put in
put
what?
the mustard in first, just in case. It's...
Wait.
Unleash!
Wait.
Unleash Chef Paul!
Why is it mustard? Just because it's French, it's going to go into the goddamn soup? French mustard? The only reason he's putting this
one
mustard
teaspoon
in
of
is because it's
Dijon
French.
mustard?
Just because it's French doesn't mean it goes into every f***ing recipe. Oh no, bro, you're far from okay. You are far from okay. What?
Beef broth.
Okay, well, that's a good ingredient, but it's too little too late.
It all fit. Da, 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 da. Okay, you can let this simmer for another 20
all
minutes.
fit,
Then we're
he
gonna
said.
season with salt and pepper.
But like, I got that
Then we're
flavor in my mouth now. I got the Dijon mustard in my mouth with the stock. It's like I don't even have to taste it. I know what it's producing in my mouth already. I mean, that is no good.
I mean, this is like, you know, Jamie Oliver, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Jamie Oliver does a lot of this with his Asian cuisine. He just like fucking puts soy sauce and fish sauce into just because it's Asian.
But he's British. Why are you watching him?
Well, to watch him it up.
Okay, this still has about 10 minutes left of simmering.
10
but I just
minutes
took a
more of
sneak little
simmering.
Sip of it and,
So what? There was a
it's a little
45
bland.
original minutes, right?
For the sauteing.
And then another 10 minutes. Put it to bed.
So it says do a little salt and pepper for flavoring. So I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah, let's make
so
sure
it
we get our
cooks in.
flavoring
I'm
from
not
the
gonna wait till
pepper.
the end.
Stop.
There you go.
Okay.
A little salt.
Salt, good idea.
Just to kick up the taste a little bit.
Yes, kick it up.
Actually, I think I've reacted to many of his videos. I think this is the first time I'm seeing him put salt on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Legit.
Then, and it's going to be absolutely beautiful. That ought to just top it off. Oh, yeah.
Wait,
look how
why is there a
beautiful
plate?
that is. Look at that.
A paper plate.
It's just gorgeous. You can totally smell all the seasoning in there. The garlic, the onions just are amazing, and the white wine. All right, we're gonna plate this now.
We're gonna plate it. I mean, plate it, or is he gonna assemble it? Is that what he's gonna do?
I don't know. Because later on, we're gonna put on a
What?
cookie sheet. We don't want to burn the cheese onto the cookie sheet.
We're burning the
So let's
cheese.
plate it first here. I'll show you how to do this. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do.
Okay.
Is we're gonna fill this container with soup.
You can call it soup, babe, all you want. For all eternity. It ain't gonna make it so.
Remember the bread? Remember the bread I told you about? Yep, that's right. You're gonna set it right in there. Then you're gonna take some cheese. You're gonna cover the entire top with this.
Folks, the best part of this dish so far is this goddamn Swiss cheese. And let's pray to God that it really is Swiss cheese. Because I'll see when it melts what it looks like. I'll tell you.
We're going to sprinkle.
That's
interesting. No. No.
Kind of fill the holes on the side.
What the f is Parmesan cheese doing on top of another cheese on top of so-called soup?
All right, for your soup, what cheeses do you put on?
A Gruyere, which is like a French,
Yeah.
Swiss. But listen, you can...
Do you need more
No,
whiskey?
I got my
Okay,
glass
all
here,
right.
but like...
Buddy, it's good to see you.
So there you go. They're all cheese.
So how is the
breaded,
Swiss cheese
and
gonna melt
it just
or
smells
get
like-
crusty from the Parmesan cheese on top of it? So you gotta burn through the Parmesan
Yes,
cheese
correct.
to get to the Swiss.
And the Parmesan cheese is already much drier than the
Yeah,
Swiss.
so that's gonna just carbonize.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
We'll use it for
I'll make
today.
that work.
Okay. But does he still have the label on him?
Wait.
Do you see this?
No.
Yeah.
Where?
Look, the side. Where my mouse cursor is. That's...
Well, when that burns, that'll add to the flavor. It's called smoking, people. We are gonna smoke these onion soups. And the glue, ooh, even better. Holy sh**. Wait a second.
Look how beautiful that looks. Oh, the cheeses smell great. The Swiss and the Parmesan.
Wait a
mixed
second.
together.
Waiting. I'm waiting.
What trick did he play on us here?
Doesn't look terrible.
Doesn't look
It's not
terrible. I
hard.
gotta say, it doesn't look terrible. Okay. So the oil, so he
Don't
used,
try his food.
You'll
get
I'll
food
tell you
poisoning.
how he wins.
True.
He used a cheap Swiss cheese. And what happens to cheap Swiss cheese when you broil it? The oil seeps out of it. The oil actually drenched the Parmesan cheese and toasted it.
Oh, the bread even softened.
Oh
up.
yeah, congrats. There, I told you as soon as he cuts into it.
Oh, wait.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Here. Look at that.
Okay.
Me.
That's beautiful. There's
Hey,
onion, garlic, and cheese.
Okay, that cheese was melty. There was a crust, We have to admit here,
Listen,
we
I would
predicted
totally
wrong.
eat that.
Yeah.
You know how you go to McDonald's when you're super drunk? I would do that at that same moment.
Okay. Okay.
And I would enjoy it.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, you guys heard it. You know, real French chef here, real Frenchy. Yeah, can you prove that you're French? Can you say something in French? You know, because you don't have an accent. I don't think people are going to believe you.
Je m'appelle Paul Denamiel et je suis le chef du restaurant Le Rivage.
That was pretty hot.
That's sexy, right?
Yeah, I'm soaking right now.
Oh. You wouldn't be the first, and you're definitely not the last. Listen, that actually looks like a good bite.
Yeah, it does.
You know? It ain't onion soup, though.
I mean, listen, his onions were definitely cut way too big. I don't hate the wine, though, okay? Parmesan, not a huge fan of, but I guarantee you that toasted Parmesan on there will taste delicious.
In comparison to...
All that just because of hyphen Americans, huh?
That's what we got to?
I mean, it was just, he's a funny guy, bro.
I mean, cooking with Jack stuff is always great.
That guy is like his Ghazi. He's a freight train. You just put him on and let him go.
Great.
Now it's gonna be recommending us fucking that guy's videos forever. It's never gonna end.
Dead. Fucking dead.
Why are you bullying them?
Well, they attacked me.
Extremism as being equally evil and dangerous. This is commonly referred to as horseshoe theory. If you follow both
Self-defense.
left or right-wing ideology to their extremes, they eventually become...
It's more of an Ouroboros.
This is wrong for a variety of historical and ideological reasons. In today's video, we're going to take left-wing ideology and right-wing ideology, drag them out to
Nothing.
extremes,
I was
both
literally.
personal
It
characteristics
might be
and
this
government
video
policy.
where he says it's more of an Ouroboros or something.
Wait, really?
I watched some video where someone said that as a joke. But this video was
really
actually
is.
triggering me. Because you know how much
really-
I already fucking hate when people use the word
Oh, the horse.
like left and right, and then they identify. The worst is people who identify as a leftist. Because like they're literally who the like fasci people will be holding up as the left. Bro, you gotta turn the background off.
Okay, that's because the microphone is in
Like,
front of the camera.
you gotta either turn it off or like get into where it's in focus.
Yeah, it's just because of the microphone. It keeps focusing on the microphone.
Policies and show how right-wing extremism is morally worse and a much bigger threat. Let's first establish general left versus right values, starting with the left. The left is broadly progressive. The left...
Bro. Bro said morally worse. Right? This is... We're literally 30 seconds in, already got the fucking suffering scale coming out to measure who's got the best suffering and the most worthy of suffering and shit. Gotta fucking have suffering competition, and only the most important suffering is the one that gets talked about. Which, you know. Bro looks like he's fucking fighting snakes on a plane. Look at him go.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I was just moving the microphone so it actually picks me up, and also doesn't turn the background off, because I've done it like that. That should work
believes in
fine.
caring for all and uplifting
Boom.
the poor. They believe in limiting the power of moneyed interests and corporations.
Immediately
and most importantly,
disappears.
view politics through material conditions. This means how much money people have
Yeah,
and
I'm
their
about to
access
get
to
up,
housing, food,
'cause I'm
healthcare,
taking my
employment, and
hoodie off.
technology. These material conditions are seen as the biggest determinant.
Okay,
of
hang
our
on.
society.
Left-wing values. Hang on, I gotta pay attention here.
The left is broadly progressive. The left believes in caring
Okay.
for all and uplifting the...
What is progressive? because it's meant different things throughout history.
Poor. They believe in limiting the power of moneyed interests and corporations, and most importantly, view politics through material conditions. This means how much money people have and their access to housing, food, healthcare, employment, and technology.
See, here's the thing. Already, the right wing also, the thing is that, like, it's just so funny how nobody really acts in the interest of their constituency. Like, if you're a Republican, it's crazy. Like, they will literally be like, oh, we want the billionaires out. And then they'll be like, Elon Musk is great because Daddy told me he is. These immigrants from South Africa, they're fleeing persecution. Like, to say that this is a left-wing value already, out the gate, I'm already fucking upset.
These material conditions are seen as the biggest determiner in how a society functions. Violence, poverty, and general social dynamics are at their core influenced by material conditions above all else. The left believes in wealth redistribution and a strong central state that can provide infrastructure and meet the basic needs of all people. The left believes in strong...
That's the thing, it's just like, a lot of the people who are right-wing would also fucking want healthcare if they were told to want healthcare.
Social safety nets.
Like, this is so American-brained. Like, if you actually look at, like, I think if you want to look at, like, when you split it to a binary of left and right in, like, healthcare, I think you have to, like, choose specific examples. And I think for that one, Britain is a very good one. Because obviously there is a current shift in administration where they're actually, like, looking at the healthcare. Like, they're not getting rid of healthcare. Like, it was always about how we need to make the healthcare system work better.
Making sure that people in weaker positions, like the old, disabled, and minority groups, should be uplifted. They lastly value internationalism and solidarity amongst the global working class. Now let's take a look at right-wing values. The right is conservative, praising tradition over progressive ways of thinking. The right typically opposes political and social reform. Being inherently opposed to progressivism and new ideas, the role they play is often an oppositional reaction to social and economic reforms proposed by the left, hence the term describing them reactionary. The right typically values past traditions and usually wants to return to a time in the past where the society supposedly had better values and was more prosperous. The right believes in natural hierarchies. There are always winners and losers, and the human condition cannot overcome these natural ways of living. Hard work and morality are the biggest determiners in your place in society.
Let me see them, please.
Right-wingers believe that the conditions of society, like poverty, social dynamics, and crime, are not the result of people's material conditions. Poverty and crime are a reflection of personal and moral failures. They therefore believe in equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Oftentimes, this hierarchy is tied to nationalism, race, or religion. They prefer a smaller government but large military and value national interest. Now
oh my God!
Touch on the center. The center wants to maintain the status quo.
Just trying to have my chat be updated. So I already have to go back because there was so much there.
By material conditions above all else. The left believes in wealth redistribution and a strong central state that can...
See that right there? The left believes in wealth distribution. These are like core left-wing values of wealth redistribution.
That's just false.
Like, this is why it's like, because like I'm more about like wealth annihilation. Like, think about it. You want to know what will get more money in people's pockets? Like, overnight, you want to fucking pay off that national debt? I have a really good policy. It's called, literally, eat the rich.
They would taste bad.
Like, very few people will actually sit there and defend, like, that there's 1%. Like, and if you look at, like, Channel 5, who, that's kind of the main thing that they've been, like, showing in a lot of their, like, coverage of different things. And as soon as you put a slight political angle or trigger word to something, then it suddenly defines how somebody looks at an issue. And this dude is fucking American-brained as fuck.
Can provide infrastructure and meet the basic needs of all people. The left believes in strong social safety nets and making sure that people in weaker positions, like the old, disabled, and minority groups, should be uplifted. They lastly value internationalism and solidarity amongst the global working class. Now let's take a look at right-wing values.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, left-wing values are... What was that? Solidarity among the working class? And shit? Like... am I not left-wing because I want a supply chain act? And shit like that? Like... I don't know. Like, what does that even mean? With the solidarity with the working class? Like, these people will say these words and then they won't know what a supply chain act is. But they'll be like, I'm leftist because I want to uplift the working class. How? Like,
hopes and dreams.
Like, how? How? Like, propose something. Push something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're just saying shit.
The right is conservative, praising tradition over progressive ways of thinking.
Okay, that's not necessarily true either.
Nope.
Because, like, neocons, it's not really about tradition. It's literally about a forward ideology of it's a futurism ideology. They're not trying to rebuild a past. They're trying to grow the strength of an empire, right? Like, you could say that, sure, it's like kind of like a modern colonialist ideology or something, but that's what's so funny about it calling neoconservatism, because they're not very conservative.
The right typically opposes political and social reform. Being inherently opposed to progressivism and new ideas, the role they play is often an oppositional reaction to social and economic reforms proposed by the left, hence the term describing them reactionary. The right typically values past traditions and usually wants to return to a time in the past where the society supposedly had better values and was more prosperous. The right believes in natural hierarchy.
Most people will... The past that they're talking about is at most, like, 4 to 8 years. They're talking about the last president was Republican and it was much better. It's that fucking general normie take. Like, there's very few people who are like, let's repeal the Civil Rights Act. Like, that is not a fucking common ideology.
Hierarchies. There are always winners and losers, and the human condition cannot overcome these natural ways of living. Hard work and morality are the biggest determiners in your place in society. Right-wingers believe that the conditions of society, like poverty, social dynamics, and crime, are not the result of people's material conditions. Poverty and crime are a reflection of personal and moral failures. They therefore believe in equality.
Shut up! Stop chewing! You're loud! He'd really snacking down. I have to give him a stick.
Equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Oftentimes, this hierarchy is tied to nationalism, race, or religion. They prefer a smaller government but large military and value national interest. Now let's briefly touch on the center. The center wants to maintain the status quo. The center in modern times is reflected in what many often refer to as neoliberal politics. They do not believe or want to fundamentally change the economic system. They believe in free markets and much less constrained capitalism. Liberals do not believe in a hierarchical society as conservatives do.
At the end there.
Smaller government, but large military.
Did you see that?
Oh my god. Incredible.
They therefore believe in equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Oftentimes, this hierarchy is tied to nationalism, race, or religion. They
Like,
prefer
holy shit,
smaller
we
government,
literally
but
spoke
large
about
military
this
and
the other
value
day.
national interests.
Okay,
Now let's
hang on.
briefly-
This is the part. The military part.
They prefer a smaller government but large military and value national interests. Now let's briefly touch on the
Okay. Those are very different broadline things. Smaller government, yes, that's a common thing that you'll just hear them say. Where,
believe it.
but they don't. That's a normie thing that nobody processes. Now, like the military, on the other hand, there is, like, how can it be both? We should get our troops and end those forever wars, and large military at the same time. Like, these are such broad line strokes that we're drawing over things. Because, you know, look at fucking Junk Uger. Fucking, who was he agreeing with? So it was like Laura Loomer or something. He's like, I actually agree with Laura. No, it's MTG. He's like, I agree with MTG. We need to end these forever wars, you know?
Jesus Christ.
It's almost like when there's like a certain pillar and people focus on that pillar, the background of the left and right thing disappears. So wouldn't that be, what do we call it? There's got to be a something when, you know, there's like a dialectical process where consensuses are reached. Whoa. What would we call that? Where through a series of dialecticals and
I don't know.
shit,
What's
consensuses are reached.
What's Latin for population again? Demos? Democracy, maybe?
Oh my god, bro. But there's a third thing here. What did he
For a
say?
smaller government but large military and value national interests. Now let's
value national interests. My ass. My ass. My fucking ass. National interest. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. Because it's of the national interest to, like, want to be anti-NATO and spread Russian propaganda. Like,
supremely pro-American.
They fundamentally, like, he's putting, like, neoconservatism in there with, like, a bunch of other shit.
touch on the center. The center wants to maintain the status quo. The center in modern
I love this. Oh, there's a centrist now. Okay, so there's a centrist. So, like, you know, like Mitt Romney. You know, the people who make a consensus.
This is reflected in what many often refer to as neoliberal politics.
Oh, the game's a little loud compared to this video. Okay. Neoliberal politics, and he shows the New Democrats. An American party where you literally see all they have. Those are, like, that movement is dead now. The New Democrats died with Biden.
Yes.
Just like you can have the fucking Bushes up there for that older dynasty as well.
Yeah.
But, like, the New Democrats are the centrists now. So are we talking about liberals or New Democrats? Because, like, these guys may have been the federal leaders of the Democratic Party, right? But you understand that just means that political faction called the New Democrats, they concentrated more power federally, right? When other Democrats, because, you know, well, as you said, leftists, right? They're more, caring about folks and stuff. Whatever that was. Like, the fact that the more progressive wing of the government is the House. It has the most progressives. It's almost like that a progressive's politics would form in what would be the House of Representatives. Like, there would be no Fed, there would be no Senate, right? Yeah. Like Ireland, for example. Wow. Where you have like a House of Representatives and not a concentration in one federal leader, right? So the centrists are just the federal branch of the American Democratic Party that has existed for 20 years now, maybe? And only had power for half of that time? 30 years, about. So they had like 15 years of power out of 30. That's what center is. Okay, got it.
They do not believe or want to fundamentally change the economic system. They believe in free markets and much less constraints.
Okay, hang on. Time out already. They do not want to fundamentally change the economic system. Okay, so to be left-wing now, okay, that's wanting to fundamentally change the economic system?
I guess.
You understand, sir? You understand that the reason why the Democrats, the new Democrats, the federal Democrats came into power is that James Carville quote. It's the economy, stupid. Bill Clinton literally fucking fundamentally did do that. He restructured the entire fucking economy. That's what he was known for. Was fucking balancing a budget and fucking increasing everything. Like, Bill Clinton, because he fucking had such good economic policy, there was able to have, like, more social safety nets than ever now that came into place. Right? There would be no Affordable Care Act where we are slowly whittling down the fucking people who don't have health care here. That wouldn't be able to have happened if it wasn't for the federal Democrats, the new Democratic Party that runs the federal branch, which is completely... that's the thing with the Republicans. The federal branch is running the Senate now, too. Which is exactly why you see more progressivism in the House. And
Yes.
And like... Marjorie Taylor Greene is also progressive in her own way. She's not necessarily... She's sure she wants to go back to, like, Christian values, but what she's ultimately seeking is something that never existed. It's technically a forward-thinking ideology as well. It's a hellscape, but it is a forward-thinking ideology. Forward does not always mean progress.
Yes.
Right? It means things change as you go forward. Anyway, let's see if I can hear 2 more words from him before I have to pause and go on a diatribe.
In capitalism, liberals do not believe in a hierarchical society as conservatives do. They speak to underprivileged groups, but largely don't believe in or are not willing to enact radical economic programs or reforms. Instead of focusing...
I'm pretty sure that the House brings a lot of reforms, but it's a government. They don't fucking run daily life. Like,
yeah.
What do you think what do you actually think like, if you have a fucking Stalinistic revolution, daily life will change for everyone, but like, this is it, bro. Like, I don't know what you think is going to happen, but I can tell you, I've been around long enough that the hope that you have behind your young face, you know, just get rid of it, okay? And then, like, it's so American-centric, and we would never look at something from, like, if you have this lens, right? You would never look at something like Syria and see about the progress that has happened there and understanding how it ties up against this more conservative value from society. Like, there is advancement elsewhere because that's where the fucking dollars go, is elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean,
Focusing on
it's
funding social service.
similar to the infrastructure arguments where we're like, this is just where the money gets, right? That's just where the money goes. It's like, how are you going to stop it? You got to figure out ways to get around it.
Yeah, another thing, is it USA aid, like, is it now centrist to hate everyone not want anything to change, but also like uplift more people globally?
I was watching a video from a channel called 3 Arrows. Sounded German.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. His name's Dan.
Yeah, he was talking about this exact thing in a video that I was watching. Let me find it, because it was actually a really good video. But I've
Safety
never
nets
seen
and universal
this
programs
channel
like the left, liberals prefer information campaigns and a media culture war to uplift underprivileged groups. Liberals and centrism love...
Hang on. Time out. The liberals do what now?
Liberals prefer information campaigns and a media culture war to uplift underprivileged groups.
Okay, the liberals prefer information campaigns and a media culture war. Who is the liberal doing a media culture war? For real, bro. Which one of them? Bill Maher? Like... Are you fucking kidding me?
I saved it to streaming fun.
Like... This is a dude who just sees Free Palestine stuff all day about how the liberals are the fascists, you know? This is how you find your way. Look, it's called No Way, No How. Like, you know, like he's gonna guide us on our way to PSL. Gotta say though, great background, not a bed, got this nice couch, you know. Look at this fucking robot behind him.
Liberals and centrism love procedures and rules. They love trying to work with Republicans even when they're actively spitting in their face. Centrists often create programs to help minority groups, but many only...
But, hang on. This is not centrism. This is how politics works and globalism works. Viktor Orban is a headache in the EU. If they actually do something about him, though, then it does potentially more damage to their fucking institution than just letting him exist until he doesn't anymore. Like, there's always going to be someone else who's going to come along to lead. And what we need to understand is that that's how politics works. The Democrats are doing nothing because that's how it works. That's how the system is designed. And, well, at the same time, you look at the House, and they're always going to be the ones who are fucking out there bitching about Trump and how shit needs to get done. But, like, you look at other countries and shit, like, how often do we have to sit on a global stage where genocide is happening and listen to a fucking country because they have the fucking political capital get away with it?
Yeah.
Like, it's so common. Like, they think that Israel shit is just in the U.S. And it's not just because the U.S. has a lot of political capital at the UN. That's a part of it. But when? When has the UN done anything? Bosnia? How did that turn out? Iraq?
Nothing. PR disaster.
No, Afghanistan, right? They did was the UN mission in Afghanistan, not Iraq, right? The UN never approved Iraq. No, there was a UN guy in Iraq. They were handing it over to the UN there. That would have been the one time the UN might have been useful. Like, and but Libya, for example, like the UN is a large reason why that country is being held together right now. And it's because of outside political capital of Turkey and Russia.
Focus on improving visibility and representation.
Like, Gaddafi was around for a long time. A long time. And he was able to swing political capital. Like, he is a perfect example of when you need to fucking advocate power for the good of your country, you know? Because the main reason they started sanctioning him was because he was doing, like, open political assassinations of known dissidents. Not just, like, the under people who only a few people know about, where you just drown, right? He was, like, doing big-time assassinations.
Yeah, Khashoggi shit, cutting cunts up in embassies and shit.
Yeah. But, like, I want to say, like, there was in Britain specifically, fucking, he had his agents kill people. But it's, you know, like, nobody gives a fuck about the fucking 3 Kurdish activists that were killed 10 years on the anniversary of 3 others being killed in France.
Yep.
Nobody gives a shit about that.
Nobody spoke about that.
Exactly.
And this is why you
Your
come
vision
to
of
us.
success is getting diverse people into the top jobs in the same oppressive structures in government or corporations.
Gay.
Okay, so hang on. So, centrists' vision of success is DEI, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's complaining about centrism being bad, clearly here. And he's talking about one of the reasons why it's bad is DEI, while he's trying to dispel the existence of horseshoe theory. Okay, Anna Kasparian.
Dominating the communities they come from. From a left-wing view, centrism ignores the root causes of inequality by avoiding big reforms like universal healthcare, raising the minimum wage, addressing policing, or wealth inequality. They see progress as just selecting a more diverse ruling class. From a right-wing view, centrism is seen as giving special treatment when everyone is supposedly starting on equal ground. This, coupled with liberals' desire to maintain the obviously failing status quo, and elitism, frustrates both sides, which is why people on the left and the right hate liberals. Many people in the United States confuse liberals with the left, when liberals are very
Oh my god. It's your fault. It's literally your fault. Maybe Britain as well.
It's always Britain.
But, like, are the centrists just liberals now?
Must be.
leftists. Many self-proclaimed liberals in the US only call themselves liberals because of mainstream media framing. Liberalism is presented as the only alternative
Jesus
to
fucking
conservatism
Christ.
or the Republican Party. In reality, when you ask them about key policy issues, like cutting the military budget, legalizing marijuana, free college,
Fun fact. A constitutionalist is a liberal ideology.
Yes, yes.
Okay? How many constitutionalists do you know that aren't absolute fucking cunts?
At a stretch, maybe a handful.
You know who's a constitutionalist for real though? Who doesn't use the label? House Oversight Committee, Jeremy Raxon. He's literally a constitutional scholar. And to put that guy in with the fucking Pelosi gen or the New Dems or anything else like that, that dude is a fucking G.
Yeah.
universal
don't know
health
much about
care,
him,
canceling
honestly.
student debt, and medical debt, their views are far to the left of the Democratic Party and liberalism. The center/liberals believe that the current system is broken, we just need to make a couple tweaks to fix it. Never anything too fundamental. While the left believes that the system is not broken, but working exactly as intended. Capitalism will...
This is so stupid. 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 Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, no. Okay. Of the small fraction of the country that engages in politics. Okay? Of that, let's say a third. Okay?
The left believes that the system is not broken, but working exactly as intended. Capitalism...
Okay. So, the third of a country that's engaged in politics, okay, maybe up to a half, right? How many of them go out and vote? Pretty much anyone who's engaged in politics. There's very few people who are engaged in the political realm who will be like, don't vote. You may see it with anarchists. Like, they'll be very anti-voting. Mormons. Stuff like that. Yeah, they will now tell you who to vote for sometimes.
Okay.
But because Mormonism has always been a cult, they want you to not engage with society. So they didn't like voting.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. Like, the system is working as intended, and to say that liberals don't recognize that the system is working as intended is very silly. Like,
yeah.
And also the whole thing, like, putting minorities in positions of power is part of the fucking solution, bro. Like, that's the point of the DEI, is that it, like, scales downward. You need the diversity of representatives, even if you want to run the government like a business. Guess what? Businesses need to sell shit to other countries. Like, it cannot just be white Protestant. You will not be making it very far. So, like, to think that, like, you could say, like, yes, the system is broken, but it's not. Social contract theory is still being upheld.
For now.
Yeah, the system could break, right? But to want to accelerate that break in the system is not what makes a leftist. Like, to want to do the, like, economic, like, total, like, whatever he was saying, like, revival or revolution or shit. Like, bro, what do you mean? Like, ideally, like, we almost ideally don't want people engaging in politics, right? Because we want them content and not actually caring about anything, because then they don't have issues, right?
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, people who don't want people voting, they create a much different society, right?
Yeah.
Like, the whole idea of the democracy is just like this is just somebody like get out of America, bro. Like, even just certain places in Europe you could learn so much from, to like think this idea. Like, there's like countries where this system existed and stopped existing, and I promise you, you will not find one that is superior to a democratic system. And at the same time, our current democratic system is nothing like democracy when social contract theory was first written. It's completely different now. Just like how money used to be based on something, and now it just doesn't matter.
Pretty much.
Like, it's getting to the point where there's a web that just exists because we all are conscious of it. And that's when we'll be like a Dyson sphere, like the Geth.
Will naturally create the problems we are seeing in society. The left does not want to fix the current system, but dismantle it and create a different system. So in reality, there are a lot of people in the US who may claim to be liberals, but are actually leftists. Now that we have a very condensed idea of left, right, and center, let's take these ideologies to the extreme and show which ideology is more dangerous.
Wait, we didn't take them to the extreme already?
Extreme is which ideology gives the best outcomes to pursue happiness, peace, and enrichment for a majority of society. First, let's talk about your average right-wing conservative. As a moderate conservative, you believe in hierarchy. You see winners and losers in society, but you think it's based on merit. People get...
You know what's crazy about this? Because you really can't point to anything and say, oh, this country is the best because it was progressive and stuff. You know, there's plenty of countries that are, like the UK, for example, has been conservative forever, politically. Guess who treats their citizens better? Do you think it's us or them?
Probably England.
What do you think, pal? That was a conservative government that's giving greater outcomes, greater social safety nets to their people.
Are they though?
Than America? Yes. Absolutely.
It's a pretty low bar.
Yeah. Almost like it's not what actually the political faction doesn't necessarily matter. Like Germany, for example, you know, like isn't Schultz like the opposite of Angela Merkel politically?
No idea.
Like, I'm pretty sure he's the other side of their aisle. They're both fucking libs, though. You know? Like, Germany is not greatly suffering. And then, like,
maybe.
If you want to look at Ireland, like, while there are a lot of conservatives in the government, it's a very leftist. It's like the most leftist system in Europe, with so much power actually invested in the people. It helps having a low population, right? But then you look at Ireland, and while it's got this left-wing trend in it, it's also the place where all the corporations go to get rid of taxes. Like, that's what Ireland is good for. Is you fucking do corporate shit there. They're a fucking, like, so I'm really confused how America is shitty because of corporations and Ireland isn't. What do you think that is? Because, like, they're clearly more corporate invested than even America. You know what else is Singapore? You couldn't argue that it's, like, better than America, but, like, Singapore, much different than both of those countries, right? Very corporate. Do they have basically the same problems as those countries? Pretty much. Crazy, right?
Japan too.
Yeah, I don't know much about the wealth inequality of Japan.
Yeah, I'm not sure about wealth inequality, but their working culture is fucked.
Get what they deserve by working hard or making good choices. Maybe your family struggled in the past, but they pulled through by working hard and doing everything the right way. And now you're looking around and wondering why other people can't do the same. To you, things like poverty or crime aren't about systemic issues, they're excuses. You're tired of hearing about handouts when you and your family didn't need them. You wouldn't call yourself a racist at all. You might have minority friends you genuinely like. Maybe you work or grew up with some. You respect the ones you know personally.
Bro, you're too online. You're too online. You're too online. You're too online. You're showing Tucker Carlson and talking about right-wing people. Tucker Carlson is their fucking mascot, right? And when I say mascot, all right, Jack, you give me a mascot for a team in Australia.
What, like...
What's a popular one?
I mean, we don't really do mascots.
Okay. What's a mascot you know?
What's the Astros? The big baseball dude?
Oh, actually, now that's you might have found the one, because my next follow-up was gonna be like, okay, now what does the Philly Flyer have to do with the sport? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean by Tucker Carlson being a mascot, but if your mascot is literally a baseball for a baseball team, that's a little different. That's the one mascot that has something to do with the sport, you know what I mean? Like, half the time they don't have to do with the team or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the people that you're talking about have a lot less than you. And I can tell because you're showing me so much of what you have in the background.
Yeah.
Like, you could learn something from French nationalism about how to actually reach these people.
How do I reach these?
Ones who work hard and do it the right way. But when you look at the larger picture, it's harder to feel the same way. You see the new...
Like, these people... Well, yes, this is a perfect example is J.D. Vance being like, you can make it big just like me. Bro. Like, just like you, they're believing in an ideological lie. Right? So, like, what the mistake you're doing is you're pointing out that the liberals and the conservatives have this ideological myth, but you don't. You've somehow ascended above it, right? That's what's going on?
Or scroll online, and it's full of stories about crime, drugs, or poverty in minority communities.
It's also fake.
It starts to feel like those things aren't just individual problems, but tied to cultures or communities. And politically, you're frustrated. You've seen your town go downhill over the years, jobs disappeared, industries left, and everything has gotten more expensive. Democrats or liberals in power didn't fix any of that. If anything, things got worse. You miss the days when your community had better paying jobs and people seemed to have stronger values. You like someone like Trump because he sticks it to those liberal elites who are completely out of touch with normal people like you. You're not extreme though. You might laugh at an edgy joke here and there, but you don't see yourself as one of those far-right types. Their open racism or fascism is a step too far for you. Now let's take those baseline right-wing...
These people who live in towns with populations you can count on with your fingers, okay? Like, they have not seen a black person, okay? Like, you ever been to Brodus, Montana? I have. I had to pull over in a blizzard, okay? And 2 white guys walking into the local bar. Imagine if we were black. Oh my god, they would think they were being robbed. Literally the entire town in the bar.
Beliefs to the extreme. Let's look at the far right. Maybe your town was pretty homogenous, or maybe the only minorities you saw were poor.
Let's look at the far right. Is this what the far right is? Yeah, the fucking terrible fucking road design that we have this fucking good fucking hellscape cutting through our country. This is right-wingism. What does this have to do with it?
Struggling. You probably had someone in your life...
Okay, that's American History X.
Like an uncle, parent, or cousin who was openly bigoted and planted those ideas in you early on. Once you started getting on...
4chan.
Okay, so we're doing the pathway to extremism now, right? Okay. So they had a racist uncle that introduced it when it was young. Very generalizing, but whatever.
The stuff you saw there backed up what you already thought. It's not that some people aren't working hard.
Must be on 4chan as well. Got it.
It's because they can't. They're not making bad decisions because of...
Okay.
Is that Grace?
Yes, it's Golden Dawn. Golden Dawn is a criminal gang. They are literally criminals. Okay? They did not use 4chan to get this way.
Luck or tough circumstances, they're making those decisions because they're inferior. And you start
Like, just think, now we got the Tiki Torches bros. Okay? This is not Golden Dawn. This is 4chan. Okay? There's big differences here. Okay? What we need to understand about things like Golden Dawn is that it is a criminal organization. Okay? So, when most people think of criminal organizations today, they use words like gangster because when you say criminal organization, you think of Italians, white people, right? But they are a gang. They are a criminal organization. How do gangs exist? Do rich people join gangs? No, they don't, do they? I wonder how the disaffected youth ended up in Golden Dawn. Hey, do you think that these people who turn to this extremism are disaffected youth as well? Do you think they're suffering in the American system and they're looking for an outlet, and the outlet that they found is blaming others?
No, that can't be true.
going deeper into those ideas. It's their
That
genetics,
sounds like conspiracy.
their culture, their religion. All of it is supposedly worse than yours. Poverty and crime aren't because of material conditions or any system. It's because
Bro's bringing up... Bro, you can't be showing Golden Dawn and then being like, the religion is better. Like...
those people are naturally like that. And now it's not just their problem, it's
fucking neo-paganism and shit.
Society's problem. They're the reason for crime, poverty, and everything else that's wrong with the world. They're taking your jobs, they're ruining your country. The solution, according to these extremists, is to get rid of them. Whether it's controlling birth rates, forcing them out, or outright violence, the goal is a pure
That's
society.
how you defeat the immigrants.
If they don't do something now, there'll be more of them than us, and that can't happen. At first, it's just online talk. You find some message board full of people who feel the same way, and you start hanging out there.
Okay, so this is already why I don't really like this far-right extremism shit. Okay, because what we're specifically talking about here is the ideology around the white erasure and white genocide shit. Okay? Nazis.
Literal Nazis, yeah.
Yes. Which is such an
great
American
replacement.
thing to do. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I was watching something the other day. Jack has just disappeared again. And they were like, the Turians are kind of basically the fascist in Mass Effect. And I was like, what? How?
Okay, military.
What about fascism is about military? Like, since when is that fucking the definition of fucking fascism?
It's
is
Nazism. That's what they're confusing.
Well, but also the Turians aren't like racist. There are Turians who are isolationist.
But
You know, they just have a military hierarchy.
Yeah, the comparison is saying that they have a expansionist ideology, that
Which they
constantly
don't.
wants to be at war, which is untrue.
And they're more, you know, you could say they're like a junta, you know?
Yeah.
But there's been plenty of even like military-run governments that haven't necessarily been bad. But, you know, like a military dictatorship doesn't necessarily lead to a bad country.
Not necessarily.
It's just more likely. You know what's most likely to lead to a good country?
Democracy?
Oh, wow.
Who knew?
Crazy. Anyway, the Turians, they're never romanticizing their history. Like, it's the Solarians you see rationalizing the genophage.
Yeah.
The Turians just acknowledge that it happened.
Yeah, if,
They're
if
not.
anything,
They don't apologize either.
If anything, the frogs are the fascists. They're the
Well, that's what I've been writing in my notes, is that the Solarians are way more German. You know they got fucking weird experiments.
Yeah,
and shit.
I think techno-fascist is probably a good way to phrase it, because they use technology to subdue other groups.
And like, they do engage in a lot of romantic nationalism, the frogs, but they only live for 40 years. Maybe it's more important to install that identity when you only live for 40 years. How about that? Isn't it amazing how we can have these crazy ideological conversations about a fiction universe?
Yeah.
It's almost like it's written and based on reality.
Maybe you even show up to a protest in real life, covering your face, of course, to complain about a mosque being built or something. But here's the important thing. This ideology
We tolerate the
ends in
blacks.
violence. That's the final step. It's terrorism directed at the outgroup. The mass shootings in New Zealand, New York, Texas, there are countless examples of where this goes. Those shooters didn't act in a vacuum. They wrote manifestos, and guess what was on them? The same far-right talking points you'll find on those message boards. This type of targeted violence is...
Okay. Again, not for all of them, but for the specific type of, like, even inside far-right shootings, some of them may not even be connected to those things. Like the Allentown shooter was a wild one.
Allen, Texas, yeah.
is almost exclusively right-wing. On a personal level, far-right extremists are some of the most isolated, miserable people you'll ever meet. Most of them are losers. They've got maybe one or two friends in real life.
Correct.
Constantly trying to outdo each other in how extreme they can get. The rest of their social life is online, hanging out in echo chambers with racists and incels. There are two main types of these guys. First, you've got the more socially awkward ones. They're bitter, jaded, and insecure.
Yeah, like the ones who can't grow hair on their legs and meow at people.
Confidently in real life, so they stick to dark humor or mumble it under their breath. Online, they're very loud. Then you've got the Proud Boy types. These people need to play up their masculinity and 1950s-ass idea of male values. Unsurprisingly, the people who want to play up their masculinity are also deeply insecure and cowardly. They love playing pretend cowboy and dedicating their life to hating others. They channel their insecurity into the most pathetic form of unity imaginable and a fake form of ethnic white unity. Truly, some of the biggest losers in the world. To live this lifestyle is corrosive to the core, and these are deeply sad, miserable people.
What?
That was the personal journey of extremism. But it doesn't take a genius to guess what the results are when far-right extremism captures a country's government. Let's
see. I don't like painting this as far right. I like painting it as racism, Nazism, because like there's also different types of like far right. So like this is the whole thing when we start labeling things on this bilateral spectrum. You fucking, how many years have we heard from these conservatives? Like, look at right now in Palestine. What if you were gay in Palestine? Yeah. Why are you siding with these people? They're more like us, and we hate them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Sure.
Like, so they're saying you shouldn't be siding with these people because they're actually racist in their society. Okay, so
yeah, like they care.
Yeah, like they care, but they can
like
recognize it
all the time, right?
As them being like, more conservative while justifying their genocide.
Like, oh, there's Nazis in Ukraine. Okay, why don't you address the Russian imperial movement and Wagner then, and stop crying your fucking crocodile tears about your oh, I care so much about Nazis. Oh, I care so goddamn much that I am literally pro-fascist invasion because Ukraine has a Nazi group that doesn't exist anymore. Like, are we really
That's another thing too. Just framing right-wing extremism to identitarian terrorists. Right? The identitarian terrorist network is unique.
Yes. And
But-
nobody understands. And every time I bring it up, they're just like, "Oh, what's that? You're a conspiracy theorist." Like, no.
So let me get this straight. What kind of terrorism, since we can only have far left and far right, what is ISIS? What was Al Qaeda?
Anarcho-fascist.
Are they far right or far left terrorist?
Far right.
And if that's the case, what is Hamas? What is the IRGC?
Far right, because they're all religious.
What about the IRA? What about fucking Nelson Mandela?
Left wing.
Like, to frame this shit on a binary is so stupid. Like,
notice I said nationalism.
You could just say that these extreme Nazis come from a spectrum of conservatism.
Other one.
And there's a pipeline that gets you there. But to say that that's what far-right extremism is silly. Because, like, far-right already, like, there's multiple directions of far-right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's people who are far-right and are pro the fucking Indian immigrants who get those special visas. Like Vivek Ramaswamy.
True, and then you have people like
John Stossel.
Bannon.
John Stossel is far right. If you told him that, he'd lose his mind because you're putting him on a fucking binary.
Mm.
But like, John Stossel is one of the more far right people that we'll put on and laugh at.
Yeah.
But he's like pro-drug legalization, you know? He thinks that he recognizes that there's poverty, and he thinks that the way to uplift poverty is to get the government out of there and then let businesses do something or something like that. I don't really understand that part of it.
Oh, you mean like Salvi Agaris posting Henry Ford created weekends and breaks and stuff because competition... ignoring the fact that it was the union movement and like the literal Appalachian rednecks dying, fighting corporations to get fair work. Like, are we fucking... Like, how about we romanticize that? Why don't you
made a
romanticize
bake
that?
sale.
Like,
A
what the fuck?
racist bake sale.
It's literally Appalachian workers killing corporate cops to get their rights. How is this not something romanticized by the right?
And also, you got, like, Argentina, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, as before that guy even came around, I was saying that the Ayn Rand shit was really penetrated into Latin American politics, right? Mm-hmm. That is a far-right ideology that's injected into Latin American politics, okay? There's also Mexican Nazis. You think they're fucking part of that Ayn Rand shit? No. The guy in Argentina is not a fucking Nazi. He's literally a fucking libertarian in ideology. But he's so far right,
objectivist,
if you put him on that binary, that you can put him next to Orban and nobody questions it.
That's true. And that sort of completely negates exactly what it is and confuses people on what and how to identify things, which is like the American fascism, right? The WASP-centered anti-migration fascism doesn't look like any other fascism. So of course people are going to be saying, well, it's not fascism because it doesn't look like Italy or Germany.
Oh, I watched another
Japan.
great video on this.
And like, if we're really talking about fascism, and like I literally wrote here, script, modern fascism.
What are you
right?
pointing
because,
at?
Hold on. Let's see if you can see it. Yeah, you can literally see it right here. Right? I wrote on my mirror, script, Modern fascism, because nobody fucking knows how to define or spot fascism in the modern age, and I think we might have one of the more detailed definitions of fascism for the modern
You want to
age.
know why?
Go on.
Because it's centered on direct quotes from Mussolini.
That's a fair point. And because
Like,
what I was,
guess what? The Nazism shit also quotes from Hitler.
yes.
We kind of trace it back to who it belongs to, huh?
And then every fascist nation or fascistic nation has its own form of nationalism, its own form of romanticization, its own form of military expansionism. We can see it in Russia right now. We can see it in Italy, kind of Nazi Germany, obviously. You can also see it in China. You can also see it in Iran. You can also see it in countries like Australia with Indonesia. Yeah, there are a lot of countries that do this kind of shit. Like, we should be able to understand this concept as like a basic notion of what a fascist is. And I think we've done it pretty well to boil it down to romantic nationalism. That is a key facet of fascism. And if you can track the romantic nationalism, you can track the fascists in the country. Now,
And the easiest way to find romantic nationalism is to look at atrocity denial.
yes. Yeah. So, like, we should be able to define this word, but because it's been so propagandized, I want to say.
Oh, the video I was watching earlier, it's this... I obviously didn't finish it because it's so long, but it's this laser pig video that's 2 hours and 22 minutes, and it's called Shut Up About Cultural Marxism.
Oh my god.
There's something in here where he was, like, he drew a connection to fascism, but, like, I couldn't tell you where it was in this fucking video because it's a fucking very silly video.
A good one,
and I
though?
was not paying that much attention.
Ah.
But also... You'll never believe what happened.
Trump actually got shot?
No. You're gonna love this.
What? Did he get cut by spicy air again?
But he has had that guy. I think even
R.M. Brown found out Flint Dibble is a real person.
That's amazing.
Mentioned that was one of his first, like quote unquote expert guests. We'll get into the expert thing because I read the Nathan J. Robinson interview with you too, so we should talk about that. But
so you know that his comments lit up about like when he made the Flint Dibble joke because it's a funny name, and he'd never heard of him, and then his comments lit up, and he started looking into Flint Dibble, and he's like, this guy's fucking awesome.
So he got him
but
on.
that was one of his first.
Yeah, so he did almost an hour and a half stream with him.
The truth is
in
the
it's
trash.
one of my slogans.
Let's look at some far-right governments, taking baseline conservative instincts
Oh, God.
of hierarchy and in-and-out groups to their extreme.
Okay, here we go. Let's look at some far-right governments.
Let's fucking go.
Has dire consequences. Conservatism is inherently dividing. The degree of how far on the right translates to how far you crack down on the people you think are different from you.
Is that
As a
the
result,
one girl who got
far-right
jumped
extremism results in
and
brutal
went
attacks
to the
on
lockup
perceived outgroups. Employing the
for
power of
assault?
the state, its media, and industry against targeted groups leads to oppression, apartheid, or extermination. A majority of the worst atrocities you can think of in the past 150 years or so can be tied directly to this ideology. In Spain,
Whoa,
Francisco
whoa, whoa,
Franco's
whoa, whoa,
fascist-
whoa, 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 back up. Okay. We have Nazism. Okay? if we're going to distill everything to that, there's plenty of arguments to be made, okay? But, like, you are really contextualizing things to the modern era. What about Leopold II, right?
Yeah.
Where literally the rest of the Europeans were like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, are you for real, bro? That's what's been going on in the Congo? Was he far right? No, it was before these things existed, of course. Right? There was no right-left binary. There was a time when slavery and genocide was appropriate, and then there was a time when it wasn't. And there was people who still saw those, like the Germans and the Belgians, who still saw those times as existing.
Even now.
Just forces carried out mass execution.
Like, okay, Franco. Definitely a military dictatorship. To label him as fascist, I think, is exactly the mistake that people are doing with the Turians. You know? Like, his ideology ultimately is more against an opposing ideology. It's not like Nazism where it's secret Jews and shit. Right?
Yeah.
It's about domination. You know, this is a junta. You know, this, like, if anything, this is more closer to Xi Jinping, you know, trying to take power and consolidation and stuff. This type of consolidation through military dictatorship is no different than, like, the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Suppressed languages and cultures, and killed hundreds of thousands of civilians and political prisoners. In Central America, Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras all experienced right-wing paramilitary operations. These were trained and funded by the U.S. to overthrow popular, democratically...
This is a crazy era, but we're also we're now looking at a Cold War era and aligning modernism interpretations of left and right politics here. It was communists and whoever America could find who wasn't communist. You know? Like, communism is not, it just has nothing to do with left and right. It has to do with the Soviet Union and America. It is not fucking conservatism versus fucking progressives and all that other fucking American-centric shit that you just said, bro. This was fucking imperialism. Like, there is... Like, even without America's fucking genocides and funding of shit, like, you think that the fucking other imperialist power is not going to be fucking doing atrocities as well? The worst thing that can happen to a country is imperialists fighting over it. The second worst thing is the imperialists showing up to begin with. You know? Like, if you're lucky, you're like the worm where the birds start fighting for each other and you get to crawl back down another day because the birds are too busy competing. Like, come on.
Elected socialist governments. These paramilitaries committed widespread atrocities.
Oh, you hear that? Elected socialist government. Why are we throwing adjectives in there?
Massacring civilians to ensure that governments remain loyal to U.S. interests. Combined, these actions result...
Because that never happens with other imperialist countries that do imperialism. There's never, like, mass slaughter to keep loyalty among people. That's an exclusive far-right thing. But now it's, like, I guess because it was Reagan, it had to be far-right. Like, I'm so fucking confused. I thought we were looking at far-right governments.
...resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. In fascist Italy, Benito Mussolini embraced an extreme right-wing ideology rooted in ultranationalism, militarism, and the subjugation of perceived inferior groups. Mussolini's government orchestrated the mass murder of political opponents and marginalized groups through...
Yes, Mussolini massacred his opposition because he was a dictator consolidating power. Hitler did massacres for a whole nother reason. Like, these are very, very different people.
internment camps. During wars of expansion in Ethiopia...
Like, there's more... Like, the whole Churchill shit that they're doing now, where Churchill's actually the villain of World War II. Like, yeah, he was bad too, but, like, if Mussolini didn't align with Hitler, right, and he stayed in, like, the Churchill party, he would be a fucking, like, civil rights hero like Churchill is now.
Mussolini?
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Like, his
That's
fatal
pretty funny.
mistake was siding with somebody like Hitler.
In Libya, fascist forces used chemical weapons, razed villages, and imprisoned
Like,
civilians
look
in
at
brutal conditions.
look at how much
Chile,
good
social-
faith the Soviets have gained over the years, just because at the last minute they fought Hitler.
First leader, Salvador Allende, was overthrown in a U.S.-backed coup.
We got a Salvador Allende in this video. I'm shocked. He was gonna make a government like in Star Trek, don't you know? That's why they killed him. They said, we can't have Star Trek in real life.
Pinochet's government tortured, killed, and disappeared tens of thousands of people. In the United States, the Ku Klux Klan terrorized and killed tens of thousands in a campaign of racist violence and terrorism. Japanese fascism, often overlooked in these discussions, justified its atrocities with a belief of ethnic and cultural superiority. This ideology
That's more Nazism.
led to an estimated tens of millions of deaths across Asia. In China alone, Japanese forces directly killed 10 to 25 million.
So here's the thing. When it's fascism, the massacres are more likely to be justified as political opposition. Okay? When it's Nazism, it's psychopathic race shit, not power domination shit. Fascism is understandable because it's ultimately about power and domination. Nazism is fucking esoteric nonsense in comparison to fascism.
Yes. It always has
People
esotericism.
and indirectly caused the deaths of up to 50 million through starvation and other means, all the while committing some of the most depraved atrocities imaginable, such as human experiments and the infamous rape of Nanking. The most infamous example, of course, is Nazi Germany, which industrialized mass murder to an unprecedented degree, resulting in an estimated 15 million deaths. You could go on for much longer.
Why would you
touching
do
on the
that,
far-right
Elon?
extremism and fascism in places like Indonesia, Greece, Portugal, and so on. These examples underscore the devastating consequences of right-wing extremism when it captures state power. Whether targeting groups based on ethnicity, religion, race, or ideology, the
Okay.
result has consistently been...
But again, Japan, obviously, World War II, pretty bad. But Japan and Korea are probably the most right-wing democratic governments. Like, the far right in these countries has control. Oh, like, if we're framing this in the narrative where there's only two sections, leftism and far right, the far right has greater control in those two countries than any other country. Because until it stops functioning as a democracy, then it's something else. You know? Like, I don't understand the difference between, like, Pinochet and, like, other dictators.
Yeah.
He was American-backed. Like, bro, you want to fucking get into some African history? Crazy. Like, oh my god. The fucking countries backing shit in that continent.
terror and mass killings. These are just some of the most infamous instances. Okay, now let's take your average left-wing person. If you're left-wing, you've got
Okay, left-wing, moderate. Got it. Here we go. Let's hear how great these people are.
at least a basic understanding of capitalism and how it is tied to poverty, homelessness, and crime. When you see someone struggling, your instinct isn't to judge them.
I think a left-wing moderate would blame these failings on the government and say that we need to vote harder. more than they would recognize it as being a side effect of capitalism, but they're still against, like, they're not necessarily against billionaires, but they're also against the idea of consolidating money. It would just be nice if that money flowed around, but not through force, like taxes or something, because they still got the fucking, the fucking puppet hand in there just a little bit.
Yeah.
Or feel disappointed in their actions, you're asking, what can society do to help them? And empathy is in front and center in your worldview.
No, you think about these people, if you're a moderate, you think government first, not society first.
That's true.
The flaws in the capitalist system, but you're not about to overthrow the whole thing.
And then, like, if you're gonna look at, like, the conservative, they would look at them as failures to society, not people's, not the other way around. Instead of society failing them. So, like, the standard neoliberal or centrist would see it as government failure that homeless exist.
Yes.
The right wing can blame it on Gavin Newsom, but at the same time say that those people are inherently worse because they're failures of society and they deserve what they get.
You're skeptical of revolution, but looking for big changes, and you think we can get there without tearing everything down. You still believe in the current institutions, and maybe you're imagining something like social democracies in Europe, especially those in Scandinavia with stronger social safety nets and fairness baked into society. Look at how popular Bernie Sanders was in 2016 and 2020. That's the kind of left we're talking about here. You're not necessarily diving into Marxist or revolutionary ideas, you're focused on making changes happen within the system as it stands. Now let's take those baseline left-wing ideas to the extreme. They're just as empathetic as your average leftist, but you're a lot more direct and critical about calling out capitalism as the root of the problem. For you, it's not about fixing the system, but overthrowing it. Capitalism isn't just flawed, it's the crux of the problem. And if that means violent revolution, you're ready for it. In fact, most believe that violent revolution might be the only way to remove the ruling class. You probably participate in or organize labor unions, political parties, or activist groups. You're uncompromising in your beliefs, and you have no patience for fascists or racists. Similar to the far right, your ideology can sometimes make you stand out or even feel isolated in mainstream social settings. You might be more out there in terms of appearance with tattoos, piercings, or clothing. Far left groups are typically diverse, and they're...
Okay. Is the Unabomber far left extremism or far right extremism?
Left. Environmentalism.
Oh. I thought it was more about capitalism. I thought it could only be framed through an economic lens of capitalism and not capitalism. Like it's still the Cold War or something.
Am I wrong?
Huh?
Am I wrong?
I don't see him as either.
No, but it was environmentalism, yes?
Yeah, and he also fucking somehow made bombs out of fucking wood chips. Dude might have just been an alchemist, you know what I mean?
Maybe.
There really isn't an out group. Everyone is generally accepted except for the far right.
I told you, this is why I had to stop this video like 2 minutes in and put it on the list. I told you this was going to piss me off.
That's fair. No, you've been going hard.
When it comes to violence, far left extremists have much different targets.
I'd go hard if people voted in the poll.
They're not out targeting random civilians or marginalized groups. They're going after fascists or the state. Antifa is the common boogeyman and is painted as the worst of leftist extremism, the left's version of a school shooter. Unless you are a fascist or a Nazi, which we can all hopefully agree are universally
Okay, so hang on. Antifa. Okay, so does that mean to be an Antifa, I have to recognize that capitalism is the issue and want economic reform? That sounds more like they're anti-capitalist than anti-fascist.
Wow.
Kind of also doing the work of the right wing here, bro.
This guy is.
Nothing to fear. Their violence is directed towards fascists so that they can never feel comfortable enough to march openly and attack minority groups. The media would like you to believe horseshoe theory that Antifa violently defending minorities is the equivalent of a mass shooter going into a grocery store and indiscriminately killing minorities. The left extremist goal is an objectively more admirable goal than wholesale massacre. Despite what media might say, far left violence is almost always directed at specific targets, not innocent random people. The Center for Strategic and International Studies in 2020 revealed that over the previous 25 years, the vast majority of terrorist attacks and plots in the U.S. were perpetrated by far-right attackers. 90% of all...
Okay. Again, you're talking about other governments, like the Sandinistas and Pinochet and Star Trek guy. But, like, as I've been saying the last few days, what about the Maoist in India? Like, the Maoists in India have killed a lot of fucking people, bruv.
I have.
There's a lot of fucking left-wing terrorism. Now, the thing is, in America, we have a mass shooting issue. A very small percentage of those mass shootings can be linked to a fucking internationalist Nazi network.
Which,
that
if
is
you want to
international.
learn more about it, you can watch our episode with Mac Millie.
Like, the number is so small, but because it's international, and
Yes.
like, you know, groups like The Base, which I've been seeing a lot of coverage on lately.
Really?
You know?
Interesting.
Like, more people are starting to understand what that is. When you say it. But to hang up the issue of terrorism and violence on just those small percentage of shootings, there is terrorist shootings constantly.
Most of the truck attacks also have shooting aspects.
Like,
a lot of people forget about that.
Terrorism in 2020
ramming
alone
attacks?
was right-wing. Of the remaining leftist terrorist attacks, there were...
Okay. Jesus Christ, quiet down. Right-wing extreme... Oh, what is this up here? What is this up here? Including from far-left networks and individuals inspired by the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Right-wing attacks and plots account for a majority of all terrorist incidents in the United States since 1994.
We know
That's
that.
not true. And the total number of right-wing attacks and plots has grown significantly in the past few years. Shh, quiet! Right-wing extremists perpetuated 2/3 of the attacks and plots in the United States in 2019. Over 90% saying terrorism in the United States will likely increase and so forth. What are they defining as right-wing extremist here, though?
That's the question.
%90 of all terrorism in 2020 alone was right-wing. Of the remaining leftist terrorist attacks, there were acts like assaults, firebombings, and arson. Even environmental protesters sitting on roads or treetops were often registered as acts of terrorism. Actual targeted attacks on individuals with deadly...
The thing is, all these fucking mass shooting attacks and shit, they don't happen because the person is right-wing.
Yeah.
Like, they already made the decision to kill people. Like they already had that dog in them, you know?
Uh-huh.
Like, there is fundamentally something wrong that's deeper than that. It's
Yeah,
because most of them are not political.
Fascist.
violence from a
No,
leftist
mass shootings.
is exceedingly rare. The most recent prominent case being Luigi Mangione. I'll let you decide for yourself if that violent act is the equivalent to a right-wing person targeting a random black person or immigrant in a grocery
We don't know. Like Taylor Lorenz has pointed out, we haven't heard him speak yet. We literally don't know his case whatsoever. There's so much projection on this shit.
store. I'm not saying you cannot find examples of left-wing extremists killing innocent people, but looking at targets and frequency, it's not even a question of which is worse. Meanwhile, we have constant right-wing attacks year after year to the point where it's a fairly common occurrence. Now,
Like I said, when it comes to political extremism, the groups are social groups. It's different than the right-wing extremism. But ultimately, a majority of the people who do these attacks feel isolated and alone. And that's the more common factor that's going on there. Like, the decision to kill mass amounts of people is not a right-wing thing. And, like, the fact that we, like, presented all these right-wing things, like, you know, the Nazis also did massacres, and then equating that to just the violence issue that's going on now. And like, a lot of, like, these shootings are fucking crime-related. Is it, like, it's just, we don't care. We don't care about that violence because they didn't fucking use whiteout on the gun. Like, we need to change a lot of shit. It's not, if to focus on the only issue being fucking capitalism is fucking silly.
What many people associate with the far left, especially Americans, is identity politics. While the far right is fairly universal in their messaging, the far left tends to splinter, particularly with messaging around identity. While all leftists want what's best for everyone in marginalized groups, there can be a large difference in the messaging.
It's
and
crazy because the right wing is more identitarian politics than the left.
But also, like I already said with the federal branch, like, it's going to lean more into that type of fucking side of things. If you're putting it on a fucking spectrum, the president is never going to be someone like Bernie fucking Sanders.
No.
It like that happens. When it happens, it's not necessarily gonna be because of that person's politics. It's gonna be because it's like post-recession and shit.
Mm-hmm. Meaning focusing on uniting everyone on an equal field and speaking to every group at the same level.
Oh my
there
God,
may be
bro.
specific groups that are struggling more, but the best way to help them is by focusing on raising
no way we're showing this propaganda. They got a fucking guy in a sheet with an AK over here. Workers of the world unite, bro. There's also a Palestinian here with an RPG. Epic. Hey, you know what this is? Right here? What this picture is? There's something very specific that this represents, huh? Like a certain, not appreciation, but maybe something, you know, like they're convincing themselves to believe in some sort of idea. United under like a common thing, like a banner or a nation. Bro's literally here doing a fucking video essay on anti-horseshoe theory, and immediately when he's talking about far left stuff, he's literally starts doing apology and romantic nationalism. Bro, you are a fascist. That's what it is. This is fascism. Welcome. I'm not saying welcome because I'm part of this. I'm just saying you've arrived there.
Yeah,
you know, because somebody hasn't welcomed you and let you know.
Not yet.
You know.
Now they have. What is he gonna do now?
All working class people's standards together. Hyper-focusing on specific identities only divides the working class and alienates people who would have otherwise been on board with the class struggle. It drives their attention away from class politics to focusing on their racial, gender, and identity differences. In the modern day...
Yes, definitely the Chinese and Soviet posters you just showed were known for validating people on racial and identity differences.
This method of messaging is typically divided between Eastern and Western...
Like, you couldn't even show Castro, who, like, actually did do, like, some cool shit internationally that was kind of, like, dope. Like, even Gaddafi is better than that shit. Like, Gaddafi did a ton of anti-imperialist shit, you know? Giving, like, Simtex to the IRA and stuff. Like, if you're gonna fucking do this shit, why are you looking at the the two fucking countries that were like, we're gonna try and hit those Hitler numbers and beat them, right? Why those two? Like, you already showed you're aware of Allende. You couldn't fucking look up some fucking, like, Cuban revolutionary artwork? It's fucking epic and beautiful, a lot of this shit. You know, like, even in, like, Zapatismo and that shit, there's, like, a specific thing where a lot of these people recognize that the reason why they're poor is because of a post-colonial structure.
Yeah.
Leftists. The former Soviet Union and currently communist China does not participate in any type of identity politics messaging that you would be familiar with.
Jesus Christ, bro. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me with this fascist nonsense in this fascist-ass video.
I was literally talking to a Chinese friend of mine last night, talking about nationalist messaging, teaching you to hate the Japanese inside China.
Bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the Soviet Union, never nationalist, huh?
Like, China operates purely from a Han anthropocentric model.
Like,
you fucking fool.
The bro couldn't even pick Vietnam. Like, it's right there for you.
Why do they do this? China is not a country, a government to defend.
China's not a country, got it. The thing is, 30 seconds in, I knew this was going to be this kind of video.
Focusing much more on universalism amongst class. Modern Western leftists tend to focus much more on individual identities and develop specific messaging campaigns and terminology. They attempt the impossible task of trying to accommodate catered messaging to every possible difference between different groups.
Whoa. Hang on. 1 second.
That you would be familiar with in the West, focusing much more on universalism amongst class. Modern Western leftists tend to focus much more on individual identities and develop specific messaging campaigns and terminology. They attempt the impossible task of trying to accommodate...
Oh, okay. So now, leftism is individualistic, okay?
This guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Bro, you just... Like, there was no such thing as individualism in those countries. They were anti-individualism. That's kind of what defined them.
It's kind of what defines China right now.
There's only one individual in China.
Yeah, and it's Xi Jinping.
A catered messaging to every possible difference between different groups, usually to the dissatisfaction of every group. While this is certainly done in good faith and by well-intentioned people on the left, the alienation that this is done on the working class is undeniable.
The rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as...
Bro is literally doing, we lost the election because trans people.
This is an incredible video.
And again, this is about horseshoe theory not existing. Isn't that great?
As I said, it's an Ouroboros.
Oh, that was the laser pig thing.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
It literally is they're eating their own tail, though. Like, it literally is that.
Yeah. I would say they're more eating their shit.
Sure. The human centipede. That's kind of interesting. I don't think I've seen that video.
I told you, it's 2 hours long. I couldn't even tell you when he makes the joke. Or how far I got into it. Because you can't even effectively scrub a 2 hour long video, you know?
Yeah.
Male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. With the results of the previous 4 elections, our elected officers are currently 2 male and 2 female. In order to be gender balanced, we must we must elect one male, one female, and one person of any gender.
New wave academic terminology, discourse, and aggressive messaging around marginalized groups can be off-putting and not very accessible for your average working class person. Western leftists have placed themselves on a tightrope between messaging on universal programs that benefit everyone, while at the same time not wanting to figuratively or literally abandon specific groups. This has undoubtedly contributed to the failure of the left in the West. The right wing capitalizes on this weakness by using working class people's annoyance with identity politics to vote completely against.
What a doofus.
Bro literally is saying identity politics are why Donald Trump won.
Against their best interests and focus on the culture war. Now let's get to the far left government. Before we get into
okay, bro, I get it. He was actually saying the problem with Western leftism is that they're too individualistic, not like China. I get it now. I get what you're trying to say.
It all makes sense.
Far left government, please take a second to subscribe and like the video.
I already did. Fuck off.
Let's look at what happens when these far left beliefs are held in positions of power. The left's main targets are those who are perpetuating systems of inequality: capitalists, wealthy elites, and landlords. Unlike the far right, where violence is directed downward onto marginalized outgroups, far left violence is directed upward to those in positions of power. The left's targets are a very small, highly powerful elite and fascists, in stark contrast to the far right's focus on much larger portions of the population: entire ethnicities, religions, immigrants, or those with different sexual orientations. It is undeniably more just to challenge those exploiting others than to persecute individuals based on inherent traits or identity. Far-right governments seek to reinforce or expand existing hierarchies through policies of apartheid, genocide, or ethnic cleansing. Left-wing governments, even when authoritarian, aim to establish feudal systems.
There's the real G.
Land and eliminate poverty. These goals are intended to.
There's another real G right there. Like, why? Do fucking Stalin wasn't bad shit. Like, look at this dude. What a fucking, you know, intellectual. Like, this looks like a dude whose opinion I can trust. You know what I'm saying?
They fail in execution. After addressing the atrocities of far-right regimes, it's essential to confront the darker chapters of far-left governments as well. One significant group of victims under far-left regimes have been those perceived as
I hope we
traitors
don't do
to
any apologia.
These victims, most notably during Stalin's purges, the Cultural Revolution, and the Khmer Rouge genocide, were casualties of paranoia, authoritarianism, and internal power struggles. Undoubtedly, many, if not most of the victims were loyal communists or innocents swept up in the chaos. However, it is crucial to separate these actions from the...
Bro. The Khmer Rouge was ethnically motivated.
Yep.
They would literally look at people's last names.
Yes, they would. It was fucking... And Billy. They got a Billy from China. Did you know that? Literally facilitated the genocide. China did. And
also, like,
and
bro showed
Vietnam
Israel
over it.
and didn't acknowledge that, like, the Soviets are also a big reason it exists, not just Hitler.
The core tenets of leftist ideology. Nowhere in Marx's works does it advocate for purges, paranoia, or suppression of
I love that he says nowhere in Marx's work, and he's got Lenin up there.
intellectuals. These killings were products of authoritarianism and power struggles, not intrinsic to leftist ideology. This is a fundamental difference between the far left.
Oh my god, bro.
This is
okay.
apologia.
Bro. What, did I not specifically, like, make cases that, like, it's hard to define certain things, like military dictatorships, as left or right? Yep. Like, it just was defined on if they were more loyal to the Soviets or Americans. It didn't actually matter, like, what their goal or government was in most of these places. Like, that's where the fucking third world term came from.
Yeah.
Left and far right. These are traits that can manifest in any regime, right-wing or left-wing. To act like these are exclusively communist or left-wing
Just say any regime. Not left or right wing, bro. Just stop. Ugh.
traits is absurd. Right-wing regimes have employed the same methods.
Here we go. Right wing. Idi Amin. How?
Sure.
Like, that is, if anything, a centrist. He didn't give a fuck what you were.
He'd kill you anyway.
Yes.
A true man of
to
the
suppress
people.
dissent and consolidate power. Also, not all leftist governance is authoritarian. Many
Also, Gaddafi, like, was racist as fuck as well. He wanted to be the king of the black people.
democratic socialist systems, such as those in Nordic countries.
He masked this fucking pogroms that he did in his own country as internationalism and sticking up for the working class in Africa.
Demonstrate how leftist principles can also exist without
Which
a real leftist.
did lead to some good things. Like, I can give him a lot more credit than the Ayatollah, that's for sure.
Authoritarianism. And not all far-left authoritarianism is bad, as we have seen with the success of China raising 800 million people from poverty.
Fuck me, bro. But not USAID. They didn't lift anyone out of poverty. Our tax dollars have not lifted anyone out of poverty. It's only the radical social reform of Deng Xiaoping. Like, I agree. Deng Xiaoping's policy was really fucking good.
Yeah,
for China.
created, wealth disparity. Gross, growing, unchangeable wealth disparity.
You know what China is? They're the centrist because Deng Xiaoping. Well, actually, Xi Jinping is changing a lot, but and before the last 5 years, that's what they were. They were centrist because they were maintaining the status quo established by Deng Xiaoping.
True.
When examining Western death tolls attributed to leftist governments, many deaths, such as those caused by famines in Maoist China, are ridiculously attributed to communism itself. Poor policies in some instances maybe, but it is an insane assertion to present.
This is one of their Adrian Zen's things.
Bro,
You know what's
has
funny?
no fucking clue
I learned about
of like
the Soviet
regimes
and
like the
communist-
Derg.
Yeah. Like, I learned about
Like-
communist and Soviet sort of massacres and shit, and never knew what the Black Book of Communism was. I learned about it because of commies.
Like, you know how, like, the Rwandan genocide? Do we teach that as being a fascist or left-wing or right-wing genocide, or do we get rid of all that shit and talk about what the actual issue going on in the society was?
Funny how that works. It's almost like that's how it should be taught.
And starvation as a core feature of communism, especially considering famines were a rampant recurring tragedy in pre-communist China and Russia with non-existent help from any government. Also, estimates of these death tolls are heavily inflated for Western narratives. The same death tolls, no joke, also count the deaths of Nazis killed by the Red Army during World War II in their victims of communism body count. In contrast, the tangible improvements brought about by leftist revolutions cannot be ignored. In the Soviet Union, Cuba, and China, literacy rates doubled, life expectancy rose dramatically,
this guy's a straight-up
urbanization
tanky
and industrialization
apologist Stalin.
surged.
Hey, Hitler also
Brutality
rose
plummeted.
literacy rates.
These achievements outpaced progress in the capitalist West, which took centuries to reach the same milestones. If
Oh my
famines
God.
under communism are to be criticized, then the systematic poverty, starvation, and neglect perpetuated under capitalism, particularly in Africa and the global South, must also be criticized. The resources exist to eradicate extreme poverty worldwide, but under
So what
capitalism,
about
the profit
China's
motive is
resource
more important
extraction
than
at the moment?
welfare. China's
Brother,
response has not only eliminated
most
abject
famines are failures of government.
True.
You know.
Very true.
but is bringing the global south with it through its Belt and Road Initiative. Meanwhile,
Oh my
capitalist countries
God.
are controlled by
Oh,
oligarchs. There's rising
yeah,
poverty
baby.
rates and rapidly declining
It
living
just gets
standards.
better and
Blaming
better.
communism for starvation and suffering ignores the mass suffering under feudalism,
What was
monarchy,
that?
and capitalism.
This
which
is
never
great.
examined. If you take
You
left
actually
ideology
suck
to its
in the
extreme,
Belt and
it
Road
means doing the
Initiative's
best
dick
for
too.
the
Oh, I thought you were talking about the game because you were like flying through the air.
Oh no, I would try to jump into the camp, but I fucked it up.
That's what I saw. That's what I thought.
No,
that's what I
my
thought you were
reaction
saying.
was
It
to
just
him,
gets better
though.
and better, and then you crash into an invisible wall.
I was saying that.
Rice.
the majority of the underprivileged by any means necessary. The bad things that happen are in the context of implementing a noble aspiration of a just and equal society. Taking the right to the extreme always results in the subjugation, othering, and usually destruction of whole populations of people. Maybe you're off-put by extremism in general and think of yourself more as a moderate.
Hey,
You wanna
how's
pick a side
racism
and
in
fall
China?
Somewhere in the middle. I think it's better to choose the side that's end aspiration is a classless, stateless utopia.
Oh my
compared to
God,
an
this
ethnically
guy is an
homogeneous,
idiot.
divided world amongst nation-states built on hierarchies. Taking baseline conservative views and extending
I said
them
I inhaled
must leave an
rice.
outgroup, a scapegoat, and inferior. How far you go on the right spectrum is the
China is a
degree of
literal
intensity in which you
hierarchy.
hate or attack a certain
They
group.
appoint class
Starting at personal
captains who
bias
suck
and
up to
bigotry
the
is moderate,
teachers, who
to
suck
death
up
and
to
extermination
the
at
party
its
members,
furthest.
who suck up to the
Meanwhile,
federal
your targets
party
on the left
members.
are not
What are you
everyday people,
talking about?
the
That's a
small
fucking
populations of oligarchs or
hierarchy.
fascists. Their removal also isn't
Classless
necessarily death, as
society.
many on the left believe in
Dickhead.
rehabilitation and re-education. When communism took over in China in 1949, the last emperor of China from its dynasty-based government system was still in the country. Instead of killing him, Mao just educated him on communism and gave him a normal-ass job. You should never feel threatened by a far-left person.
Hold
Unless you're
on,
an open
pause
racist
it,
or Nazi,
pause it,
which I
pause it,
hope you
pause it,
shouldn't
pause
feel.
it. Oh my God. Okay. Bit of context to this last emperor thing. He was deposed in like 1911 at the age of 6. He then got reduced to a commoner, and the nationalists did nothing about him. Now, what did the communists do when the Panchen Lama was named, John?
Oh, they said he's demon with horn.
And what did they do to him?
They they re-educated him.
Ah, okay. Have we seen him
Yeah.
since?
Well, no. It's just there's no individualism in China. You see, he's just an ordinary
okay.
citizen.
Or he's gone. You know? Now, what would the Chinese government have done in early 1900s if they were the ones that deposed the empire, the imperial seat? Do you think that they would have killed them, or do you think that they would have simply been nice and re-educated them? What did the Russians do?
You know what's funny? It's like
fucking dumb cunt.
he's like showing the picture where it's like, oh look, it's the emperor. It's just he's a regular child, right? Like that's a 6-year-old baby. You want to see a picture that has the same energy?
Yes. Is a baby Stalin? Or has the Russian... Kind of curious what you're going to bring up. What is this?
This is the conquistadors. Famously puppet government.
Mm-hmm.
Like they literally ran shit and used the fucking king as a token to influence their powers.
Kind of like
Right?
how America did with Japan.
And then this dude is literally being like a tokenism of why the Maoists were great, even though they were responsible for famines.
And
is that they didn't kill the former
millions of
emperor.
executions.
Okay. So now, like, what does that make Robespierre executing the king for the revolution?
True. What does that make him? Would that make him a fascist?
I would certainly argue. Not for that reason, though.
No, definitely not for that
Instead of
reason.
killing him, Mao just educated him on communism and gave him a normal-ass job. You should never feel
A
threatened.
normal-ass job.
Unless you are an
Hey, what
openly
did
racist or
Mao
Nazi,
do with
which I hope you
Tibet?
shouldn't feel concerned for, then you are within the 99%.
Are they
of
still
people who are
occupying
not a
Tibet?
target. In personal relationships, it should be universally
Anti-imperialism.
clear which side of the spectrum's extremists you would rather deal with. For one, leftists seldomly commit acts of terrorism. When they do violent acts, it's often targeted at corporations or government infrastructure, like vandalizing weapon plants, sending arms to apartheid states. They never intentionally target innocent civilians.
Okay, American pilled. Bro is so American pilled.
Far-right people are jaded, antisocial, violent, openly misogynistic, and racist. They are insecure and full of hatred.
left-wing
They are inherently
people,
dangerous and
famously
nihilistic.
not that.
Identity politics and left messaging can be cringe and annoying, but like, what's worse? There's a good Stavros joke about this that I can't remember exactly, but it goes something like, the left
Maybe you
extremist person at worst
Hey, you
might be
edited
strange
this,
to you.
right? You use sources that you've referenced throughout this video, right? Maybe you should go look up the joke instead of... I don't remember the joke exactly. You know what you're doing there? You're literally deliberately misquoting somebody.
That's true.
Have a weird hair color and be annoying. At least they want what's best for you, and they're definitely not going to hurt you. I'll take that any day of the week over some guy with an AR-15. The nature of the human condition...
Okay. Now you can't have an AR-15 and be leftist. Got it.
Cooperation and progress.
Very cool.
Not division and hierarchies created on a superficial basis. Thank you guys for watching. Please subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments, whether you agree or disagree. Please check out my last video, and I'll see you guys in the next
Oh, well,
reply
I'll let you know what I
poopy
think.
video.
Not in the comments, though.
Poopy video.
Tim Pool has been having
If you spend any time on political YouTube, you've likely come across countless lazy, oversimplified videos portraying the Chinese government as an oppressive regime that brutally censors the internet to keep the population in the dark. Western media constantly pushes the narrative that Chinese internet restrictions are inherently bad, claiming that Chinese people live in an information bubble, have no knowledge of the outside world, and lack the ability to voice concerns. They're all wrong.
They do.
These criticisms don't come from a place of...
They still have VPNs, though.
Yeah.
Meme culture does penetrate China. The thing is that
But it's in spite. It's not because.
there is no point to be politically engaged in China.
No, there really isn't. You're better off kissing up.
Yeah.
Because there's a
Be
hierarchy.
get a hobby.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't care about politics? Sports fans that are really into sports. That's why they use people like Dave Portnoy and put Trump at the UFC and shit.
True.
of genuine concern for the Chinese people. Instead, they stem from a deeply ingrained sense of Western superiority. The idea that the free Western internet is the golden standard and that Western democracy is the only legitimate form of governance. However, with every
Western democracy.
Check this shit out. Nailed it.
Western democracy. They think Western people who think China's okay, so hang on. People who think China is wrong for censoring their people. They what now? He'd be using so many adjectives.
Simp.
standard and that Western democracy is the only legitimate form of governance. However,
Western democracy is the only legitimate form of governance.
I mean, not Western democracy, but
I can
probably
see
democracy.
a generalization of most people in the West would have a superiority of democracy is better. Look what I did in China.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that would be a general normie take, sure.
Yeah, morons.
Yeah.
Okay?
People who don't understand anything else.
But this laser pig video that's 2 hours long, his whole thing is about the what should you call it? Diane Kruger. Like the whole intro is about that.
That's interesting.
With every passing day, this claim becomes more impossible to defend. The illusion of free speech in the West is rapidly crumbling as social media platforms are openly manipulated by their billionaire owners and as Western governments increasingly suppress dissenting
China's
voices,
government
especially when it comes to
manipulate
correctly
anything.
critiquing them for supporting its side. All the way to the extent that you will lose your job, diploma, or even be deported for being mean to a country the US really likes. The reality is that China's internet firewall exists for a
Never
reason.
once has that
Not about
happened in
controlling the
China.
people with some devious
Never
repressive
once do they
intentions in
kill
mind,
you for
but
it.
about protecting social stability, national security, and economic independence.
Oh my God.
In today's video, we're going to debunk the two biggest misconceptions about China's internet firewall. The first being, the firewall limits Chinese citizens' access to the outside world, keeps them heavily propagandized, and prevents them from understanding other political and economic systems.
Okay. The first one's easy. Language is actually what keeps them from the outside. It has nothing to do with the firewall. It is much more language based. If you can't read something in Chinese, are you going to engage with it? Now, the difference here is if you look at like any page that's run by people from Japan, they're able to respond to you in English just fine.
Yes.
Because society has, they may not know any English, right? They may do like the Bird app where they fake teach you languages so you learn certain phrases and stuff. But because Japan has always integrated with a like more expansive internet than bros bouncing off the walls over there. You know, like Japan is less insular on the internet world.
Yes.
On the television world, though, Japanese TV is not playing like, you know, American cartoons. You know, even how they
does not.
And even how they present TV is much different than our concept of it. Like
Japanese television is incredible. You don't
and
even
like
need
then
to
you have
understand the
Korean,
language.
like Korean television is also like very different to that as well. But when it comes to meme culture and stuff, like like all the chinchilla pages that are viral and shit are Japanese.
Yes, they are.
Like
There's a lot of those, actually.
Because, like, in Japanese culture, like, the whole, like, petstagram type thing, like having a page that's your pet, you know?
Yeah, is very normal.
Much more common and acceptable, you know, because it's always, they're also a mascot-based culture.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, they'll always refer to their pet as Chan as well. So, they more easily anthropomorphize.
Yes, there is a lot of that
things.
in Japan as well. Is they humanize the animals a lot.
Yeah, so, if you post, like, as your pet, and you're, like, coming from, like, a Western meme perspective, people are gonna be like, that's fucking loser behavior, you know? A page for your pet, nobody gives a fuck about that. But if you're pretending to be the pet and role-playing as the pet, then people look at you as cringe. But all those Japanese pages, they're literally posting from the pet's perspective.
That is true. The uwu culture.
Yes. So, because of the way China is run, it's not the firewall itself that has kept that language barrier. it's the ability of Chinese to be translated to English. Outside culture makes it in to China. Their culture doesn't necessarily escape. Their meme culture doesn't escape. That's the issue, is that it's more insulated, circulated. There's not a lot of international memes that link things together.
We must
like
free the memes of production.
Like cute animal pages aren't really a thing in China.
Well, I'm sure that they are, but it just doesn't.
I just mean in like that doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm saying on the meme like cycle of things, you know, like Seal Twitter.
Yes.
You know,
Seal Core.
And number two, that Chinese people have no ability to voice concerns, critique the government, or push for change. Not only will I explain why both of these claims are completely false, but I will also break down 3 major benefits of keeping the US-dominated internet infrastructure out of China without restrictions. Let's get into it. Before debunking the myths about China's internet firewall, let's first establish what it actually is and the historical reasoning behind it. According to the Chinese government, the firewall is designed to censor, block, or filter access to certain categories of content that are deemed harmful to national security and societal well-being. They include the following categories: opposing the fundamental principles of the Constitution, jeopardizing...
Okay, here's me doing it better than you. Look at Germany. They just banned the AfD. Is that censorship? What is this, bro? You're putting... We're like literally quoting Chinese policy on the screen. Like, the Chinese Constitution actually says...
national security.
Chairman Mao said... Shut up!
You know what the funniest part about this is? So
that it's fascist?
All of these people, yes, but all of these people complain about the CIA and the US State Department and all of this shit, and then they go and
the CIA literally doesn't know what the internet is. It's so funny.
And then they go and literally quote people like Mao Ning, who is the equivalent of Marco Rubio. Like, you are repeating state talking points. You are doing exactly what you criticize, except it's the red team. You are fucking troglodytes. Leave your cave. Pick your knuckles up off the ground. Unfucking real.
Oh my god, bro. 6 days ago, I am Chinese who's born and raised in China and still live here. A lot of information in this video is not true. He is definitely very naive view on China.
Can you please screenshot that and
bro,
then
and like
post it to Twitter? Because he may delete the comment.
In fact, this is literally translated from Chinese. In fact, we should understand more about American politics than you think. Obviously, American politics, electoral politics, is a variety to show style farce. I mean, that makes sense. Why would they believe that? That's like the whole democracy is a farce is a big thing for them.
Yeah.
These countries, because like all they can point out is like they aren't uplifting their people either.
Mm-hmm.
Every 4 years, elections ensure no one can do anything. As opposed to us, you know.
Yeah, they get no choice. I love that there's literally a Chinese comment on there saying that he's wrong. That's so funny. Couple amber.
The average Chinese citizen has a very positive view of America because they aren't propagandized to hate us like we do about them. The average Chinese citizen is not politically engaged enough to care.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Now, if you want to fucking see on the internet where Chinese culture really crosses over, gaming is huge.
Yep.
Like Helldivers, you know, all the time.
Yes.
And a lot of games don't actually allow Chinese characters. So when you see people with default names in a lot of games,
They're Chinese.
it's because they literally can't enter their name because it doesn't allow anything but like the default name, and they don't care what it says.
Leaking state secrets, subverting state power, or threatening national unity, harming the nation's honor.
And guess what? Those people aren't about to sit there and talk to you about politics if they could even talk to you. They're there to play the game.
Or interests, inciting hatred, racism, or disrupting ethnic solidarity,
Ironic.
disrupting national religious policies, promoting cults, or reviving feudal superstitions, spreading rumors, disturbing societal order, or undermining social stability, promoting obscenity, pornography, gambling, violence, murder, terrorism, or encouraging criminal activity, insulting or defaming third parties, infringing on
You know
legal
what this
rights and
sounds like?
interests, and any other content prohibited by law or administrative
Sounds
regulations.
very conservative.
The core idea behind these restrictions is preserving social cohesion and national stability. The West serves
That
as a
sounds
real-time
very
case study of what
conservative.
an unfiltered anything
Yeah,
goes
sounds
digital
like
environment can lead to.
conservative,
Mass
power,
polarization,
hungriness.
disinformation, social fragmentation, and widespread mental health issues. This is the state of the modern Western internet.
Yes.
An unregulated, hyper
Yes, China famously has no mental health issues.
Famously.
commercialized, and divisive digital space that is widely acknowledged to be harmful to mental health and social cohesion. Compare that to China's internet, which, while regulated, is structured around unity and utility. It prioritizes social stability, fosters national cohesion, and prevents the very problems that have turned much of the Western internet into a toxic battleground of ideological warfare and digital addiction. To fully grasp why China is cautious about unregulated foreign influence, we need to look at it.
The problem with Chinese internet censorship is that it creates people like this.
Yes, because we
Historical
can't actually
context.
see the real
China's
information coming out of China. So like, we really don't know how China is outside of like the small amount of leaks that we have and the some people that have contacts within the country that even speak out. Like it's so difficult to get information out of that country. It's wild.
Modern resurgence follows a century of national humiliation that lasted from 1839 to 1949. This period was marked by foreign invasions, land seizures, and economic.
Oh, this horrid sludge! It seems to want to swallow her beautiful rubber.
Jack?
What?
Please tell me why we need historical context about the century of humiliation to justify censoring their internet. Can we seriously leave out this historical nonsense for once, my guy? What does this have to do with anything?
Mm-hmm. This is the question that I find myself asking people defending the Chinese government all the time. What does this have to do with anything I said? Very, very common.
Economic exploitation at the hands of Western powers in Japan. One of the most devastating periods was the Opium Wars, where British
based.
Nobody vote in poll. Nobody has vote in poll.
waged war against China to force the population
Did it fall down?
into drug addiction. When China resisted, it was brutally defeated and forced into a series of unequal treaties, ceding control over key territories like Hong Kong and granting Western powers near total economic dominance over the Chinese ports. European powers, along with the US and Japan, carved out spheres of influence within China, controlling trade and resources while the Chinese people suffered. This pattern of foreign exploitation continued well into the 20th century. China was brutally invaded by the Japanese in the 1930s, suffering atrocities like the Nanjing Massacre, where hundreds of thousands were killed. It wasn't until 1949 that China regained sovereignty under its own terms. When viewed through this historical lens, it becomes clear why China is deeply protective of its political and economic independence. Unlike Western nations that have long enjoyed global...
Okay, so the 1930s, the Japanese invaded. 36, I think it was. Or let me actually get the numbers here. When did the Japanese invade China in World War II? I believe it was Manchuria.
Something chilling about this place.
31 was the invasion of Manchuria. Then 37. 37. Okay. So, between the invasion of Manchuria and the rape of Nanking, it was 6 years. 6 years, which I believe the communists were fighting with the nationalists. China was independent and sovereign under the nationalist government from, I want to say, the early 1910s to 1949. What also happened in this period was the British, the Tibetans, and
What does this
the
have to
Chinese.
do with anything?
I'm just giving further context because he wants to give it a history lesson. I'm going to fill in the history. The British, the Tibetans, and the Chinese all had a meeting, and based on the British
voted
colonial
multiple
mindset,
times like a good Biden mule. Damn right.
So they had a meeting where they were determining Tibet's status, right? Determining Tibet's status, and they determined that because China was more advanced, more civilized, is the wording that they used, based on the British terms of civilization, obviously them being the most advanced, then it was China-Tibet. They gave the Chinese the mandate to rule over Tibet, but the nationalists didn't do anything. So does that not imply that China had sovereignty and choice over its actions? Meaning that this idea that it was only in 1949 that this happened is actually romantic nationalism and a lie. Which goes back to your other video. And you're engaging in fascism. So, like, what are we doing here? Like,
well, I'm definitely gonna save that one for later.
Unfucking real. I love these. Crazy. These fucking people, man.
No boring videos allowed. I'd agree.
This is it. The burning mound.
That sounded bad.
Interesting.
That's going to be it.
A year at Trinity College, Ireland. That makes sense why he got so communist and stupid. That's definitely a country you go to as a young person that will make you communist and stupid. But, so, 3 months ago, I guess is when college ended, and he made this video. What would China be like without communism?
Amazing.
And then his big video was that horseshoe theory video, which has almost 360K.
I fucking hate that these people get these kinds of views.
Why do you think they get these views? You think they're legitimate, huh?
Who knows? Hopefully not. How long until this guy joins Second Thought's fucking cult? Check his recommended channels. See who he recommends.
I don't think... Dude, there's literally... It's an empty channel. There's like almost nothing here. Just a generic banner.
Bro is AI.
A Patreon and a Twitter handle. There's literally like nothing here to go off of. It's like he doesn't exist.
What's his Twitter look like?
I don't know. It's not a fucking clickable link.
Stay here.
Very strange.
I'll go on.
I'm not about to type it in. I'm too lazy.
You can highlight it and paste it.
Yeah. What are we doing now?
Missions.
Look how many knives you have.
A lot of knives. Got a lot of people to stab.
That wasn't a stab. Nice parry. That was a good fight.
It was. I didn't use a single knife. I was trying to. Yeah, I got a big spanner. Put the GDF video, Pakistan one.
What about the Ethan Klein one?
I put 2 in stream. One I just added, and then the Pakistan India one. Or I might have sent it into the chat. No. It's in there. You see it?
Part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government is to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that there is.
I wonder about that last part. I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die? There were massive demonstrations in Israel. Tens of.
Like, this is the one big thing that he gave Sam, like, major ground and consensus on, is that he is worried about Israeli society and the racism inside the society against Palestinians.
Yeah.
Of thousands of people in a country that's relatively small. So I think characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally.
Ethan Klein appears to harbor contradictions. In his recent conversation with Sam Cedar of the Majority Report, he claims to have optimism with regard to Israeli society. Israelis do not wish death on Palestinian civilians. He claims this is evident in the protests in Israel for the end of hostilities in Gaza, though in more casual conversation.
He literally framed his argument around they want the war to end. He wasn't necessarily characterizing them as like not being racist. He never said that they weren't racist, really. I mean, he did, but he immediately gave all that ground to Sam in the conversation.
Yeah.
He not only tolerates but appears to share a more jaded outlook.
The thing is, in Ramallah, there's a lot of there's going to be like Hamas operatives and Islamic jihadists and stuff that live there. So I don't even know necessarily if it's like the ordinary people, but yeah, they will kill you.
I just got out of the bathroom. What did I miss?
Whether sincere or not, I found his incredulousness at the notion of Israeli society supporting the killing of Palestinian civilians interesting. Following October 7th, what Americans could glean from reactions inside Israel to the carnage in Gaza was no less than completely horrifying. Members of the Knesset called for nuking Gaza. A prominent general wrote opinion pieces calling for inducing epidemics of disease and making the strip.
Like, how did America react to 9/11? And there already wasn't the... Like, can you imagine if 9/11 was done by, like, a pro-black group?
Oh, it would be instant lynching.
Like, the reason why Israel's so bad here is because there's already the history behind it of the oppression and shit. Like, 9/11 came out of nowhere and it still had not as bad of rhetoric as we've seen from the fucking worst of the worst in Israel, but there was still people calling for nukes and just to glass the place.
Yeah.
Uninhabitable, Israel's finance minister shared the article and expressed his agreement. Israelis took to social media to mock Palestinians, gloating over their running water and electricity, which was cut off to Gaza. Though, for some reason, I held on to an assumption that these were narrow and incomplete glimpses into Israeli society. I suppose I had a optimistic view that Israelis would surely harbor a capacity for empathy with Palestinians, to some degree. What I saw in the spring of 2024 was therefore a gut punch. It was a report from Pew Research Center titled, Israeli Views of the Israel-Hamas War. I read it carefully, and a figure leaped out at me. Israeli Arabs, Palestinians, are much more likely than Jews to say the country's military response has gone too far. 74% versus 4%. Honestly, reading it now, I still can't believe it. And for that, I feel incredibly naive. I guess it fundamentally altered what I believed about humanity, about people. It was genuinely, horribly depressing.
Bro's first genocide.
For me, it was a sign of the damage that's been done and the work that is ahead. Or maybe there are other ways to interpret it. It certainly was not a moment of optimism for me. Already in December of 2023, Human Rights Watch reported the Israeli government is using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare in the Gaza Strip, which is a war crime. Israeli forces are deliberately blocking the delivery of water, food, and fuel. By the new year, the images of destruction in Gaza were no less than apocalyptic, as we all clearly remember as it was widely reported, owing to a bombing campaign that you'd have to go back to the Vietnam War to make a comparison, in the words of Mark Garlasco, who's frequently interviewed by news outlets for his unique expertise in weapons. He worked for U.S. intelligence, the United Nations, and Human Rights Watch, for which he investigated Israel's 2006 bombing of Lebanon. Other quotes from experts were similarly astonishing. In 2 months, we've had about the level of strikes in this tiny little area in Gaza as what we saw in Mosul and Raqqa combined, said Larry Lewis, research director at the Center for Naval Analyses and formerly the U.S. State Department's senior advisor on civilian harm. Even CNN in this article placed the number of killed as of January 2024 at nearly 25,000. 1 year after October 7th, many more tens of thousands had been killed. The number couldn't possibly be known for certain. A credible study from The Lancet, reported by the New York Times, said many tens of thousands more than the oft-cited but conservative Ministry of Health numbers. Gaza had been so destroyed that even the U.S. president was calling it a
demolition site. It's a pure demolition site.
Nice. But protests had erupted in Israel to end the so-called war. Real quick, why do I say so-called war? In Gaza, we certainly haven't seen regular warfare, obviously. Hamas has no regular army. But we've hardly seen what can be called an asymmetric conflict. It's important to note that numberless Gazans have bravely resisted the Israeli military despite unimaginable and impossible odds, including the following. The Palestinians in Gaza have been hermetically sealed inside without any way out. They have no peripheral sanctuary state for which to regroup and rearm themselves. They are completely trapped. They've had to dig tunnels going underground to find a sanctuary. This, in a strip of land the size of Philadelphia.
What in the fuck?
Like, the only thing... Not the only thing, but the thing that Ethan was really naive about in this conversation was the fact that he didn't know that Israel said releasing of the hostages won't end the war. So, because he was unaware of that, that is a major lens to look at what he was saying in this.
Yeah.
So, a lot of his opinions are built up on this incorrect thing. And that's when he looks at Israeli society asking for the hostage releases as the people who also want the war to end. Which is a pretty normie thing.
Yeah.
Very few people are plugged in enough to know that Israel said that shit.
That is true.
I think I was aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
That also holds an...
Well, that was the thing with all the ceasefire shit. Like, Israel was rejecting any ceasefire that allowed Hamas to continually to exist.
Netanyahu was tanking it. Trying to kill your little underlings.
But then, where I would say in both these debates, the blind spot more so with Hassan, even though it was mostly about how he's like asking where the rapes are, but their like basically almost denial of the protest against Hamas.
Ooh, melee weapon execution. Oh yeah, baby!
Did you just get a melee finisher?
Fuck yeah, I did.
Yeah, they give you melee weapons for like most fights in the later game.
I just unlocked all the skills. Because I realized that I hadn't had the skills unlocked. So I've been missing out on having a lot of fun. Take that. Hey look, a weapon. Oh, he didn't stumble there. Okay. I'm just gonna wail on him until it breaks.
They got the... You had the glory kill QTE there.
I know.
And you shot him.
I missed it. Imagine if I died.
You might need to get a QTE kill. Oh, is this the guy who... Is this Deep Farah?
There it is. I don't know.
It's the throne of the fire guy.
No, it's not.
This isn't a flaming throne?
I'm all the way up here.
Okay.
No.
Probably the same gang though, because like Deep Farah wasn't on your side. Jimmy Bar loot boxes, huh?
So tedious.
I know, right? And it gives you 1 scrap.
No, that wasn't that.
Oh, okay. It gave you 17.
That's not too bad.
That sucks.
Well, it's 17 plus the bonus.
Yeah.
Entire civilian population. Of course, the existence of this small strip is a result of the Nakba, as some 70% of the population are not from Gaza, but are refugees from the ethnic cleansing that took place, particularly...
Okay, this video is called Ethan Klein is Wrong About Israeli Society. He does not deny the Nakba. He's very clear about the Nakba and the conditions that have been created. He explained this conflict to Trisha Paytas, for fuck's sake.
in the cleansing operations, that's what they were called, in Isdud, Ascalon, Beersheba, and throughout the Negev. So, Gazans are fighting from a place that is in no way conducive for combat, for reasons completely out of their control. The Israeli onslaught that began on October 7th was a culmination...
Did you do a story mission today?
Not today. We're done talking on subjects and shit.
I mean, we're never gonna finish this game.
I can do a story mission.
What is the story mission you're on?
In it for the glory. Because I wanted to get the sideburners, that's why I did that one.
I'll burn your sides.
I've kept...
Oh my god. Still didn't get them.
They're locked behind specific threats.
Yeah.
I have made her purr with delight.
Calm down.
Of lessons learned in previous destruction.
Put your
We can
off-road
clearly
tires on.
see how the so-called wars of 2008 and 9 and 2014 were punitive rather than driven by military necessity. Tank crews spent their time firing their cannons at buildings and destroying civilian infrastructure. Said a soldier who took part in the 2008-9 Operation Cast Lead, "Go ahead and ask soldiers how often they encountered combatants in Gaza. Nothing." The interviewer, "When you entered the Gaza Strip, there was no resistance?" "Next to none at all." Following Cast Lead, veteran defense analyst Amos Harel quoted a squad leader who said, "The atmosphere in general, from what I understood from most of my men who I talked to, the lives of Palestinians, let's say, is something very, very less important than the lives of our soldiers." The Independent quoted a junior officer who served at a brigade headquarters during the operation, who described the new rules of engagement policy following the announcement of the notorious Dahia doctrine of disproportionality as one of literally zero risk to soldiers. Just take this incredible interview with a bulldozer operator. Our objective was to demolish houses. We were secured by
What does this have to do with Ethan Klein being wrong about Israeli society?
heavy armored personnel carriers and tanks. In this case, the tanks
This is all things that, like, Ethan wouldn't argue about.
Yeah, but he's assuming that you've seen Ethan talking on Israel, I guess?
If you have, then you would hear Ethan bring this up. Like, he's not going to cite exact, like, bulldozers and stuff. Because he's not that politically engaged.
Yeah.
assigned to us rather than the other way around. The area was completely empty. Everything was empty. Interviewer, ghost town, not a soul in sight? Yes. We demolished a lot. There were people who had been in Gaza for 2 days constantly demolishing one house after the other. And we're talking about a whole battalion. In a separate interview, a soldier is asked, "Did you happen to escort bulldozers demolishing houses? Do you know what they destroyed? Why? How many?" If they didn't like the looks of some house, if it disturbed or threatened them, then it would be taken down. Interviewer, but that was for operational needs? Operational needs, I don't know, maybe half of them. Sometimes the company commander would give the D9 something to demolish just to make them happy.
Yeah, sometimes
This
they blow
isn't
up
to
for a
mention the
gender
demolition
reveal.
and damage carried out by shelling.
Yeah.
One participant of the 2014 carnage, a first sergeant of the engineering corps, said, "I got the impression that every house we passed on our way got hit by a shell. And houses farther away, too. It was methodical. There was no threat. They were spraying every house with machine gun fire the whole time, and once in a while blasting a shell into each house." A first sergeant in the Armored Corps recalls, "We were all firing a lot when there wasn't any need for it, just for the sake of firing. We were firing purposelessly, all day long. Hamas was nowhere to be seen." This can hardly be called warfare. These were brief, one-sided,
It's not a good place.
Glory mission.
The old man. As she said, the child's keeper. Was its keeper? Huh? This is honorable work. Yes, but to do good, it's best to be alive. No, every second here we risk everything. We're close to the Underdune. She's down there. That's what I'm saying. This is buzzard land. Finally, you see, we gotta burn. Light it up.
Yeah, it probably has to take it. There it comes. Mystery.
punishment campaigns. Israeli civilian and military commanders seemingly acknowledge this with their oft-repeated phrase, mowing the lawn or cutting the grass,
Hey, he brought
which
it up.
also alludes to its routine nature. Yosi Glausius explains the phrase very helpfully in a rage-filled opinion article. She had seen eclairs in a bakery in Israel that read, "Let the IDF mow them down." The Hebrew word written on the eclairs means mow, as in to lawn mow. But mowing is also a euphemism for something more brutal. Mowing the grass is a term popularized in 2013 to refer
Buried again in this catacomb. Nothing to do but roam around until, by chance, they spew us out. The child. But why? Why?
I agree.
The buzzards use children to dig around for loot. They're called tiglings.
Whoa, you can't say that.
Deep in the gloom of their horrible tunnels, I'd wager. I'm going along. Wait here. But keep alert. Understood.
to Israel's strategy of attrition designed primarily to debilitate the enemy capabilities. To put it more crudely, mowing the grass means bombing Gaza periodically to facilitate temporary quiet for Israel. This desire to punish the civilian population at large was explicitly articulated, and the policy solidified following Israel's strategic defeat in the Second Lebanon War. Giora Island is former national security advisor to Ariel Sharon and Ehud Olmert. Before this, he was head of the IDF's planning and operations branches. He now continues writing policy prescriptions in opinion pieces.
It's crazy because, like, they hold up Israel as, like, the only democracy in the Middle East. And it's like, they sure act like a Middle Eastern government.
Pieces, particularly for Ynet and their affiliated Yediot Aharonot, you'll know his so-called general's plan to starve North Gaza. He's the general.
Surrender or to die in starvation. This is the all simple plan, which is fully consistent with all the international demands and fully consistent with the law of the armed conflict.
That the military quickly began implementing the plan is a testament to his influence in the Israeli defense establishment.
Eran Etzion was deputy head of Israel's National Security Council until 2000.
I'm fine. Stay with the car. He's gone. Gotta go deeper if I want to find these diglings.
Trumbucket stole your car. He's the real boss.
I think he just got scared. Pussy.
Well, what is he gonna do? Fight the buzzards?
Exactly.
It's crazy how these buzzard sections are so different from the rest of the game. Like the other airport section. It's like it turns into like almost like a survival horror section.
A little bit, yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, Dan. Where'd he go?
Can you not turn the camera or something?
I can, but it was more fun.
It's more fun to not see what I'm hitting.
It's safe,
Yeah.
kid.
Oh, keep that kid on a leash.
You know, if there's another one down here with that name, Glory.
No, Dickon, down there.
Must keep looking for the child.
Based freeing child slaves.
So, it's one of 3.
What happens if you choose wrong? There's gonna be a dragon. He's gonna cast fireball on you. There's a girl dragon.
The ousted Defense Minister Gallant denied on camera that the government is actually implementing this plan. Netanyahu denied it also in a closed session with Secretary of State Blinken.
Wow, I can't believe a government
And then
would do
when
that.
asked by Blinken to say it publicly, Netanyahu refused.
Back in 2008, he wrote that in the event of another war with Lebanon, the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people are consequences that can influence Hezbollah's behavior. Israel's most recent offensive began with bombing, starting on October 7th. The ground invasion didn't begin until the 27th. This was accompanied by a further tightening of the siege, which had already been in place for some 17 years. Hassan Alian, head of Koget, the agency responsible for facilitating aid distribution, said plainly that these measures were revenge for October 7th.
مع هيك وحوش بشرية رايحين نتعامل كيف لازم. إسرائيل فرضت إغلاق كامل على غزة ومش راح يكون في عندكم كهرباء ولا مي بس دمار. بدكم جهنم راح تحصلوا على جهنم.
A sense of retribution and revenge must have fueled the other measures with regard to targeting.
Are you so? I assume it's always going to be the third one because there's no way they would make you rescue like 2 slaves and then know that there's one still to be rescued. You know?
Maybe. Maybe.
Like, there's no way it's going to be like you're not just going to abandon the 3rd slave if the 2nd one ends up being Glory.
Maybe.
Like, that'd be fucked up.
That'd be funny.
Yagil Levi, writing in Haaretz, challenges Israel's oft-repeated distinction as the world's most moral army. To reduce the risk even further during the ground offensive, air and artillery attacks preceded the entry of the ground forces into every area and accompanied them during the ensuing fighting. In the words of a reserve combat soldier who entered the city of Beit Hanun and published an opinion piece anonymously in Haaretz, the level of destruction we saw was biblical, and our contribution to it was nil. Air, artillery, and engineering forces that preceded us and hit buildings from a distance prepared the ground for us so that we could enter with minimal risks. As a result, as of October 7th, 2024, Israel had lost 349 soldiers in the ground operation.
Oh, you're going to pick up the loot before you save a slave? Yeah. I see what kind of person you are.
Give me the loot.
Okay, so is that kid gonna leave?
I guess that was.
Or is she gonna live in that hole now?
I have no idea.
Max, did you take the rope off the kid?
A paltry 2% of the Israeli claim of 17,000 Hamas combat casualties. As Levy points out, however, this was simply the number of men killed, according to Gaza's Ministry of Health. They had all been labeled combatants. The Ministry of Health's numbers are conservative, however. An analysis published in the Lancet and reported in the New York Times says they may have undercounted traumatic war-related deaths by 40%. The number may have reached over 70,000 by the end of 2024. Worse yet, the analysis did not...
Gotta be another way to get to her. Mama's name is Hope. She's got red hair. She calls you Glory.
Mama alive?
She is. She's waiting for you.
Oh. Now we gotta escape while holding a child, huh? Classic survival horror. They give you the ability to defend yourself and then make it so you can't defend yourself right after. You can probably put her down to fight, I'm sure.
You know how to get out of here?
No way out.
There must be.
Max, why can't you just hold her leash?
Why can't I fucking walk normal speed?
Cause it's a survival horror trope where they have to give you a fucking
Stay here.
I'll stay.
Gotta use those knives, dog.
Did you see that? The boss killed him.
Can you get in his car and use it to run him over? Because I think it'd be funny to just get in his car and run him over.
It would be pretty funny. The only disappointing part is it's the same kill every time.
I mean, they were kind of in development hell.
Oh
so
my
eager
god.
to do the melee executions, but you
Yeah,
can't
'cause it
fucking
fucking
use
cool.
your 18 knives.
Who needs knives?
It's fucking great. Stabbing people is the best part.
Got him.
Are they gone?
Oh
Well,
yeah, that's
that's
right,
one
there's a
word for
child. I forgot she was here. Put Glory into the car. Please stuff her in a trunk. Please put her in the trunk.
Come on. That's our ride.
You know what would have been much cooler here? If that guy came out, looked all tough and shit, and then immediately got ran over by Chum Bucket.
That would have been better.
And then you put the girl in the car with Chum, and he leaves, and you fucking fight.
Yeah. So gentle, Max.
It would be a nice little redemption after he was just scared and ran away.
Going? You and me?
Yes.
Back to Mama?
Yes.
Now she has brain damage.
Not my problem.
They had to get rid of Chum because they didn't want to put comedic relief in the child slavery section of the game.
Maybe.
And he was friend to me. Oh, Daddy.
Why's your mama stay behind?
Only me and the Thin Man could get out of the cage.
Using the fan to open it. That's smart. But why the underdew?
Mama had a scratchy map. A safe place with food. And when we came, Buzzer was already
She's hard to
there.
hear.
Old man was killed.
You did?
Like, I know the car engine is supposed to be the loudest thing in Mad Max, but for fuck's sake.
Survive.
Oh my god.
They want to take me!
Sit tight.
Epic. He's done.
I should be going that way.
That'll trick him. The old Bugs Bunny.
Surely they're hitting them. Oh my god. Bro, get the fuck off me.
Zapata is so concerned about me coughing. He's like, what's going on over there?
He doesn't realize.
What are they doing over there?
It's good.
I do like the droning noise that this be making. He crashed. He literally crashed into the sign. Like that.
Bye.
Epic. He literally bumped into you and exploded.
I think he hit a mine.
No, he was like so low health that he literally just kind of tapped you and exploded. You know, that was the intersection. It's like when you slide on ice at a stoplight and you rear end somebody.
That's Gastown.
Yeah.
That's where Mama's at.
Except it results in a catastrophic explosion.
Safe?
No,
Why?
that's just the way it is.
She asked if Gastown was safe. I love that, like, where the population is where you see more pollution.
Yeah.
just stay with me and my mama?
No. Fuck
Are you my new dad?
You can be 3. You can be father.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god, she's literally saying, will you be my new dad?
I travel alone.
It's kind of weird. This child doesn't know him. I'm gonna blame it on them needing to condense things quickly.
Here we are.
Well, she's being traumatized.
So, I get to see mama?
Our beacon.
She's been traumatized by you. It's called CTE.
She's an ugly kid.
Well, you know, most graphic software isn't designed to make children. So they just be making adult models and then scale them down.
Where is it? I can't be gone. Gone. Where is he? Where's the car? Hey! Hey, still. My fingers ain't dirty your wagon. Where's the hunchback? Where is he? Where is the car? I don't know. I heard he said he was taken to where it was born. He said he cared about it. He raged about that wagon like it was raging about some fine dame. The ship. You let him go. You let this happen. It's no affair of mine. It is now. I need your fastest machine. It's yours. Take what you need.
Hell yeah. Now this is cool. Constantly giving you different vehicles.
So what?
That's more like Fury Road, you know?
Like a life.
He was hijacking cars and shit.
Another chance.
Because they did have Fury Road concept art and shit.
Contract is done. Hey.
Rude.
It's a prison. For you.
Why do you look like an adult woman?
Together we can build more than a life raft.
She doesn't know you.
Who the fuck are you? Like every time I see like one of those like OnlyFans thirst posts, I just reply with, "Who are you?"
What we have to keep in mind is that like this game is very esoteric and it really gets into this like mysticism, you know? It's like the villain literally got a chainsaw through the head.
That's true.
Too close now.
No magnum opus. You don't got no chum to repair it. Is this the fastest machine?
Apparently. Pretty quick.
Yeah, I like the Outrunners more than the Rammers. Like, if you think about it, a Rammer build is really just cop-coded.
Sure.
You know, if you're cool, you're an Outrunner. But also, when I say Outrunner, it's using Chum-Li to shoot explosives at them.
Yeah. You were relying on the weaponry.
Well, I mean, they line up right behind you. That's what makes mine vehicles useful. You should be able to get them on the Opus. That would have been great.
Yeah.
Like, this mission should unlock vehicle mines for the Magnum Opus.
That would be cool. I fucked their day up.
Like, really, it's cop car with a ramming grill. Then there's like a grinder and then outrunner. Like, that's the 3 ways to build the Magnum Opus.
I did speed with a ramming grill.
So like when you're up in Gastown with all the pollution, like it's more useful to do a high acceleration, high handling. But then, like, when you're in the southern areas and shit.
Oh my god.
Minefield. Ha ha ha. Watch, this is the one you rage quit too. That's cool. You still have quick repair? That's bullshit, man. See, that's them not committing to the bit again.
This has true VA stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah, the design in this game is just off the chain. You know, it's like... It's kind of like Car Tarkov. You know? Like, it's not just like, hey, we put the gun in that looks cool. It's a P90, again. You know, every fucking PlayStation game, P90. Ghost in the Shell, P90. Stargate, P90. The other one is they'll do the FAMAS a lot in sci-fi and shit.
It looks sci-fi.
Yeah, well that's why they use it. That's why they use the P90 as well.
Yeah.
But they'll like always have details wrong on their fantasy guns. Like Bethesda is a mess. Cyberpunk is a mess.
Yeah.
Do you know about the vending machine guns in Cyberpunk?
No, I know nothing about the game.
Oh my god.
Know nothing about the game.
There's literally like single-use disposable firearms that you can buy in vending machines.
That's great.
They're literally ghost guns. They're plastic guns that like break after a certain amount of rounds.
That's right.
And they're like awful guns. There's like no reason to use them. But they're all over the vending machines, especially in high crime areas. Look, I bet those windmills will keep them cool. Anyway, my point is like, you fucking make a fantasy car game, you need to have a fucking attention to detail. You just can't be, you know...
Adding shit in. You can play the video.
You're a video.
I'll let you know when I'm there.
Account for other war-related casualties such as deaths from malnutrition, waterborne illness, or the breakdown of the health system as the conflict progressed. That this could be called a war is patently absurd. Israeli leaders have made their targeting and punishment of the civilian population known with their widely reported statements. Already by June of 2024, Some 70,000 tons of bombs were dropped on a piece of land less than half the size of New York City. That number is more than were dropped on Dresden, Hamburg, London in World War II. Combined, the massive destructive power, with 2,000-pound bombs being common, erased entire towns. Amos Harel, chief defense correspondent for Haaretz, went to Jabalia and took photos and reported that the town, previously home to 100,000 people, was gone.
It's pronounced jambalaya.
Others shared the same fate, as described by Ahmad Tibi, one of the few Palestinian members of the Israeli Knesset. Entire towns, like Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, and Jabalia, have been wiped off the face of the earth in bombings by the IDF. Cities comparable in population size to Herzliya and Dimona have been bombed into rubble. And the world, with its silence and its armaments and its material support, is supporting this. The media in Israel wobbles between total denial and depicting the actions as heroic.
What's his problem?
You came for me. You came for me.
Who came for the car?
Kill you for this. Hail the champ! The ruination of stank gum, they said. The
you wanna
one
die?
who thieved my big block and my concubine.
It's mine now,
Not
cunt.
to mention the one who ran a saw blade into Lord Scabrous Scrotus's very brain bag, as if cutting dead stump. Saw your ride, followed it here. We all followed it here. Found your monkey.
Hey,
That monkey was made
he's
to
a hunchback.
sing. About you, a woman, a child, a whole little family. You must be the daddy. Well, now, daddy's gonna die.
All is lost forever. Damn, what a fucking mission name. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Oh my god.
Get fucked.
Fuck me.
Life guys always are good at parrying.
Sweet blood.
Yeah, just keep like rolling into him. Like just spam rolls instead of trying to even attack, and like you'll confuse him every time.
There's no fucking way.
Bro, you gotta roll. He's a knife guy.
The rolling doesn't break the fucking block.
You're not supposed to be breaking his block. You're supposed to be making him come out to hit you so you can parry off of him. They, like, see, their pathing gets fucked up when you roll. They hate that.
Mediocre.
There you go. Yeah, kick him.
Feel that?
Fucking auto targeting is dumb.
Yeah, that's why rolling fucks him up, because he also relies on shitty auto targeting.
Was here. He heard that monkey song and he dug it about a little family. A woman, a child, a dog. Lord Scrota's gonna hurt you more than you could ever hurt me. He's
Oh my
here
God, kill
right
him.
now, killing him slow. In all sorts of tasty ways.
Run him over.
Catch the shot. Scrota's
That I took it.
Chum, you are so grounded.
Told myself to bring her back to her birthplace. My angel. The magnum opus.
You stole it.
Righteous, it was not. I confess. But what could this lonely acolyte do? What could I possibly do? You meant to take her from me. You meant to plant your petrol tank back here.
So?
So? Where would Tillamook be? What's my blame?
It doesn't matter anymore.
Movie time?
I asked an hour ago. Oh, I got the last upgrade too. Ooh. Okay.
I should. I'm sorry.
Shut up, Chum. He's back. You're up here, like, just getting upgrades, and he's like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Like you don't care.
Nobody seems.
Shut up, Chum.
This was once a very different world. A world where brother did not kill brother for scraps. A world where laws and rules were respected and nurtured. You protected your family and your children.
Sounds like some hippie shit.
Your body remembers. It trembles. It wants you to smother the past for fear of madness. I'm looking hard. There's nothing. Look again and again. It's right there in front of you.
I'm pretty sure you're absolutely bonkers, Max.
Oh, I can't fully. Oh, I can. Full upgrade. Does that count as tarmac?
Are you gonna be deep in Farah?
Shay, please, where are we going? No, no, Shay, not back here. Please, Shay, let's go somewhere else. Anywhere. There's nothing for us here. Please. Oh, no, 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 no.
Look, he's there, caught in the litter. He's all tied up in the junk we left on the ground. He can't drive here.
They just drove off.
Yeah, because it's like, it's okay, boss. He's already been taken out by the litter. They're gone. Where are you going?
You're too late. Scrotus was here. You okay, baby? Come here. Come on. Come on. Okay.
That a dead kid?
Nobody will remember my name.
Oh.
Yes,
Dead
I will.
mom?
Yes, I will. I'll remember.
I think so.
I promise you. No. No, 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 no.
Family. Lord Scrotus likes to take his time. Where is he?
Oh, he's hanking out.
I want you to paint my name in their blood across the
He's
grave.
hanking out. He's gonna go get Walter. You just drive on a cliff and die? What would you do if that's how the game ended?
I'd laugh. Then start another game.
All is lost forever. Damn. Well, you
I
got
had
your
to
car
punch him in
back.
this
That's
fucking-
good.
Exactly. I got my car. That's all that matters.
You freed 3 children from slavery. I think one wanted to remain a slave or something.
She
But-
ran off.
Nah, I think she crawled back in the hole.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So...
Sand. 25% traction on sand.
I want to be
literally no-
associated with interesting quotes.
There's literally no downside to having the grinding things.
Mm-hmm.
Power in the machine. That's funny. Alright, now what?
Scrot. I will have his blood. I must find him. And end him. But where is he?
Sounds like you're about to fight the final boss.
Sure does. Gas down, maybe?
Where's the green marker?
There's none.
Nobody knows where he goes. No, Saints. Only his war boys know his patterns. His zigzags and desperate unholy movementations. The blood bag upside down in the organic mechanics. He called himself Scab. Was a war boy, he said. Was with Scrotus. He said so. Well, he'll know. Yeah, he'll know. And
What a random message to get. My mum just texted me and said, "What's your show link?" I go, "Who's asking?"
Will, tell me.
There it is.
What? You? Whole town saw you fall.
They didn't see me land.
Oh.
You look like shit.
I'd, report you to Scrotus herself, but, gotta get my lid lopped, too. What do you say you, help me out some more,
Not your errand boy.
I'll make it worth your while. So, you know of Crowdazzle. He runs races like I do. He cuts a sound system that rivals my own. And I want it for myself. Now it's mounted on a bona fide race wagon. I just want the loud thing. You keep the car.
I don't think that was the mission.
Yeah, that was a blue mission. You still have a green mission on here.
Yeah, it's down here. I forgot how to get there.
This place looks like a Bjork music video.
Sure does.
Crash.
I imagine this is
Pow.
what the Jork's mine looks like. Boom, crash.
the ending's so funny, bro.
It's all music.
Like, just in the middle of the song, just dropping her like that.
It's such a good
no
way.
warning,
It's
and then the
such a
final
great
lyrics
choice.
to the song come up on the screen.
Scrotus, I will tell you.
They don't even let her finish the song.
Your fame walks on its own, and your shadow has grown. And my blood has fueled legend.
This is what in the Warhammer?
On road slide of the
He's a
pretty
bloodbath.
flatlands.
I know, it's just fucking weird, bro. It's a little too far for me.
2 weeks, he said. A spent shell. Bring his corpus gratis to the organic mechanic, and let the blood serve. Now my blood returns for you, Scrotus. Now my blood returns.
Hell yeah, that was a fat cut. Fuck yeah. I'm glad I took my ramming grill off.
You think you're gonna ram that car?
Yeah.
There he is! Oh, he's big, Saint! Are you sure about this?
It's a fucking highway fight, bro. These are the easiest car fights when they fucking give you a fucking runway like this. Yeah, bro.
Mistakes.
Hit my name.
I told you, you're not ramming him.
I can't afford it. Sad.
You buy a bunker instead.
Do it. The only thing you know how. Kill him.
I'm too fast.
Yeah, let up the accelerator a little.
Take his life like he took ours.
You got the new trick.
Do it. The only thing you know how. Kill him.
Maybe because I don't have the grill, it doesn't let me do the ram thing anymore. Fix the car jump.
Until death. Until death.
He's just too armored. Like, the game wants you to do a specific thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Now. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Oh, hey. Oh, hi, Mom. Ow! Can you not?
Get his tires.
I don't think it won't shoot it.
Well,
That's
what we call a mobility kill.
Tanks on the sides. A weak spot if ever there was one.
A weak spot.
You should have harpooned him when he drove by. Bro, there's literally a thing on the screen telling you what to do.
Oh no. I literally can't shoot even the harpoon.
It literally didn't let me target it until
Oh
that
my
tooltip
God.
came up. Oh, wow, you're dead.
That was fucking awesome.
Shoot him quick! Shoot him quick!
Too late. Oh no!
I'm so
Oh,
glad
no!
this is happening to you.
Oh no! This is not good.
You decided to dick around instead of just pulling the fucking tank off.
No, we're okay. We're fine. Shit. Alright. Look. The car's super fast for a reason.
Bro just got gangbanged.
They certainly tried. I'm about to fuck them. Go. Go ahead.
Just go get Scrotus, bro. Like, his tanks are literally already exposed. You need to shoot him once to win. You just need to not blow up or crash into anything.
I can't believe it one-shot you.
You're crashing. I told you not to crash into things.
I was turning around. Oh, right.
You're gonna time out of this mission.
She's ready to go.
I don't know how you accomplish making things take 10 times longer than they're supposed to without fail every time.
I am an expert gamer. Got him. Hey, that happened already. Oh, shit. Bye.
Life back into her lungs.
Fix
Still.
it.
Yeah. Black fingers will heal her, say. Yeah. Come on! Praise be! Her juices flow! Her valves are a-go with the cluttering pistons blow by blow! Yes! Get off! Just one chance to get her. Yeah! She will die! Oh, sweet! Get off! Never! I would rather breathe my last breath than watch her die! I am her protector! Her savior!
Bro, you can build another one, chum.
Please spare her! Please!
They must all die. All die for what they've done.
Bro.
That's fucking
Bro!
savage.
Bro! What did you do? I can't believe you fucking... After all the concussions, you fucking broke his spine like that. I can't believe you. Bro! No way! He literally blew up. You literally blew up Chum Bucket.
No way. Is that my car? This motherfucker.
My interceptor.
He's monologuing.
You're gonna die,
Until death.
Break his balls! Break his balls!
Take his life like he took ours.
Wow, he's really weak to those.
He is.
Blow him to smithereens!
One of them bosses that literally fights in the only thing that can hurt them.
End his life.
Oh, I can't believe my boss arena would have me stand next to the one thing that could defeat me.
The monster must die.
Wow.
You had it. I don't know why you stopped throwing in the beginning there. They only give you 2. Now you have to punch it to death. Sorry.
That'd be I just destroyed my own car. I destroyed both of my cars. This is bullshit.
Bro's a necromancer. The
Can I
gnarliest looking
chainsaw him in the
motherfucker.
head again? He's definitely dead now. I can't believe they made you kill Chumbucket. He's dead, bro.
I don't know. He got chainsawed in the head before.
Pull that thing out of his face and then put the pointy thing in his head. Nice. That'll do. Come back from that, cunt. Give me my car. Fuck you. Fuck the Magnum Opus.
It sucks because literally the very next thing that happens in canon is he loses the Magnum Opus.
What do you mean?
The opening to Fury Road. He loses the Magnum, or the Interceptor.
Yes, he does, yes.
He immediately loses it anyway. He went through the whole game to get it back just to lose it.
He's kind of
The
a
snow
cunt.
globe. They should have cut to Chumbucket's corpse.
I agree. I got the fucking car back though. Don't even get to drive it. Fuck yeah.
Dude, it's just so funny how quick. I told you the story happens so quick at the end.
Yeah, it does. Honestly, pretty good game.
What, you fucking killed Chumbucket.
I did.
That's what you think is good? That's your idea of fun?
Yeah, he stole my car. Didn't you see what I do to people who steal my car? The whole game was me killing people because they stole my car. Don't steal my car. And everything will be A-okay. Skip.
There's still plenty of things to do with Chumbucket in the Magnum Opus, it says.
Oh, look.
Wow.
There's my car.
They really made Chum's death pointless, didn't they?
They really did.
Like, it literally mattered for nothing.
Where's my car?
You have to go to the garage, like at a base.
Ah, okay.
You know, it's how you switch to the enemy cars as well. I think it's more like a delusional state.
What do you mean?
Like he's in a waking dream.
Oh, sure. Hell yeah. XP Falcon. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright. Time to start another
Watch
game.
that movie.
What are we playing? Not now. What games we got?
What do you play next? The Legend of Zelda, of course.
Ah, yes, actually. That's a good point. Death Stranding.
Death Stranding later, when they actually start promoting it.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're at 6 hours, yeah? Great. Do we want to finish this video? And then we'll finish on that?
This video?
Yeah.
Right here?
No. I don't have the time.
I know. I'm just fucking around.
Is that the movie we're watching?
Maybe.
Okay. I am excited for this.
Quick, justified, essential deeds. We have arrived at an absurd rule. Nothing justifies October 7th, but in the name of October 7th, everything is justifiable. There is no security justification for such massive bombing. No military action can justify bombing helpless human beings or the eradication of Beit Lahia, Beit Hanun, and Jabalia from the face of the earth. This ethnic...
The thing is like... I imagine this is much more shocking if you just are, like, covering your eyes for every other conflict, you know? Like, Syria isn't even that far away from here.
Mm-hmm.
The big difference between... The only difference between the two conflicts is that there wasn't a wall stopping Syrians from fleeing.
That's true. And a lot of them did.
Cleansing is
If
reminiscent
they
of
didn't,
the...
it would be much worse.
Oh, yeah.
And also, that's the thing. That's why, like, there was the actual resistance in Syria will say things like Israel is Assad, because
It's so crazy that people saw people broken out of Sednaya prison and are still apologizing for Assad. That's the fucking craziest shit. Children who had never seen the outside world existed in Syria. That existed in 2025. 4.
it existed
Like, that's
forever
crazy.
in Syria.
Mm. It was Sednaya, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
ethnic cleansing of 530 villages in 1948. In the Jewish-Israeli public, voices of protest and resistance are hardly audible. Israeli outlets reported on Netanyahu scuttling negotiations, and it was an open secret that he did so in order to placate his ministers. A hostage deal would cause his government to collapse, and so Israel was effectively being run by the government's most fanatical ministers. Israel's left wing was furious and made as much known. My impression was that, certainly not all, but many Israelis had had enough. Also a year after October 7th, the Israeli Democracy Institute released a report on the public mood. On ending the so-called war, it was only an even split among Israeli Jews. And not even really. Only 45% wanted an end, 43% didn't, and 12% were no help at all. Of course, the better part of all Palestinians wanted it to end, which added several percentage points to that camp. I wrongly believed the calls to end hostilities was a broad and popular movement among Israeli Jews. The protests were large and widely reported on, but they were far more partisan than I had realized. Worse yet, however, were the reasons that this sector of society had for ending the so-called war. A little more than half said for the safety of the hostages. This amounted to...
I mean, how many times have I said it? Watch out for people in yellow shirts when it comes to Israel.
Yes. Say it every
the
single
most common reason. The second was because they could focus on another war with Lebanon. Then it was that the fighting achieved what it could, 9% didn't know why, and 6% because of the great cost in human life and the desire for quiet, peace, and security. And 2% said for improved relations with the U.S. Someone who's been grappling with Israeli society's moral decline has been Rachel Fink. She illustrates poignantly a personal crisis for her upon seeing Israeli news coverage showing desperate, starving people in Gaza. On Sunday evening, when Channel 12's main news broadcast featured some of the most gut-wrenching footage coming out of Gaza, hungry children clamoring around a soup ladle in desperation, I felt for a moment a sense of relief. Finally, I thought. Finally, an Israeli journalist has made the brave and morally virtuous choice to do his job, to report the truth. That feeling lasted right up until said journalist, Elad Simchayoff, began to speak. Because it turned out that this wasn't a segment about Israel's failure to uphold international law or protect civilian life. It was a report about Israel's failure to sell the war properly. Not a failure of policy, a failure of branding. As I watch, I experience a kind of emotional whiplash. Time and again, Simchayev starts a sentence that sounds like there might be a moral reckoning coming, and it ends with a plea for better PR. But it is also possible to wonder if perhaps it is time to improve our, Simchayev begins contemplatively, humanitarian policies, accountability, Hasbara efforts with skilled spokespeople, a clear and effective strategy and believable information, he declares. That's not a punchline, it's his game plan. For much of Simchayev's report, as his voice plays off camera, B-roll footage of starving Palestinians begging for flour and wandering through the rubble of pulverized buildings runs in a loop. When it cuts back to anchorwoman Yonit Levi, she sums up the segment with a single line. "Those are the images being shown to the world," she says, with clear disdain. How many different kinds of delusional do you have to be to air horrifying footage of human suffering beneath a voiceover lamenting the challenges of public relations? What does it say about a society when you can look at a child, sunken-eyed and silent with fear and grief, and decide the real injustice is that she's hogging the spotlight? We're now entering a third month of a complete and total blockade of all aid into Gaza. This includes food and medicine, everything. Nothing has been allowed into Gaza for months now. Additionally, back in April, Nir Hassan wrote that Gazans are experiencing a severe water shortage, which has worsened since approximately a week ago when the Israeli Defense Forces struck the main water pipeline into the Shijaya neighborhood of Gaza City. Because of damage to the city's other water sources, the pipeline provided about 70% of the water consumption there. Now, why does it matter that Israeli society is characterized by a culture of dehumanization? It matters because it contextualizes the issue, and it contextualizes Israel's treatment of Palestinians, as well as their dismissiveness of Palestinians and their suffering. Its
Okay.
real-world consequences are apparent in Yagilevi's Haaretz piece. The revenge
Oh my God,
impulse,
bro.
accompanied
This
by the
video
notion
is-
that no one in
is
Gaza
like-
is innocent, meant that those whose lives are perceived as lacking in value were put at even higher risk, and may even have led to the deliberate killing of
It's like-
civilians.
Let me tell you why Hitler was bad in the most tedious way possible. You know what I mean? Like, just putting Ethan Klein on this just to watch a bunch of fucking quotes about like how bad it is in Israel. Like, it is the worst place on earth.
Okay, I'm gonna make an argument for this video. This video was designed to bait Ethan's viewers.
It was designed to bait people, but
who
like
don't listen to Ethan, but still believe that Israel is like this paradise, this never wrong, perfectly moral country. That's what I think this video is. Out of all of the people in the group that this guy is with, which is the second thought group of people, he is by far the best. Like, by leagues beyond, better than the others.
Like, the camp that Ethan exists on is the okay, but Hamas is also bad.
Yes. They're failing to address that's his position, and they continue circling on the same points that they have been for a while.
But like,
and it's great to have these videos out there.
This headline could have easily be actually done. Like, that was the main thing that I think. Like I said, like this whole thing about Israeli society and Ethan like trying to have faith in that society.
Yeah.
It was called Cope.
Big audience. What's a big audience? The second
Consequence of the fact that conscription into the military is mandatory in Israel, which blurs the lines between the public mood and that of the military.
Isn't this the Iraqis, right?
I think so.
I think it is. That's when this is cool, putting QR codes at the end.
That is a good idea. Should take that idea.
You know, 8 years ago I made a video called "We."
Oh, I think there would be a portion. There would be a segment of Ethan's audience who isn't like a dedicated watching.
The thing is,
but they'll
that
tune in.
What you need to understand is that Ethan does not have a political show.
No.
Remember how I said the thing about sports fans? Like, people really into sports, that's why Dave Portnoy exists, was to pull the sports fans' votes into politics to get votes off of them.
Yeah.
And, like, so a majority of Ethan's viewers are, like, more in, like, the T channel sphere. And that's part of the reason why he was, like, pushing out all the politics viewers that came in from Hassan. Like, he actively did purge them from his audience. He alienated those specific people
for them to stay there.
Yeah. And because he didn't want that political reactionary audience.
Fair.
He wanted to sometimes do politics but still be a T channel.
Yes. Okay.
So he's a more like serious T channel, you know? Like, he is like upper echelon Keemstar type thing. But he's still Keemstar. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it's just not a political show. It's a T channel show that may sometimes engage in politics.
Okay.
So, anyone who's interested in the drama around Ethan certainly wouldn't find any of that in there, and they may not know
Part
how
of what
awful it is.
a lot
It's
of the civil
Photoshop
unrest
content to get you to turn vegetarian. They show you like some of the worst footage of slaughterhouses and shit.
Was that video done?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to see a really cool video though?
Of course. My man.
Okay, I have to be clear that this is very obvious government propaganda. See, it's about national parks, get it?
Yes, he definitely does have a lolcow following now. People will be clipping and watching just to clip sort of stuff.
Well, also, like, he watches the literal lolcow show and, like, encourages, like, certain people, like, what is the fucking neckbeard guy? Sorry, I think they're they, them now. Who's, like, yelling about cucks and, like, Keem start crying because he got called a cuck. It's like Blinky or something. I forgot his name.
No idea.
Bugsby or something. I don't know.
Impact wherever we go.
Anyway, this is propaganda. Government propaganda. Get it? Because it's national parks.
How we choose to interact with others in the world we share together has this effect moment by moment. This was the opening from an online essay written by a national park ranger at Carlsbad Caverns National Park in New Mexico.
Oh boy, park ranger
The
video
full essay, published in September of last year, quickly went viral for its vivid and surprising description of a seemingly innocuous instance of carelessness that had occurred a few days before. During a routine inspection of the Big Room, one of the largest chambers in the limestone cave system that the national park is best known for, a park ranger made a discovery that had begun to completely upend the fragile ecosystem on the cave floor. Lying just past one of the designated walkways sat a partially eaten bag of Cheetos, carelessly discarded by a visitor who probably had no idea about the shattering impact their laziness could unleash. The leftover processed corn snacks, softened by the humidity of the cave, created a beacon for all manner of microbial life, such as fungi and mold, while also setting off a stampede of other cave organisms, such as spiders and cave crickets. The puffy orange snacks were an unexpected windfall for creatures in an environment where they must struggle to find nutrients due to the tight food web that exists within the limestone cavern. The remnants inside the bag became the catalyst for a temporary food web whose producers and consumers began to spread and disperse the food all across the cave. The foreign food was scattered in all directions, and in a remarkably short amount of time, mold, supercharged by the Cheetos, began to appear on nearby surfaces, disrupting the delicate chemical composition of the surrounding cave formations, forever altering them in the process. Park rangers acted quickly, spending a good amount of time carefully removing the detritus and mold from the surfaces around the cave and doing their best to reverse the impact. But whether or not it was enough is not yet clear. A single act of littering, taking no more than a few seconds, created biological ripples that on a human scale may have seemed trivial, but to the cave itself were nothing short of world-changing. I'm Jason Epperson, and this is Parkography. Today we're rolling up our sleeves, using both hands to dig into the dirty business of litter and the surprising impact it has on our
This is some good government propaganda, am I right?
Litter is an omnipresent problem
This is
for
literally a
all public
littering
lands
PSA,
and parks.
bro.
And while it may not always have the dramatic flair of what occurred in Carlsbad Caverns, it is detrimental nonetheless. According to the National Park Service, visitation to our parks annually generates 70 million tons of trash. And while the vast majority of it is properly disposed of, countless hours are still dedicated every year to the removal of the fraction of a percent that has been carelessly discarded by visitors. The Carlsbad Cavern incident has helped bring back into focus the issue of litter, and while many people would consider it a minor issue at best, the effects of litter are far further reaching than you might guess, potentially impacting almost every aspect of what people enjoy and cherish about visiting their national parks. Like the story from Carlsbad illustrated, the disruptive effects of litter are sometimes hard to see with your own eye, but they're still there. Microplastics that come from food packing or the millions of single-use water bottles used by guests are sometimes mistaken for food by birds or marine life. Garbage can also disrupt the habitats and natural food sources of larger animals who are drawn to or repelled by the smell, while also impacting the health of soil and water, altering ecosystems in ways you might not even see. Cigarette butts, for example, contain toxins that, once leached into the soil, alter its chemical composition and make it inhospitable to iconic forms of plant life, such as the mangroves of the Everglades or the redwoods of Northern California's coast. And these issues aren't limited to inorganic materials like cardboard and plastics. A park ranger from New River Gorge shared that the majority of guests who need reminders about properly disposing of garbage are throwing out organic waste, like food scraps, apple cores, or the leftover crust from their sandwiches. And when confronted, they point out that organic waste decomposes naturally, so why does it matter? While that's true, it can still take as long as 3 years for some types of food waste to break down completely. And once they do, they may cause significant changes, like the Cheetos, as well as the potential to sprout invasive species from the seeds. And in recent years, with more visitors, we've seen more litter, meaning all of these effects are amplified. While litter has always been a challenge, national parks saw record visitation last year. And there was also time during the COVID-19 pandemic where services and staff were cut back dramatically.
Keep this in mind. Like I said, this is obvious propaganda. So they have more visitors and their funding is lower than ever.
Very cool.
Seeing services and staff being cut now, resulting in a rise in the amount of garbage found lying around. Some parks, like Hot Springs National Park, have tried to double down on their visitor education.
To national parks and just leave their rubbish. So
that obviously part of this
Scum.
PSA is just to educate you on. But this thing is, that's the issue. Is the people who are gonna litter like that aren't gonna be reached by the PSA. No. That's why they specifically like apple cores. You may think that it's organic waste, but it's not. You shouldn't throw it on the ground. See, they snuck in those. Hey, we know you're a good person who also litters, and it's more than just being a lazy piece of shit. So that's the education side of things.
Yeah.
But a classic PSA will have a call to action.
In an attempt to combat the sudden rise in litter. But reports about the success of such efforts appear to be mixed. One of the biggest misconceptions that most visitors have about litter is its source, that it all comes from lazy or morally bankrupt visitors who have little to no regard for the parks they visit and who think nothing of letting somebody else clean up their mess. While that certainly accounts for some litter, it's far from the whole story. According to the National Park Service's Office of Information, litter is much more of an issue of volume rather than an issue of laziness. The amount of trash being generated by visitors is simply overwhelming the ability of most parks to collect, transport, and process what visitors consume. And when you take into account the remoteness of many parks and the logistics of dealing with such an issue, you begin to see why litter is pervasive. In Denali National Park, for example, where there is a town right next to the park still has to haul waste 45 miles north of the park in order to properly dispose of it at the nearest landfill. With the number of national park visitors doubling since the 1990s, the Park Service has stepped up its litter and waste reduction strategies in some significant ways. Knowing that most litter begins as trash, many parks have launched initiatives aimed at reducing the waste, with the idea being that if visitors are willing to pack out what they pack in, there will be less trash to manage and far less chance.
You hear this? It's getting to the point of it. You hear what they're saying?
Yeah.
They're saying, do our jobs for us and pick up trash.
Yeah, that's
free.
exactly what it is. Take out what you take in. It's like basic hunter shit.
Yeah, but just wait. That's where it starts. Liberal nonsense.
For it to become litter. But even if parks have all the right systems in place, you've probably seen what park staff classify as litter generators. Overflowing trash cans, half-burnt garbage in a campfire ring, visitors purchasing water in disposable bottles, or even well-meaning backcountry visitors practicing outdated techniques such as burying human waste in the woods. All of these activities contribute to the litter people encounter on trails or in campsites, and there's hardly any malicious intent behind any of it. Knowing this, it makes sense that national parks and their partners have recently shifted their approach to litter by looking for ways of reducing the amount of garbage generated rather than focusing on storage and processing. Initiatives such as Don't Feed the Landfills, piloted at Denali, Grand Teton, and Yosemite, have shown big successes both in reducing waste bound for landfills and also in bolstering recycling practices. Since its launch in 2015, there's been a 30% reduction in trash at participating park sites, a big step toward the eventual goal of reducing the total waste generated by all parks by 75%. While parks and their partners continue to work toward these ambitious goals, they'll never be successful unless visitors like you and me do our part to ensure that nobody's park experience is ruined by litter. Thankfully, it doesn't take much effort to make a positive contribution. And in addition to the suggestions I'm about to share with you here, you can find loads of additional ideas on the websites I'll be leaving in the show notes, such as Leave No Trace. The easiest contribution you can make is if you see anything along the trail, pick it up.
Buy a
If every visitor
bottle.
committed to picking up just...
I told you.
Bottle.
If you,
Buy
they're telling
bottles.
you to pick up trash. They're telling you to pick up trash at the park because they can't do it anymore.
Honestly, not a bad idea. Also, this is just
How
a
about
general
it's not my
thing
fucking
in-
job to do your job?
Well, this
guy.
is just a general thing. Well, it's also... I'm kind of speaking from a point of, like, I live in a Western country with clean drinking water. But, like... Bottles. Keeps your shit cold.
Well, he literally said that.
Yeah.
He didn't implicitly tell you to buy water bottles, but he specifically says bringing in disposable water bottles.
Because people don't
just one
plan
piece
and
of
people
litter
don't
that
bring
they came
water.
across during their national park adventure, that simple action would
Bring
have
an
a
esky.
profound effect on the impact carelessly discarded refuse can have. If you bring food into the park with you that comes in disposable wrappers, take it out with you as well. Don't just throw it in the trash cans. Of course, you can use those trash
You hear that?
receptacles around the park.
Don't use the trash cans anymore.
Avoid it, or if you can, I think is more the point.
Trash cans are now littering. Throwing away trash is now littering. This liberal propaganda. Soon they'll be
not
coming for
sure.
my guns.
I'm not sure if you get this there, but there's a big full driving culture here, and a lot of them on the back of their the wheels on the back of their four-wheel drives will have a bag exclusively and specifically for rubbish and like stuff that they don't want to keep in the car, soiled, whatever. It's like a specific bag so they don't leave shit when they go out bush on trails and shit. How hard
Send
is
them
it?
out bush.
Even bogans can do it.
Do they get? But what
Are
about
you worse
the
than a bogan?
crocodiles? But what about the crocodiles?
Well, someone gets ripped apart.
Park if you need to, and you should.
Every
But
6
at a
months.
lot of parks, everything you leave has to be
Oh, I
gathered,
stand for it.
shipped, and dumped, sometimes at great expense to the park. Taking it with you reduces the amount, not just in time and man hours, but money that is spent
Ethan has
that
been
can
a
go
lol
to other
cow.
essentials.
That's what I was saying, is that he literally is a lol cow.
He always has been.
Yeah, but like, he embraces it. He steers into it, you know?
Yes. His Tourette's, I think, is actually beneficial for him in that
Okay, buddy.
aspect. Is it like, because, I mean, look at it like, because
Services.
also,
It also
right, it sets it, when he gets set off, they go harder, right? They are
Next
more
you're gonna tell me
persistent.
being retarded
Hold on.
makes Joe
Right.
Rogan a better comedian.
So people will target his
You didn't
Tourette's.
listen to what I said.
No, I didn't. I heard what you said, though.
I said, next you'll tell me that being retarded makes Joe Rogan a better comedian.
I ignored it for a reason. But it's like people, we've seen some videos that critiquing Ethan that Asmongold, I think it was specifically talking about his Tourette's. Right? That's a free win for Ethan. So he can just like lean into it a little bit and then be like, well, you're a piece of shit. I can't help it. And with Joe Rogan, I'm kidding.
also drastically reduces the chances that your garbage will end up as litter due to something like a can overflowing. And lastly,
Joe Rogan
instead
a
of purchasing
Scientologist?
water in single-use bottles, commit to bringing your own bottle into the park instead. Disposable water bottles and other single-use plastics are one of the most pervasive forms of visitor garbage. And by using your own or taking advantage of the many filling
I love this. Don't feed
stations
landfills.
installed in most park visitor centers, you're helping
Oh,
to
they do
reduce
have
your
them.
impact
Okay, so
and
this
you're
is
saving money.
This is the
While
other
all
thing.
these actions might
I
seem
was like, set up water stations to encourage people to either keep the bottle or get bottles and bring bottles in. Perfect. Great. That answers my question.
insignificant or even hokey, nothing could be further from the truth. If the person who dropped the Cheetos in Carlsbad Caverns had followed these rules, or if any other visitor had picked up the bag as part of their commitment to gathering the rubbish of others, then none of the adverse effects would have occurred. Remember, great or small, we all leave an impact wherever we go.
Read screen. Look at screen.
Hang on, I gotta type in government. Like my spelling?
Government. A.
Are you trying to tell me how to spell correctly?
This has our company name attached to it.
No, it doesn't. It's the second channel.
It's 5th Gen Games.
Oh, suddenly we can't leave dumb comments on places because they're
misspelt. We're
spelled.
journalists.
You're telling me I can't post this comment on this page? Like anyone will fucking see it.
At least put it as government.
No, I want because I want it to look like it's somebody trying to spell correctly, not using phonetics.
Fine.
That's why I used propaganda instead of propaganda, because that's a believable typo. Like, you know the type of person who would leave this fucking comment.
Yeah.
Spelt just like that.
Mm-hmm. You make a good point. Alright, we doing anything else?
No.
Alright. Something's happening in Libya, apparently.
There always is.
Asking if somebody came into chat from Libya?
Yeah, there'll be clashes every now and then in Libya.
We'll cover it next show if something happens more. I guess.
It's just one of those things where it's like, I'm not shocked by that.
Yeah.
It's still more stable than Syria.
Yeah. You are true. So what other pictures I got? Crying man.
Space is fake.
Space is fake. Space is very fake.
Bro, I can't believe you broke Chum Bucket's spine.
Yeah, you shouldn't have stolen my car.
That was such a fucked up ending.
It's pretty crazy.
And he just leaves the snow globe behind too. Takes the Magnum, takes the Interceptor, and goes back to his life like that never even happened.
Yeah,
you know, that's crazy. None of it mattered.
Nope. What pictures I got? Boom. Yeah, have some fun with these backgrounds. All the memes. Alright. I think we are done. Beautiful. Oh, there's the background. G'day, mates. What's the good word? Hey, Mr. Prime Minister! Alright. Signing off. Hold on. I got sound bites back.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.
Thank you, sir. Ooh, hot rock. Oh, put in mouth.
Amy, please!